Good job. Across the line to win. And history has been made.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Backfire Simsport TV. I'm Clyde Whiting, and today we have for your viewing pleasure the round 4 of the SimRacingAcademy Esia Endurance Championship from the magnificent Monza circuit in Italy. In the booth with me today is Mr. Pete Bingham. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you enjoy the racing.
Later on, we'll be joined by Mr. Bill Switzer, and doing all the magic in the background is Mr. Sam Boozin. Good afternoon, Sam.
Yeah, hello, Clyde. Hello, Pete. Hello, everybody.
So, Pete, round 4, we have a 6-hour race from a very iconic track, Monza. It's got some world-famous corners, which I'm pretty sure we'll get the names wrong. Last time out, we watched a fantastic race that really gets sorted out to the end. What are you expecting from today?
Nothing less than an exciting race in the GT area of the racing. We've got a Pro League and an AM League, or Amateur League, going on at the moment. We're currently in their qualifying. I think LMP2 is going to be slightly less exciting today. There's only 2 vehicles, so unfortunately they're unlikely to get a great deal of camera time unless they do some spectacular racing. It's going to be frantic for everybody on the track, watching their rear view mirrors, watching their relatives for faster cars approaching through probably very crowded areas. It's a big track, but I think we'll have lots of pocketed competition going on. And we've got some really good turns here, so lots of short stops and fast straights, and thankfully we've got the first chicane in there to break up that start-finish straight, which is always the best format for me.
Yeah, like you say, it's a big track. It's 3.6 miles long with 11 turns, but there's a lot of places where things can go wrong in a hurry. Like you say, we've got the 2 chicanes. We've got corners like Diabolica that just want to spit you out and throw you off the track. Even the chicanes are tight, but they've got them awful little like speed ramp things in them. And not only can they throw your car off track, but they can also give you a considerable amount of damage, Pete.
Yeah, and even the standard corners, the rumble strips at the side of the road on this track are vicious, and they'll punt your car quite high in the air and put you way offline. And like you said, Diabolica is one of those corners where once your car starts to lose it, there's no grabbing it back, really. You just continue to drift wider and wider and wider, and the only way that you can do anything about it is to get back off the gas, which is a massive compromise to your lap and just makes you prone to all the muggers behind you who are going to take your position away.
Yeah, that's right. We're, like you say, we're in GT qualifying at the moment. We're about halfway through. Just looking at the results from last time out at Spa. So our GT Pro winners were Full Send Racing number 397, Stephen Ash, Harley Horton, and Mac Miller. They are currently sitting 6th in the qualification. In the GTM, the winners were World of Sim Racing Team Junior. Apologies for the pronunciations. Ruben Escriba, Jorge Lera, Kiki Martin, and Diego Vasquez. Now, looking at this, they are currently down in 15th, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in class. So last time out, winners not doing too well in qualification so far, Pete.
No, and we have to remember that this is not a short race by any means. This is 6 hours of Monza. It almost, you could argue, doesn't matter about your grid slot, because so many people are going to have so many problems as you go through this race, through pit stops, etc. You can grid at the back and win.
Yeah, as much as I hate to agree with you, if you remember from the P1s last time out, we saw that from RSR Esports started in pit lane and ended up winning the race. So, yeah, qualification's not everything, but it can, especially in this pack GT field, it can get you up the front and out of trouble rather than in that mid-pack where everybody's trying to get everything in the first 3 corners.
Yeah, GTs that are the wasps of this little enterprise. They get in each other's way, they annoy each other. If you're at the front of that queue and you've got the speed to stay at the front, and that's the critical bit, then you will avoid a whole load of trouble. Likewise, if you're mid-pack and you let the wasps go for a little while, you'll avoid some crashes in a different way. But yeah, the door banging, it's not good for an endurance race right at the start. It's great for the entertainment value, but I wouldn't expect them to be finishing if they're going to go at it like they've done in previous races before.
No, that's right. Like you say, a 6-hour race. Normally, if you can get your car over the line at the end of 6 hours, you will get a good result out of it, because there will inevitably be accidents. This track, as we just said, especially the chicanes, everything concertina's up, and drivers, have to be looking forwards, looking backwards, looking sideways. They really have to be aware of what's going on in and around them. So getting towards the end of this qualifying session, before we get the P2s out on track, we've got N-Race Esports currently sitting on pole position, SK Motorsports second, and the Full Send Racing 397 with Harley Horton on board is currently up there in 3rd place. So a little bit better than last time we spoke about him.
Yeah, there's a bit of shuffling going on at the moment. Everybody's starting to settle their times down. Some good improvements, though. The time that N-Race has posted is highly competitive. Sorry, go on.
No, I was literally just going to say I do like to keep a close eye on the GTM class, as I properly sort of class myself as an AM driver in anything I do. And it's nice to see one of the AM drivers there, Philip Madsen, for Lithium Motorsports, up there in 5th overall.
Yeah, and we had that again last time, but I don't remember that was the actual team that pulled off that move, as in getting up into the pro so high. I mean, they're 5th in line, and obviously first of the AM car. That's a pretty good time as well, 146.370.
That certainly is. And people can get better during the season, obviously. I know Sam, if I get this wrong, I'm sure he'll correct me, but I think at some point at the start of the season, the classes are sorted out by current I rating. And then, we know how easy it is to gain and lose I rating through a season. But, that's the best way to do it, in my opinion. So, some of these drivers that are in an AM team can quite easily hold their own with the pros.
Yeah, and we know that I rating can be a deceptive little beast at the best of times. You often end up in a series with someone with a 1300 I rating who just blasts their way straight through the field and is a master at whatever track it is, and got tanked for I rating in a few other races previous to it. So yeah, I mean, the drivers for Lithium are clearly very capable. German sim racing's not too far behind them, to be fair. Only 0.2 of a second, or less than 0.2 of a second on their quali lap. It's a little bit of a drop down at Team Motorsport Dreams in the AM class on 146.8, but still competitive.
About 5 minutes to go, as we just see a shot there from the old oval track, which if you haven't driven, please have a go at it. It is fantastic. And what were you talking about iRating there, Pete? You know, we do like to look at people's iRating and things like that. And believe it or not, viewers, we have found somebody who had an iRating of 7, and we've checked them again this week, and they've done really, really well and gone down to 3. So if anybody can beat that, please let us know.
It is an epic performance. It must be equally as hard to do that as it is to get a 10k I rating.
I think there's something going on there, isn't there? Anyway, back to qualifying. Let's not digress too much. We've got 4 minutes left in this session. Full Send Racing, who we're keeping an eye on purely because they won last time out. They've now dropped down to 4th. N-Race Esports are still up there with a 0.2 of a second gap. So they're doing really well. I've just seen SK Motorsports, so second and third, now doing another outlap. So last chance saloon to grab that prestigious pole position.
A lot of tyre warming going on from Rafael Russo there in the L1 Esports car. Not sure that has much of an effect, but I don't really drive the GTE cars too much.
No, but a lot of it can be in your head. You know, if you think you're warming your tyres up, you know, your tyres will be warmer, and then you can go from 17th to 1st in the first corner.
Yeah, that's not the way it works for me, but never mind. Yep, he's now approaching the straight that goes under the bridge and into the chicane. This is the one with the rumble bumpers that you were talking about before.
Yeah, they are absolutely awful. I don't know how these GT cars handle them. Obviously, we're used to driving the mighty V8, and they don't handle them particularly well.
Yeah, he's putting a good wiggle on it as well, isn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, coming out of that last chicane, I find you can take a lot of extra track before you get any 1Xs. But if you get any kind of tyres on the bit of grass that's out there, it'll spit you off onto the inside, and you'll smash your car up on the barrier on the left-hand side.
Yeah, but this is a track where you can pick up easy 1Xs, can't you? Sam, I don't know if you can refresh our memory on how the penalty system works with incident points.
Yes, for today they have 30 incident points allowed before the pit lane penalty, and then every 10 incidents they will receive another pit lane penalty, and when they reach 60 incidents they will lose points in the championship.
Excellent. Seems harsh, but it does. It is an attempt to keep the racing clean. And Sam, what are you expecting from today? Do you think we're going to have carnage, or do you think we're going to, last time out the racing standards were a hell of a lot better? Do you think the drivers will take that on board and we'll see another decent race this week?
Yeah, I hope so. The first corners will be tricky, especially for the GTs, because there will be 20, 21 cars. For the first chicane, we all know that the first one at Monza is pretty tricky, especially with a big field. But yeah, I think we'll still have some good battles. The guys shown in the past that they can handle 6 battles between each other. So I hope we'll have that today.
Yeah, I think the GT racing has, for closeness and battling, it's been exceptional. These guys just go at it, hammer and tong, and you never know quite what's going to happen. They're now coming towards the end of their qualifying session. We're into the last minute. The P2 cars have been told that they can line up at the end of the pit straight, ready to go. So we've currently still got N-Race Esports sitting on pole, SK Motorsports second, and L1 Esports in third. We've still got quite a few cars out on the track trying to finish their last lap.
Yeah, because as the P2 starts, they outlap the GTs that cross the line before the 20-minute marks can finish the lap. So
yeah, so the P2s have just been released. So these guys are just finishing up their last laps. First and second are currently in the pit, so it's only L1 Esports that are out on track at the moment with a big chance to move up the grid.
Right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
We didn't even know you'd gone, Pete. That's how much we missed you.
I left you a message on Discord.
Oh, I don't see that.
Oh, okay.
I haven't got enough eyeballs. I need 6 eyeballs when I do this.
I know. It's crazy, isn't it? Especially when the GT cars are out. Go cross-eyed watching these guys. So, yeah, we're approaching the end of the session.
I'm assuming this is a final lap. I believe they got to the line before the end of the 20 minutes. We'll find out very, very shortly.
In theory, they've got the most evolved track, so they should have the most grip of anybody that's put a lap in.
Let's see if they can move up.
Yeah, 2 yellow, 2 green, and 1 yellow for the last one. Not improved the time.
Yeah, no improvement there. So let's quickly run through the result of the qualifying session for the GTs. So N-Race Esports take pole. SK Motorsports second, L1 Esports third, Full Send Racing 397 in fourth, IES Sim Racing Schweiz in fifth, Lithium Motorsports come in sixth, Overdrive Performance GT1 in seventh, German Sim Racing #Friends EEC in eighth, R3T Racing Pro in ninth, and German Sim Racing Magenta in 10th. So we have the P2s out on the track now. Now these guys will be, let's talk to Sam about these P2s. You've done a lot of racing with the P2s. These guys, firstly, how long does it take their tyres to come in? When are we going to see proper pace laps from them?
Yeah, I reckon 2 laps to get the best of the tyres. The track temp is pretty hot today, so maybe the first one can be okay, especially at Monza where you don't really have loads of big turns, except the curve we are actually watching. Maybe the first lap, but yeah, I reckon the second will be faster.
And we're currently watching Daniel Crossley from Paceworks Esports Cobalt. That's a strange colour. It didn't look like the HPD was handling the bumps too well. Is that a feature of this car, Sam, or can you get it set up to ride over those curbs?
It depends on the curbs. It's between the GTs and the V8, if you want comparison. On these big curves on the inside of this chicane, you have to avoid them because yeah, that's gonna damage your front or your rear.
Okay, so unfortunately, viewers, we're not going to have I'm saying we're not going to have a particularly fun race with the P2s. You never know what's going to happen, but we have only got 2 entries. So we've got, sorry, I tell a lie, we've now got 3 out.
Yeah, it's the P1s.
Sorry, it's the P1s that we've only got 2.
Yeah,
I'm reading that totally wrong.
You've got 7 cars in the P2s, and Daniel Crossley is leading all of them at the moment, so good lap from Daniel. He's obviously pushed a lot harder than everybody else. He's half a second faster on his first lap round. Yeah, these guys are very quick. They're very competitive in this little group that we've got in the Esia Endurance League at the moment.
And with this track being long straight, hard brake, long straight, hard brake, where are these faster cars going to be faster than the slower classes? Is it going to be coming out of the corners with acceleration, or is it going to be towards the end of the straights with top speed?
The P2, it's definitely at the end of the straight. They don't really have really more than the GTs on exit of the corner, just a little bit of power more. Where the P1s have the boost and they will jump out of the trajectory right after the turn and jump the GTs and the P2 at the start of the straight.
Excellent. Okay, so just carrying on our theme. So last time out, Pure Sims Racing, Dan Craft, Pete Harrod and Jamie Rushworth, they took the win. They are currently third in this qualifying session, so we'll keep an eye on them, see where they finish this. The lights are blazing on the cars. So we've got a sim time of 2:30-ish. So racing is going to start around 3 o'clock sim time. We're going to finish at 9 o'clock sim time. Please tell me this is going to finish in the dark.
I think it will, yeah. Or if it's not absolutely dark, it'll be very, very dusk.
I do enjoy a good night race. Makes it very, very difficult sometimes for us to commentate on, because all the cars look the same. But it certainly adds a different element to the race. I've said in the past, your braking points, your turning points, they all, even though they don't change, they do seem to change when darkness falls on a track. Yeah,
and you see quite a clear change in lap times. Lap times drop off a lot in the dark for obvious reasons. The track should get grippier in theory because it should go cooler and create a greater level of adhesion for your tyres. But you're right, especially on a track like Monza, it's not lit anywhere around it. It'll be a surprise to some people. I've come across cars sideways before on tracks in the dark, and it's terrifying because I don't know what I just hit, but I hit something because you just can't see them.
How do you go around a track and come across yourself then? So I just had a quick look at the track temperature, and as you can imagine, middle of the afternoon in Italy, we have a track temperature of 120 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oof, that is very hot.
So the track is probably now at its slipperiest. And hopefully as the afternoon wears on and the temperatures come down, we'll keep an eye on it for you. And the grip level should go up for these guys.
Although you wouldn't believe they were lacking in grip, even in the GTs, they weren't looking like they were losing it. Must be the number of practice laps that these guys put down.
Yeah, I think practice laps, like you say, you get a bit of rubber on the track as the practice session and then the qualifying sessions unfold. Tweaks to the setup as well. Racing in Europe, I know we don't have the best of weather, but we do tend to have some nice summers. So we have to get used to these hot track temperatures.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's getting nice and competitive at the top of this set now. So our lead time is a 1:38.055. And our second place guys at the N-Race Esports Platinum team are on a 1:38.085. So that's 300ths of a second separating the first two cars.
Yeah, that's always good to see. That should bode well for the race. I always chuckle at these cars. It just looks like they should have a passenger in them.
I know. I don't understand it. I really don't.
I would at least put a crash test dummy in it or something, just to make it look right.
or someone like in the rally cars who's doing the timings for them. But all they're doing is going turn left, turn right, turn left, turn right. Busiest person in the world.
You could have an in-car spotter.
Yeah. But you won't be able to see what's behind him.
So currently we are on board with Pedro Ramada from Ramada Motorsports LMP2 team. Let's hope, Sam, we stay on board for a whole lap. See how this car handles the lumps on the chicanes. This one I always find tricky. You can take a lot on that first turn, but then you've got that awful sausage curve on the left, on the next part of it.
Yeah, I always get caught out because I don't leave it long enough to get back on the gas. This turn is brutal if you start getting drifting outwards and you start braking under the bridge or just after in these guys' cases because they're better than me.
Yeah, that chicane's not too bad. There he goes into the Lesbos. These are deceiving corners. You can carry so much more speed than you actually think you can through here.
Yeah, you kind of coast through the second one, let the car carry itself through it and get on the gas as near to the apex as you can.
And then this is the chicane that I like the least.
I'm alright with this one actually. It's taken a long time to get it acceptable. Wouldn't say it's ever good.
It always, for me, I carry too much speed in there. It looks like it's wide open until you get there, and then it's like, actually, no, it's not. But then it's too late.
Tightens up on you. Very.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Coming up to Diabolica. That's a nice line through there.
It's got a lot of wheel spin by the sound of its tyres.
Yeah, but that was a lovely line. Cut the track, shortest possible distance.
And he's bettered his time.
He certainly has.
So that's a 1:38.046 now. And it's a good job he did that as well, because Paceworks Esports Cobalt put in a 1:38.05.
Yeah, they just increase. They come in with a better time as well. So there's 9 thousandths of a second between those two cars.
Unbelievable, isn't it? And there's only 1 second that covers all 7 of these P2 cars at the moment.
Yeah, even the third place team, they're only 400ths off of pole.
Yeah, I don't remember this Paceworks Esport Cobalt car out last time.
No, I can't remember seeing it.
Yeah, they changed the name of the team and the livery. It was the Oriental Racing.
Oh, yes it was.
Aha. So they're just trying to do that to trick us.
Well, I remember the names of the people, but I don't remember the team names, so that explains that.
So currently we're looking at David Nabon from N-Race Esports Platinum. Held pole position for a little while, so interesting to see whether he can get a decent lap in and see if he can find those 400ths of a second that he is behind pole.
No, he's on a fast lap at the minute. He's on a racing lap.
Yeah, he's certainly using all the track.
Trying to see when his times start ticking through.
So winner from last time out, Pure Sims Racing. They're slightly off the pace. I say off the pace loosely. They're only 0.3 off of pole, but that's a bit of a big gap in this class at the moment.
Yeah, you do want to be out front in this class, and in the P1s. Track positions everything, because overtaking is remarkably difficult. You usually use a slower car as a pick in order to get an advantage. Or wait for a mistake, because the performance of the cars, I mean, look at the times, they're so similar. Getting alongside is all about drafting.
Yeah, we're currently watching Pete Harrod in the Pure Sims Racing car. I think this is his out lap. He certainly didn't get a time if he'd done a previous lap.
Oh, he's a bit squirrely going into Lesbo 1. No, Lesbo 2, sorry.
Actually, I think this is a racing lap.
He's certainly giving it some beans because he's charging the corners quite a lot.
Yeah, you can make up so much time here through Diabolica if you just get that that line right.
Yeah.
May have got a little bit of a toe there, possibly.
Well, that car in front's on an outlap and was doing a bit of swerving, so I don't think he was going to pick up much from there.
Let's have a look what he gets here. 38.3.
Yeah, not improved on his time.
No.
But it wasn't far off it. He probably looked like he was going to be to himself as he approached Diabolica.
Hopefully he's got fuel for another go. And he's definitely going to get a toe from that car in front this time.
Yeah, and that one's definitely come out of the pits because it wasn't anywhere near him before. That's the Cobalt car, isn't it? Yes, he's on an outlap, the car in front. So he should catch him, but whether he catches him in a decent place and gets a toe off him is another thing.
Yeah, he's actually got two cars in front of him.
Oh, and that's not going to help his cause at the minute.
Well, that may not have affected him. That's Daniel Crossley probably just pushing it too hard on cold tyres.
Yeah, I would think so. Just goes to show that how slick the track is. But then again, you get down to those speeds in cars like this, you've got no downforce, have you? Because downforce is all about moving fast.
Exactly, yes.
So the slower you go, the less downforce you get because there's no air pushing your car into the track.
And that's something that sometimes takes a while to get your head round. Go faster to have more grip.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive, isn't it?
It certainly is. Right, here we go. Let's see his time this time. He didn't register a time.
Must have got an X.
Yeah, there's a 1X there somewhere.
I think it looked like he went very, very wide at Lesmo 1 when Mr. Crossley decided to spin his car. Oh, and there's a bit of...
That's not going to help him either.
No.
So we've got just over 3 minutes left for the P2 qualifying.
Yep. Whoever that was diving for the pits has had enough. Can't improve on their time. Masked Devils Esports cars parked it after the start-finish straight. Or start-finish line, sorry. We've only got two cars still out on track. One's just come out of pits. Or was that the Masked Devils Esports car? Oh no, there's a couple coming back out again.
Yeah, Pure Sims and Masked Devils have just come out again.
So Pedro Ramada.
Paceworks are on laps. TCR have just come out of the pits. So looks like they're all going to have a last hurrah.
These two helping each other out. I can't believe that had happened. Although it wouldn't be a bad idea if they did help one another out.
Yeah, Pete Harrod had a dodgy start to the lap though, didn't he?
Yeah.
So he may just be chasing time at the moment. So we've just had it from race direction that the P1s are now lining up in pit lane. So they will be out very shortly. Bear in mind there's only two of them. So if we take one each, Pete, we can't get it wrong.
Oh, I can still get things like that wrong, don't you worry. I've not had the name challenge yet.
That is a good thing about the endurance racing, that if there is some challenging name, shall we say, we just use the team name.
Yeah. So these guys must be gearing up for another lap if he's tyre warming. They've got 40 seconds.
Yeah, this must be lap 4 of his run, though. So
Yeah.
although he'll be very light on fuel, his tyres won't be at their best.
No, and the Masked Devils esports car has got out of the way because he had a terrible parabolica. So he's going to tuck back in behind the Pure Sims, racing car. Oh, that's a bit wide there and a lot of gravel. I think these guys are just going to hold each other up now.
Yeah. Masked Devils are obviously trying to get the tow, but at some point they're going to get the overspeed and they'll either have to go for it or just back off and lose time.
Yeah, and if they did go for it, then they're going to slow both cars down.
Yeah, so into the Lesbos.
He's got a huge amount of overspeed at the minute. That master. Oh, that's why.
He's backed out there, Pete Harrod. He's obviously looking at his time delta and he's a long way off where he should be.
P1s are okay to go now.
This lap hasn't looked particularly quick, but sometimes they're the deceiving ones.
Yeah, I can't believe that he's improving his time based on what he got in terms of track position behind.
Yeah, they're currently sat in 5th position.
He's boxed the car.
Yeah, so again, he was obviously looking at his time delta there and decided that, no, I'm not going to get any better.
Mm-hmm.
Which was pretty obvious. We should have thought of that because he did back out of it on the start-finish straight, didn't he?
Yeah, so while we watch the P1s on track, I'll go through the P2 finishing positions. So Pedro Ramada with Ramada Motorsports LMP2 team will take the pole position slot for P2. Daniel Crossley and the Paceworks Esports Cobalt team in second. NRace Esports Platinum, it was in third with David Narbonne behind the wheel. Pure Sims Racing Pete Harrod, who we were watching just before, will take fourth. Marcos Alacon Gonzalez in Masked Devils Esports in fifth. Nathaniel Schramm in TCR in sixth. And Julian Ogen in German Sim Racing Green in seventh.
Okay, so into the P1 qualifying. Now, unfortunately, our winners from last time out, RSR Esports, are not with us. So we have IES Sim Racing Schweiz, who were... Depends whether you want to be nice or nasty. We can say they were 6th last time out, or last.
Yeah.
And we've also got Esports Performance Racing, who were 5th or 2nd from last. So these guys are going to bag themselves a load of points if they finish this race and don't get penalised too heavily.
Quick question for your tech, Clyde. Are these guys showing on your track map? They're just showing now.
Yes, just.
Yeah. Must be their first racing lap then. So the difference in time between the previous two classes, the GT's fastest time was 1:45.879 and the P2's got a 1:37.926. So 8 seconds a lap is what they had, and these guys are around about, at the minute, 5 seconds faster than the P2s. And we've got 3 cars on track.
Ooh. So we have.
Yeah, my eyes do not.
Racing team. So are you able to run us through any pit lane starts at the moment, Pete? Do you have that information?
I think I've only got one on the screen at the minute, and it's for car 469, which is actually car 69, who had an incorrect car number issued. So that's car 69. We'll start from pit lane.
So these 3 guys in this class are all on different parts of the track. So they are doing this qualifying on pure standalone speed. They're currently not getting any draft from any other cars.
I don't know how much effect draft has on these vehicles because they are sheer power, aren't they? Sheer power and downforce.
Admittedly, I've never driven one, so I don't know a great deal about them. I know there's lots of electronic gizmos on them, which puts me off straight away because that means there's too many buttons to press.
And who's driving the car? Is the car driving the car?
Yes. So that's, oh yes, let's do this boosty thing. Oh no, that's the pit lane limiter.
Yeah, that's definitely what I'd be doing. I can't even get the headlight flashing button to work, thankfully. They are strange creatures, these cars, in terms of look, aren't they? Because they are so different to what we're used to viewing.
They certainly are, yeah.
Massive light bank on the front, which you think would be non-aerodynamic. A big, massive fin down the back of the car, which holds onto desperately that spoiler at the back. Yeah,
the big lateral fin, the fin down the middle of the car is for lateral stability. So to give it that stability through the turns that these cars take at high speed.
Yeah, and he's just wiped out another entire second off his time.
Yeah, a bit like an aeroplane with wheels.
Yeah. And you don't see a massive front splitter, do you, to hold the front down?
No, although I think the way the cars are designed, the front of that car just wants to push down anyway.
Mm. And then you are fully cockpitted in, unlike the P2 car.
Yeah, and as we said last time, if Sam gives us an onboard shot, your visibility is shocking. There's not a great deal to see. There you go. It's like looking through a burqa.
Yeah, it's turning through someone's letterbox. I mean, even looking out the side of the car, there's nothing to see, is there? There's something there, you would never know. Somebody else knows what it's like. I know, can't see the sky.
It's just full commitment.
Yes.
Turn in, it sticks a lot of the time.
Although,
I think if anything, these cars suffer more with oversteer, don't they, on exit when they put that power down?
I was going to say, you see a lot of them spinning on the exit of corners.
But to me, they always sound like a bag of nails.
Yeah. The sound between the two cars is quite different, actually, because we've got Porsches and this Audi that we're on board with at the moment. They harvest energy in different ways, and they deploy it in different ways as well. So
yeah, and don't forget they're different fuel types as well.
Oh yeah, one's diesel, isn't it?
Yeah, so the Audi is a diesel,
and this here is the petrol.
Yeah,
or aviation fuel by the sound of it.
Yeah. So bit of a time spread at the moment. So
yeah.
the racing team have got half a second over the second place IES Sim Racing, and Esports Performance Racing are 1.7 seconds down.
And only leaving the pits at the minute.
Coming up to halfway in this qualifying session. Don't forget, people, we have a rolling start. The pole position of each class is asked to give some space from the class in front to try and avoid carnage on the start. But I think, as Sam said earlier, the run down into the first chicane is that's where we're going to have to watch, and guys are going to have eyes all over the place to try and avoid some big incidents. Is there some?
Oh.
Ooh, nearly took off then.
He did. He went, did a bit of gardening on the verge, and then decided, you know what, I'll fly the rest of this.
Yeah. Oh, if I just do this jump, that'll knock all the mud off the car when I land. Sam, is there such a thing as a safety car in this series?
No safety car in this race.
Okay.
The way iRacing and their safety car in road racing is not the best, so yeah, no safety car.
So, if the track gets blocked, the track gets blocked.
Mm-hmm.
Drivers will have to sort themselves out, escape to the pits, or do what they can, and if they're still there when the other cars come round, I'm shutting my eyes.
Yeah. And do we get any free repairs, Sam?
No free repairs. If you
So fully punished then, yeah?
yeah, exactly. If you broke the car is broken.
Yeah.
He's harsh, isn't he, Pete? Very harsh.
Well, it's realistic, isn't it? I know that in order to make some leagues more palatable and more forgiving, a number of different variations of free repairs are available. But I suppose the purists will want exactly what the real life is like, which is if you break your car, you fix it. Or if you break it too much, you take it off the track.
Or in the case of Jamie Jeffrey, if you break your car, you give it to Clyde to fix.
We did that all in the past. I don't remember if it was last season or the first one, but yeah, people asked for more fast repairs in this series. So.
Which would have been a great request up until the point when they first crash their first car. And then they'll want a free repair.
I get what you guys are saying about, making it as realistic as possible. I just find that, not that I'm a practicer, as we all know, I'm a arrive and drive, but some people spend hours and hours and hours and hours practicing, and then the first corner they get taken out by someone like me who's arrive and drive, and all that practice has gone for nothing. I would like to see something like everybody has a fast repair available on lap 1, but at the end of lap 1 it's taken away, so if you didn't need it, you didn't need it, and you don't get it again.
Yeah, that makes it fair. Then it gives the practices time to get off down the track and out of the danger zone.
But each series is different, and that's why we've got such a diverse community on iRacing. Other racing simulators are available. Oh shit, no, I'm not working for the BBC, am I?
So, in terms of times, we are Gold Sim Racing Team LMP1 with Marius Danhausen at the wheel. Have recorded a 131.328. Then we've got IES Sim Racing Schweiz LMP1 car with Kevin Ott behind the wheel, who has posted a time of 131.886, so half a second there. And then Esports Performance Racing OPC, don't know what that bit is, with Jus Bourgogne has posted 2 seconds slower at 133. Oh, it's 1.5 seconds. 133.086.
Yeah, those times haven't really changed. So let's have a quick look at the track details. Track has actually dropped 3 degrees, so we're now down to 117 Fahrenheit, which is still
red up. Yeah. I don't think I've ever driven on the track at 120 on iRacing before. That's.
I think I may have done a couple of NASCAR races at that heat. I don't think I've done a road race.
No. So these guys are reasonably close on the track to one another at the moment.
They have seemed to have sort of closed up a tad from where they were.
So hopefully we'll get to see if a tow is worth anything at all. He was very late on the gas coming out of there, wasn't he?
And there was a lot of short shift in there as well. It sounded like it.
Yep, and he's dropped off the back of the two in front. The two in front are quite close together.
Yeah, Kevin Ott must be getting a tow. Must be.
How far behind him is he? Half a second?
Yeah, but on track he is nearly in his wheel tracks.
I think our cameraman's gone for some water. Oh, and the gold car has gone through the kitty litter. That's not going to help anything, including the next lap he goes on, probably.
Yeah, so we're just ticking over into the last 5 minutes of this qualifying session. So, have we got any improvement anywhere yet? No.
No, yeah.
Esports, yeah, they have taken 2/10 off of their time, haven't they?
They have, yeah. A 132.840. These guys are just going the gold sim racing, gold racing team. Are just starting off on a racing lap now. See what they can do with no tow and wholly independent. So we'll dive around this corner that seems to last far too long for anybody else.
Curva Grande.
Ah, yes. Big curve.
Yeah.
Then we head down here towards... is that Lesmo 1? Yep.
Yeah.
You can go a little bit wide there, but if you get on that green AstroTurf stuff, it'll make it feel like you're on ice. That was Lesmo 2, and you can do a little bit of that there, but you really want to hug the inside apex on that one. Our cameraman's returned.
Into the chicane of death.
Yeah.
I've just named that one.
Yeah, well done. That was a good line through there, to be fair.
I think he was wide on the way out. I don't know whether he was just within track limits or not. I know there is a little bit out there, isn't there?
Yeah, you can be pretty greedy on that one, to be fair. And then Diabolica.
Let's see if he beats his time. He certainly did. He took a 10
oh my word. It didn't look like he was trying.
No.
So 131.240.
So he's got nearly half a second now. There you go. Cameraman's back. Here's Kevin Ott. Seeing if he can improve his time.
I don't think he's going to catch Marius Dannhausen in that gold racing team's time. Because this is the other type of car. This is the Porsche.
So are we saying the Audi on outright pace is quicker?
That's what I was informed by Sebastian at Abruzzi. That the Audi was the one that deployed the power, or the boost rather, better.
And is that track dependent, would you say? So is it one of those things where the Audi is better on some tracks and the Porsche is better on others?
Well, in theory, it's about launch out of corners for this car, isn't it? Because once it gets up to speed, you can hear it in the rev limiter. They just sit on the top of the rev limiter. So boosting out of corners is where you're going to get your time. I think overall top speed, they're probably the same. Unless Sam knows any different.
No, I think that's globally what you say, Pete.
Yeah. I have driven one of these before, and I don't know which one it was. I think it was the Porsche. And I'm a bit like you, Clyde. It's not the car for me. I can understand why people like it. It's got its own individual challenges, but I couldn't get the grip of all the buttons and gizmos and gadgets and everything else that you've got to get aligned with it.
Yeah, I have enough trouble with coordination doing the steering wheel and the pedals without having to press buttons and everything else you have to do in this car.
I remember me and you doing I think it was Indianapolis or something like that, or Daytona, and you were like, right, when you get down to this point, you need to move your track bar, and I was like, do what? I need a button for that.
Yeah.
So we've got a couple of purple sectors on this guy's previous lap, but I don't know what he's going to record this time. I don't think there was any improvement made.
So the checkered flag is out for this qualifying session.
Yep, and there is nobody else now on track at all. So we have finished P1s. In the following order, Marius Danhausen for Gold Racing Team LMP1 in the Audi with a time of 1:31.240. That's a good, well, call it 7 seconds faster than the P2s. In second place is Kevin Ott in IES SimRacing Schweiz LMP1, who's done a 1:31.696. So call that 0.5 slower. And then finally, Esports Performance Racing with Jules Bourgogne recorded a time of 1:32.454 and will start third.
Excellent. Thanks for that rundown, Pete. So we just waiting for the session to run down. Then we'll click over to the race session. Cars will grid. We will have I can't remember for the life of me how long the pace lap is round here. I don't know if they start halfway round.
And they start in the back straight before the scary chicane, yeah.
Right.
Just after the last one.
They've got to get through the chicane of death at slow speed, side by side.
Yep.
So that could be interesting. I don't know about you, Pete. I just hope and pray that these guys and girls, if we've got any lady racers, I just hope and pray that they behave themselves on the first lap. They realise it's a 6-hour race, and they're not going to win it on the first chicane.
No, and in previous races they have been fairly well behaved, to be honest. On lap 1, it's lap 2 when they were wiping each other out in GTs.
Yeah, I think last time out we was all sort of sat there squinting, please don't crash, please, and it just went so cleanly. We was all sat there in stunned silence for a little while.
Yeah, we were expecting all sorts of pile-ups and action. It was definitely not disappointing because that came in later, but no, it was good. Last time was far better than was it Suzuka, where that was just a crash fest.
Okay, so the cars are starting to grid. Marius Danhausen will lead the grid. That's a fantastic shot.
Certainly is.
I've got all sorts of weird things going on them little coloured bars that you've got telling you what's happening.
Yeah.
I've got reds and oranges and greens and all sorts going on at the moment. Good job I'm not in a car. Just before the race starts, I actually watched a racing series, and I can't remember which one it was, but they get somebody to drive the pace car, which is very
right.
good.
Didn't know you had the option to do that.
Well, it's not really an option, but you can fudge your way around it.
Yeah, you can have different car and have someone to drive.
You can change the car. But yeah, that just it was something a bit different that I'd not seen before, so that was very good.
Yeah, I saw that on the Abruzzi or GP Sim Racing. I don't remember the name of the V8 series, but they are doing this. They introduced safety cars, and it's someone driving the safety cars.
There we go.
Yeah.
Lights are going to come on red soon.
Safety cars away.
Yep.
And here we go.
Yeah, one thing to remember for the start, they have to wait a certain waiting zone, start zone, sorry. They can just mash it when light comes green. The P1 will
Right.
be rather the same, but the P2 and the GTs will have to wait to get in the front straight to start racing.
Okay. So our 3 P1s head out of the Ascari curves and head towards Parabolica.
Yeah,
So they're,
P2s are giving them space, which is good. The angry pack of GTs.
That's a good view as well.
That is, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those GT drivers there going, yeah, I can get them P1s by turn 1.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll see the pace car pull in. Easy, Tiger.
Mhm.
And
Oh, he's
green,
gone.
green.
Got the gold racing team, caught them all napping there.
And here's the P2 class.
They're gone now.
away.
Have a good watch of these going through that first chicane. There's an overtake at the back there.
Oh, pure Sims.
Ooh. Oh, they were very close, but they managed it. Well done, boys. And here we go.
Here's the Wasps.
There's the rabble now.
8 wide.
I can't believe they're all going to get around here.
Not heard any contact.
No.
Well done, everybody.
Yeah, a miracle. So SK Motorsports has just taken the lead, I think, because they weren't holding it at pole position anyway. And Harley Horton and Full Send Racing getting well, it's that GT Ford GT that's making
Yeah,
it backwards.
did they get a slowdown?
Yeah, they must have a slowdown because they are pretty slow.
Yeah. And we know what it's like, first lap slowdowns, they just take forever.
Yeah, especially when you've got 30 cars going past you.
Yeah.
My timing tower's going mad at the minute.
Yeah.
It thinks the P1s are in the middle of the AMs for GT, which clearly is not right.
The GT racing is fantastic. It's so close.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, look at these two side by side. Advantage has got to be with the Porsche.
Yeah. Yeah. As a driver, what you want to do is just settle down and get into your rhythm. But when you're in this massive pack of GT cars, it's so difficult to do.
Well, you've not got very much spare track to be on, have you? So.
See a move in the background there.
You can see moves on in background and foreground. That Porsche is doing very well here with Martin Brabich.
So the Ford GT obviously back up to speed now.
There's a number of different lines going on with these 3 BMWs here. Justin Holtz in the WS Racing Esports yellow car. Just stuck his nose out, ready for an overtake at the chicane ahead. And he's made that work.
Yeah, you need some help from the other driver on that.
Yeah, it's easy to turn in and
Yeah, and then go, oh, didn't see you, mate, sorry.
yeah, even though your spotter's been shouting at you for the last 30 seconds. So
yeah, we've got nothing moving in the P1 class. P2's Pure Sims and N-Race Esports are having a fantastic battle. They keep swapping places.
David Narbonne, making his way through there. Yep.
That could be one of those battles that we like that go on for the whole race.
Yeah, I think it will be as well. Pure Sims was very competitive last time out with somebody, and I fail to remember who it was now. But there's the Wasps, and everybody's overtaking everybody. So, is that Harley Horton? Yep.
Yeah, we see.
Getting done.
Yeah, we see Harley was very, very competitive, wasn't he, last time out?
Yeah, absolutely.
They seem to struggle in qualifying here.
Well, he's not happy about something.
He's doing the light flash.
And bouncing over that curve. Into Lesmo 1. He's right with him. He's going to take that position back, isn't he?
I think so.
Lesmo 2, he's pushing him around the corner, basically. Both cars got a really good exit from there.
Just wait for my timing tower to sort itself out.
Yeah, give it another day or two.
I've got a P1. All of the P1s dropping down the board at the moment.
Don't believe it. Here we go. So can Harley Horton get back on terms with this BMW enough to get past him on the start-finish? He's going to need a very good parabolica.
Unless all three of them have taken each other out.
Nah, not possible. So who comes out on top out of this little battle? There's two BMWs behind, they're getting a bit fighty as well. He's nowhere near him at the moment. Don't think that. Oh, although that's a lot of defensive driving from the BMW.
Yeah.
That was Rafael Russo. Harley's not going to be able to do this unless he manages to stuff it in here. Not going to have any drive there though.
And that BMW is 37 feet wide anyway.
Yeah, it is the widest car on the network, isn't it? It's just massive. This is a fantastic battle this early on, isn't it? And it's all been very, very disciplined. Whoa, that BMW got bounced right out then. He's going to be oh, he's not going to be a victim. Oh.
Little nose in there.
Yep. And you don't want to be on the inside here because you've got no drive. Although he's done it, but I think the BMW gave him. Look at this behind as well. They've slowed each other up now. It's a car park. Full send racing car gets back on the racing line. These two BMWs side by side. He's managed to maintain his position there.
This is when your spotter is saying, oh, I quit.
Everything, everywhere.
You're 8 wide, you're in the middle, you're on your roof.
That was an optimistic look from Rafael Russo in the L1 eSports car.
I think Harley did very well there. He was, I didn't see anything wrong with the move, but he was clearly unhappy with the move from the light flashing, and it would have been very easy for him just to give him a little nudge, get him out of the way, but he got there.
Yeah, he drove defensive into the chicane here.
But these two are slowing slowing each other up, aren't they?
Oh, yeah.
The rest of the field is right behind them.
Got a replay here. Marian Brabach, R3T car, has tagged the back of the Porsche there. Oh no,
Yeah.
that is him getting tagged, sorry.
That wasn't very pretty.
No. Is that German Team Racing Magenta in that car? Can't remember which one that is now, the BMW. But he's back on the road and still circulating, which is good. Okay, P1s appear to be back at the top of the timing towers, which makes sense.
Yep, that sorted itself out.
Gold Racing Team has got out written next to it, but that can't be right. Oh, we got a flasher.
Yeah, we have a flasher.
Mastavel's esports car. This is Marcos Alajon Gonzalez. He's pulled over, he's obviously being told. Sort your connection out.
Looks like we've got two distinct battles in this P2 class.
Yes, definitely. As everyone piles into this Scari. Curves here. Chicane of death.
The chicane of death.
Bit of a replay of track. It's good.
Yeah, the nice
Great.
tree there on the left.
Yeah, like it.
Wave to the crowd. A couple of nice light poles there. Oh, and there's a car. So this is Dennis Pickbrenner in the German sim racing hashtag Friends EEC car that we are looking at in the middle of an angry pack.
That was wild. I lost everything for a minute.
Well, I
After
can
being on the
assure
same
you we
one.
are still here.
Yep. Justin Holtz, are we watching? Hopefully.
We certainly are.
Okay, he's getting a bit
He's-
fighty behind the
yeah,
Ferrari in
make a
front of
move
him.
on that Ferrari, I believe. Ferrari's going defensive. Sweep round the yes. Well done. Little wiggle.
Mm-hmm. It's a very technical paint scheme on the Ferrari just behind him, isn't it?
Yes.
Which is Denu Sim Racing Rainbow's car.
It's colourful.
Yep. Andre Pesha behind the wheel there.
You certainly wouldn't miss it in your mirror, would you?
No, it might do something to your brain, but it also looks to me that the paint job on that car means that it's got no rear lights. But never mind.
Right, so we've got P2s now passing some GT cars.
Yep, the P1s have already been through this, so this is just the second time that the GTs will have put up with faster cars going through their field.
So David Narbonne, they're being chased by Pete Harrod. When I say chased, they were a lot closer, so he's pulled a little bit of a gap. And I think I don't know if they had a battle or something, but the other cars seem to have closed that gap on them.
Yeah, very much so. These 5 cars, I think it is, are very close together now. I think traffic will have had a massive part to play in that.
And I'd appreciate it if Sam would stop showing the back of the Ford GT, because every time he does, I lose a little bit of love for it.
Lost a little bit of love for the pig from Angry Birds. Did they forget to design the back or not?
It certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Still a fantastic looking car from the front.
Yeah, the front is infinitely better than the back, yeah. So that job done. He's got his position there. Guillaume Jabard in the Ford GT for N-Race Esports.
Well done, son. He's going to have to defend it.
He is, and he was on the front row at the start of the race, so he's going to... Oh, dear.
Oh, that was close.
That really was.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he had a massive slowdown on that first lap.
Yep. Worst place to get it, isn't it, when there's everybody's so close together? 'Cause
Yeah.
you give up a whole bunch of positions. Here we go, another overtake coming from Rafael Russo, or is he the one being overtaken? He's the one getting flashed at by German sim racing friends right behind him.
BMW is a very, very popular car in this GT field.
Yep. And isn't there another BMW coming to the race?
Yeah, so the
Over.
M4 GT4 is coming in the build next week.
Should be good. Can say goodbye to my disposable income next week then. Marian Brabec in the R3T Racing Pro car. Getting around. Is he the one going around the outside there? Yeah, of Julien Jean in the Apex Aviation Racing Ferrari. And here comes some P2s. Well, one P2 at least.
Is that the P2 leader?
Ramada. Yes.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, Pedro
Yeah.
Ramada is the P2 leader. He's got a hell of a gap.
He certainly does. He's checked
Although
out.
I just look, just see in the background. There's 1, 2, 3, 4,
5. There's one a
five
little
of
bit
them
further back. Yep.
together.
Yep. Trying to make the way through the GT field here. And this is where it could all end terribly for anybody if they're not disciplined. It's odd, isn't it? There's no continuity. Some stay on the racing line, some leave the racing line.
Yeah.
So as the overtaking car, what you're supposed to be looking at, especially when they're doing this in front of you.
Yeah, you're expecting the car to stay on the racing line, and then when they don't, that's when accidents happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was a very forceful overtake from Dennis.
Oh, that's David Narbonne off.
Oh, he was our leader, wasn't he?
Got some big damage, I think.
Oh, dear.
He's clipped the grass there, although...
Yeah.
So Pete Harrod was behind him. So Pete Harrod got in front of him somehow,
Yep.
and then he put a wheel on the grass.
He must have got him in front of him in traffic. I don't know how fragile these HPDs are. I can't remember. We used to race them, didn't we?
Oh, yeah, very.
Yeah, I think they just made a tinfoil. So that's the Gold Team Racing P1 going past there. That was Adrian Tommy in the Porsche getting overtaken, I think, by Dennis Schroeder in Overdrive Performance GT. There we go. Off to do another lap.
I think we may see David Narbonne come into the pits. It just looked weird when he was trucking across the grass there, and the car just turned left.
Yeah,
And he hit that barrier.
Yeah, he was all on his own. Bless him. Nobody else to blame on that one. We've got some very close battles through this GT field. We've got Roger Schmucki, who's... this isn't the battle I was thinking about. Ah, there we go. Right, there he is. He's right on the back of the car in front now, which is Justin Holtz. And so this is a pro car chasing down an AM car. He seems to have a bit of overspeed here as well.
Yeah, and then throw into the mix the P2 leader.
Yep, who's right on the tail.
There's João Madeira. Flashy light.
Getting his toe, if you can get one off a car like that. And back with Dennis Schroeder, who's about to get overtaken.
There's this, the Porsche.
Yeah.
Oh, that looked like a thick gaggle of cars there.
Did, and so does this. Look at all them behind these guys.
Yeah.
These guys fight it out.
Pete
Oh,
Harrod,
yeah.
two. Should be alright going all the way around the outside.
Oh, that's a very unhappy car.
That's,
I think he's only got 3 wheels on his wagon.
yeah. I think in our RF2 days, there was a team called Crab Crust Motorsport.
Whoa.
Hey, was that the accident?
I think
Or
it was.
that because of the accident?
Oh, maybe.
No, I think that was the accident.
So what's happened? Oh, he's bailed out because he was going to absolutely mash that Ferrari if he didn't. So, good choice. Just taking himself out. He's now limping around the track. That was a really heavy impact.
Yeah, that's going to be a hefty repair bill, I think.
It is. Oh. We're going to do a bit of slow driving to try and shed the penalty for cutting that corner. And then get back on the gas again. So that was Kevin Ott in IES SimRacing Schweiz car in 2nd place. He's got a 9-second lead over the car behind him. And he's got an acre of space in front of him, 13 seconds to the leader. But it's all happening here in GT. This is Justin Holtz in WS Racing Esports Yellow's car, who's trying to get back at Roger Schmucki, who's just taken a position. We did see that.
Yeah, that's a change, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, we did see it earlier, but there was so much going on.
I'm guessing the draft on the front straight is so big that these guys could just overtake each other at will.
Yeah, it's such a long straight as well.
Yeah, Pete Harrod there in the P2's got himself stuck behind these 3 GTs.
He's going to have to be careful here, man. These guys
Yeah, he was very tentative pulling out there by the looks of it, but he did well.
Yeah. And he's got to be careful. So in that situation there, when you're looking at your relative, before he'd overtaken the first of those cars, he wouldn't show for the front car in that train.
Yeah,
and that's where you can get surprised. That Mass Devils Esports car's not got anywhere to go here. He's got a roadblock in front of him.
I honestly thought he was going to thread the needle then.
Yeah.
Whoa, that was quick.
Yeah.
That looked like he carried too much speed in there.
Yeah, Dennis Schroeder
That'll be a
with the
slow
overdrive
down.
performance. Yeah. Those BMWs aren't far away either. Well, it's all happening on this little bit of tarmac here.
Yeah, as it does so often with this multi-class racing. You get all the different classes all want the same piece of track at the same time.
I've gone scenic again for some reason.
A couple of Porsches battling it out. A lot of speed carried there by the R3T Racing AM driver, which compromised his exit. So a relatively clear piece of track there with just 4 cars on it.
I'll take your word for it. At the minute I've only got scenic showing. Yeah. There we go, I'm back. Apologies, folks.
Rainbow car again. Being chased by Andre Pecha for the Dentsu Sim Racing. Oh, sorry, he's the Rainbow car.
Yes. He's been chased by Marian Brabich, who's been in quite a lot of.
How many lights has that Ferrari got on it?
What do you mean?
It's like a truck. No, at the front, look.
Oh yeah. It's got a full bank of lights, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like a rally car.
There's a lot of them have got like sort of 6 or 4 lights in a cluster.
That's the
Ferrari
P1 car,
seem to have gone. Do you know what? We'll just space them out all over the place.
Yeah. So is this the N-Race Esports Platinum car coming back on track after hitting the barrier earlier? And we're watching Guillaume Jabard in the N-Race Esports 4GT closing in on the back of. Is that Rafael Russo? Yeah, in the L1 Esports BMW. Where is 1 and 2 at the minute? So 1 and 2 of the GTs are quite a bit further down the road, and got a bit of a gap between them as well.
Yeah, oh, here we go. There's a move.
This is the one that we were watching the aftermath of, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's nice clean move.
Yep. Bit of damage on the front of that Porsche, on the splitter at least. And there you go again, so the BMW's way off the racing line to let these guys through. I suspect that's probably the safest option. And then slide himself right in the middle of them again. So he'll let the P2 car go in a minute. Have we got any retirees yet? I don't think we have we? Everybody's still circulating.
Yeah.
And I am going to... Oh, that's the Porsche that had quite a lot of damage at the end of the
that was
start-finish straight.
Big impact, wasn't it?
It really was, yeah. It's obviously done something bad to the suspension. He'll be in there a while, I would think. Let's have a quick look at if there are any penalties to be issued. Not at the minute. Not according to that, anyway. Right, I'm going to go and get my lunch so that in an hour I can relieve you for your lunch.
Excellent.
So I will see you very shortly. I shall mute my mic so that there's nothing back in the background. See you soon.
See you soon, Pete. So that's Pete Bingham there, off for his dinner. There's one good thing about commentating rather than racing. You can just disappear and have your dinner while the drivers are still driving. So the GTs are still angrily battling each other, as they do for the whole race, usually. Not sure my timing tower, what's going on. I've got Pedro Ramada, who we see have that off track and then some slight damage. He's finally dropping down the field for me. Apologies if that's wrong somewhere. He's still circulating, and he's in 4th place overall, which means he's still leading the class. So, not quite sure what happened there to Pedro.
No, I don't see anything for Pedro, so I think it's on your side, Clyde.
Well, I'm sure we see him earlier have an off track and then a brush with the fence, but it looked like his car was damaged. It looked like he had some suspension damage, but obviously not.
So a crash from Rafael Russo in the first chicane.
Yeah, he just took too much speed in, didn't he? Spun it round. Stay there, son. Now you're free. Go on.
was close.
That was closer than I thought it was going to be, actually. I thought he had a lot of space there to get back round. And that is a horrible feeling as a driver, you know, when you've spun your car, you're off track, and there's just an absolute train of cars coming round, and you can't get back on, and you're just watching these positions disappear.
Yeah, I can remember this from yesterday.
So P2s are still going round. I just see Pete Harrod in the Pure Sims in front of these two.
It's the cleanest start of the race we had so far.
Yeah, I must admit, I really wasn't looking forward to the start, but everybody did their job, which is good to see. As we always say, you can't win it on the first corner, but you can certainly lose it. This battle has been going for a few laps now. Everywhere you look, you see BMWs overtaking BMWs.
Yeah, there's a lot of BMW. Just showing on the time screen now.
Yeah, they must be cheap.
Yeah, looking at the brand, they must be the cheapest car.
I do think this BMW has been a good addition to the GT scene.
Yeah, and it's good coming the GT4 coming next build.
Yep, that should be out on Tuesday. I know a certain Mr. Bingham that will go straight out and buy it.
Yeah, we'll do the same. I need one for our league starting for season 3, so I'm gonna go for the PM as well.
I must admit, I'm still in love with the Porsche for the GT4s, and I probably won't get the BMW unless iRacing really ruin it and it comes out with a ton more speed and grip than the Porsche.
Yeah, you will still be dead last, so what's the point to get a new one?
Steady. So another, yeah, obviously we were having a lot of moves being made at the end of the start-finish straight when the speeds are at their highest and the toes at its most effective. This P2 battle doesn't want to go away either. So we've got the German sim racing green car. A nice bit of detail there on the paint I saw.
Yeah, I do like the painting of this one. Nice bright color at the back and cool black at the front.
Oh, steady guys, steady guys. A bit of wheel rubbing there. That could have easily ended in tears.
Half an hour of racing and no protest in, so that's that's the best one we had so far.
It certainly is, yeah. So the guys in race control, if you're listening, you might as well go home. Oh, there's one. Spoke too soon, I think there, Sam. That was a lunge. Oh.
Yeah, that's probably one of the worst places to go around, because you don't really see the straights and people are coming very fast.
Yeah, you can't see what's coming, can you? Yeah. So straight in the pits there for Dennis Schroeder. Obviously got some damage. That was... Oh, I hate them. I hate them.
Yeah, that was...
That was from 4 or 5 cars back.
It was a bit too far behind.
Yeah. Yeah, that was not good from me. Yeah. When you I hate to call them dive bombs, but they are. But when you do that from so far back, unless the car in front of you is very, very compliant, it's never going to work. And I think if you are the one doing it and the other car comes off worst, you know there's a protest coming your way.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a protest for this one. That will bring some work for race control, and they will have to work up. So.
Yeah, so race control, if you took my advice and you've gone home, please come back again. Work incoming.
As we were talking, Nathaniel Schramm from the TCR team.
Yeah, that TCR car has got in front, hasn't he? There's a P1 making his way through the GT fields. Porsche versus BMW there. BMW looks a bit bashed up at the front to me, unless that's just a paint scheme. Possibly could be. There's a clump of battles in this GT field at the moment. They're a bit strung out, but you know, there's sort of 2 or 3 cars all having their own little battles.
Yeah, you have the battle for between the first place and the third place. And Pro. They are not so close, but on one. A bit more than 1 second, and then you have this battle where Roger Schmucki just he's gaining on Ralph Zippet from German SimRacing Magenta, so we'll probably have some move pretty soon. And we had the battle with Marian Bravek, Philip Madsen, that we saw just moments ago.
Yeah, and to add to the confusion, we'll probably have the first round of pit stops coming up shortly, especially for the P1s. What would you say for the P1s, Sam? 45, 50 minutes?
I would say 40 minutes.
So any time now?
Yeah, this track uses a lot of fuel. You're more than half the track full throttle, so yeah, that's probably coming pretty soon. The P2 should be around 50 minutes, and the GT is close to the hour.
And am I right in thinking that these cars take fuel and tyres separately?
Yeah, you're correct. Fuel and then tyres.
And do you think any of the car classes will double stint their tyres?
I have no idea for the P1. I never driven them on the new tyre model. The P2 might do a double stint. The best drivers will do. The guys that are struggling a bit more will probably take tyres, at least for the hot temperatures, as the one we have now. And for the GTs, I think they can do 2 stints on the tires as well. It depends on the teams and track temperature also. It's still 43 Celsius at the moment, so still pretty high.
Yeah, so that's 110 Fahrenheit, so it's still going down.
Yeah, still going down. We'll probably see some GT teams and P2 teams take tires, and other will not.
So that could shake things up a bit for us. Yeah, and as we usually say, it's the thing with endurance racing is it all shakes out, but not till the end of the race. So you never quite know, what some team is doing and whether they're going to pull a blinder.
Yeah, but if you do not take tires with these high track temperatures, the tires are gonna fall off at the end of the stint. That's 100% sure.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Sam. I think, like you say, with the high track temperature at the moment, I personally would take tyres. I think a lot of the teams may take tyres, and then later on in the race, once the temperature has come down and the sun goes down, I think that's when we'll see the double stints coming in.
And look, 39 minutes, almost 40 minutes, and the first pit stop for the P1.
First one in.
The Audi can go a bit longer on the fuel, so that's you will see the Audi going around maybe 5 minutes more than the Porsche.
But is it worth the Audi still circulating? If these guys are taking fresh tyres, is it worth the Audi team, as soon as one of the Porsches come in, they come in too? I think they might be coming in.
No, they should stay out. But in fact, they are coming in. So
yeah, see, I'm never wrong.
Yeah, both of the other teams already went to the pits. Maybe they don't have more margin as they have on some of the track.
Yeah, like you say, being a high fuel track, perhaps it's eating into those Audi reserves a bit more than it normally does.
Yeah, correct. It's only 1 lap more. I think at Spa we had 2 laps more from the Audi on the Porsche. So that's, yeah, maybe the track does a lot.
I know we say it every time we race, but some of the work that goes into these paint schemes is phenomenal. Some very, very, very talented people out there doing these paints.
Yeah, totally. I already spent sometimes few days on mine, and they are way far from some of them. We just saw the Mazda Sports P2 going around these GTs. This is a crazy work on the paint, all the details and so on. The rainbow car must be something pretty hard to do also.
Yeah, it's certainly not as easy as some people think it is. Matching everything up, and you're basically painting a 3D car on a 2D piece of paper. So yeah, it just boggles me. Something like that, for instance.
Yeah, you don't really see it, but on the black you have all the grey bits, just making match everywhere on the wire. It's just crazy and so complicated. I don't know if people use some 3D models to paint their car. I know in some of the game you can do it. As the Corsa, you have 3D paint entities where you can see the car in 3D and so on. On iRacing, at least as far as I know, it's on the 2D Photoshop or GIMP or whatever you use to paint. It's sometimes really complicated to get things done well.
Yeah, so just that little bit of action there on track, there was a lot of headlight bulbs being worn out. So we had a P1 followed by some P2s, all overtaking the GTs. They're always squeezing onto the grass. I think you see him late there.
Yeah, that was a close call. And
Yeah.
I have something, the event from Pedro Ramada. Let's see.
What has he done here?
Ooh. Could have been worse, but
Yeah, certainly could have.
Oh, it is being hit by the GTs, I think. It's got some rear damage on the rear right.
Yeah, and these cars can be very. It can make these cars twitchier than they are already, shall we say?
Yeah, especially on a track like Monza where you run low downforce settings. If you broke the rear ring, you basically have nothing on the rear. So yeah, it's gonna be hard going.
Yeah,
to
you
the
can
pit
clearly
stop.
see that damage there. So the GTs are still at it. There goes that P1 Gold. Oh, don't squeeze him. The GT cars do seem very evenly matched around this track, which is good. We've seen other tracks where a particular car is just way faster than the rest of the cars in their field, but they all seem to be able to overtake each other here, which is very good.
Yeah, I think if you get it done properly on this track, it's not the hardest one to overtake, in my opinion at least.
So that TCR car seems a lot closer to the Pure Sims car in front than it was. The Pure Sim car is tucked up behind the GT, which he's going to do it into Lesmo 2. The GT looked like it had a little bit of overspeed there in the middle of the corner. Well, that TCR car is really putting the pressure now on the Pure Sims car.
Yeah, sometimes the GTs you have more grip than the P2s and the P1
Yeah.
in some corners, and some P2 has more grip than the P1. That's really strange because you are slower and you catch the guy that just overtook you in the first car.
So here's a really good battle with the P2s now, all three of them together.
Yeah, they probably will come to the pits because the two first cars are in the pit lane and pit road just continue. And there's one.
Yeah, one of them came in, the other two stayed out.
They are the only two cars in the P2 field that didn't come to the pit lane. All the other cars have come by, so
They
advantage
must
for
be
them.
in this time. They must be running on fumes. Although, again, you know, we say about the high fuel usage around here. It's also a track that you can easily save fuel on. You know, by coasting into corners and things like that. Good decision there by the P1 driver.
Yeah, it was a bit far to make
yeah.
the move.
That had death and destruction written all over it, that did.
Yeah, they have a pretty good margin on the second and third place, so I think there was no point on diving on the inside. They did a great job.
So these GT battles just won't stop all day. There's going to be battles all over the place.
Yeah, it's the same in race. It's the closest field we have. There's more car, of course, but people seems to be closer one to another.
Yeah, and then you know what happens is as a GT driver, you get a little bit of a gap over the guy that you've been battling for 2, 3, 4, 5 laps, and then one of the faster classes comes through, and before you know it, you've been slowed down. The guy that you was pulling away from has caught back up to you, and you've got a battle on your hands again. And that is multi-class racing.
Yeah, exactly. And as we said before, we had the penalty for the for Rafael Russo for the contact with the overbike performance with one car. So a bit earlier.
Yeah, I think we all see that penalty coming, didn't we? That was a dive from a long way back, which I know the stewards take a dim view of, and quite rightly.
Yeah, it was sent from far behind, as we said already. And race control took the same decision.
But, you know, nearly an hour in, we've had one protest. Things are on the up. So we think a lot of these drivers have changed. We're seeing some new names in the seats that didn't start the race off. But I know Sam has got a fair share system in this series. Oh, Daniel Crossley. Oh, well done to that. Oh, yeah. Oh,
That was close again.
Jesus.
Yeah, bit of moment for the GTs and then for the P2. Oh, that was so close. Well done, guys. Okay, so with the mic on, it's better. Sorry guys, so I said we have fair share for this championship. Basically for most of the car, it's 2 to 4 drivers using the iRacing fair share. And for the GT AM, it's something a bit special. We enforce a 40% max racing time for the pro drivers, because these GT AM cars can have 1 pro driver per race. A pro driver is a driver with 2.5k I rating at the start of the season or when they register. And this is based on the GTM leaders' laps overall on the race. So if the GTM leaders do 100 laps, the pro drivers of all the GTM cars can do 25 laps. A bit more, but you get it. I have my math completely wrong there, but yeah, you get it. It's 40 laps.
There you go, guys. I hope you all took that on board. But it does, you know, it does stop the the faster drivers from hogging the limelight, shall we say?
Yeah. Yeah, it's the live will be available for everybody after the race, so all the drivers will be able to listen to my mistake there. So I'm happy.
But luckily, with my I rating, I would always be an AM driver. I don't think I would threaten the pro classes.
Yeah, it depends. Who's racing with you? But yeah, basically it's like that. Let's see a bit of road track for Arnaud Gorge.
Yeah, Team Wolf racing there. He actually recovered that quite well. Oh, that's awful for the TCR car there. It's the worst thing that you can see when you're a faster class is you're coming up on a slower class who are fighting each other and door to door, and there's just no way past.
Yeah, and even more when they are coming to the pits because they were on the left and they had to go on the right. Yeah, that could happen badly.
But again, everything sorted itself out. The racing gods are certainly with us for this race.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can thank the spotter for this one.
So there's a gaggle of GT cars. P1 going all the way around the outside.
It's got a bit on board with the P1 as all the GTs are coming to the pits and the battle should spread out a bit. Waiting for them to close by and put a bit of good show on the P1 and see.
Yeah,
like.
These P1 onboards frighten the life out of me because there's no reference. You can't even see the sky. You see the closing speed there, but again, patience. No point throwing it in there and have the GT turn in on you.
Yeah, I think the GTs will probably go to the pits here. We just saw in the rear view mirror or camera for the P1 that the GTs jumped to the pits, so they stayed on the right. They showed to the P1, I'm going to the pits, I stayed on the right. That was terrible.
Yeah, it is that time of the race where all the GT cars will be pitting if they haven't already.
It looks like they are overtaking a bike or something.
I know these cars are quick, but that limited vision that you've got just makes things seem like you're doing 300 miles an hour everywhere.
Yeah, at the exit of corner, the speed difference between the P1 and the GT is it's another planet. But at the end of straight, it's not that much. Yeah, a bit oversteer.
And obviously they've got that boost button as well, haven't they?
Yeah, the boost. That's something pretty amazing in the straight. I tried something on. Yeah, it's something else to manage, but when you got it done well, that's something interesting.
Certainly is. So that was an onboard lap with Marius Danhausen of the Gold Racing Team LMP1.
And he just did one lap and he got the GTs that went into the pits right in front of him on the next lap.
Yeah. But to be fair, he's shown patience so far, so I don't think he'll. Well, to say that, you know, he shouldn't have any trouble getting through that field. But there's always that possibility of somebody doing something that is unexpected.
Yeah, same thing for the eSport performance racing on PC. Just wait behind the P2 for the next straight with the 2 GTs, so on. That's a clever move.
And again, you know, as we said last time that we was out, it's very difficult because you're in, like these two guys here. They're in their own battle. You know, the BMW is trying to get past the Porsche, but then they've got to keep an eye on behind what's coming up. And sometimes it just happens that you're at that perfect overtaking opportunity, and one of the faster cars wants to go by, and you just have to bail, and it can be really frustrating.
Yeah, but it's part of this multi-class racing. You have to take an eye on what's going on behind as much as what's going in front of you in every class. So
Yeah, I have trouble seeing what's going on in front of me, let alone behind me and at the side of me. And hats off to these guys.
few corners on board in the Porsche GT, and see the difference of vision you can have in the GT compared to the P1 we had before.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this, you know, it's a different, totally different environment. It's, you know, woohoo! I can see.
Yeah, the best one is the P2. You can move
Yeah,
left,
obviously,
right,
open
up.
cockpit.
You can see
There you
here
go.
with P arrow.
You can see everything. Apart from the P1 that's coming up behind you.
Yeah, you have the side mirror, so you should be able to see them.
I would guess in real life that they are very limited in their effectiveness.
Yeah, I don't really know. They don't really raise them anymore in real life, so they are closed cockpit now. But yeah, maybe. I would like to try one in the future and see how it goes, but yeah.
Okay, so I've just seen our fellow commentator, Mr. Bill Switzer, has connected to the race. So I'm sure Bill will be joining us in the booth shortly. And he's missed some good action so far.
Yeah, but we still have these 4 all together. We have 2 cars that are just behind, so you will still have something to watch. That's good.
You know, and again, like we said earlier, you look at the race sometimes and you think, well, do you know what? Everybody's spread out and we've not got a lot going on, and then a pit stop and everybody's back on the same piece of track again, because they're all running slightly different tactics when it comes to their pit stops and how much fuel they're taking and whether they're taking tyres or not. Let's have a look at the track. The track is now down to 107 degrees Fahrenheit. So we are coming up for 20 past 4 sim time.
Yeah, still off track temperature. And the tire must not know this.
It's still hot, but it's not 120 like it started.
Yeah, correct.
So let me just run you through what's going on at the moment. Our top 3 and only 3 in P1 class. We have the Gold Racing Team LMP1 currently first, IES Sim Racing Schweiz LMP1 in second, and I think there may have just been a change there. I don't know if Sam caught that. No, I think it's sorted itself out. And we have Esports Performance Racing in third. Just waiting for my timing screen to sort itself out because it's I'm getting lots of different colours up. I believe. No, I'm not even going to try and guess because there is something weird going on at the moment.
Yeah, it's Pete Arrod from Pure Sim Racing first in P2, followed by Nathaniel Schramm for the TCR, then Julian Ocean for the German Sim Racing, Daniel Crossley for the pacework he spoke about, Marcos Alacron Gonzalez for the Miles David Sports, then Pedro Ramada, which should have fixed the rear of this car, yeah. And then Ludovic Giret from the N-Race Esports Platinum rounded up the 7th place for the P2.
And at this time we welcome Mr. Bill Switzer to the booth. Good morning for you, Bill. No, he's not quite with us yet. So Harley Horton is obviously double stinting for the Full Send Racing 397 team. But he seems to have a bit of clear track at the moment.
Yeah, I think they did not do the tires on the last on the pit stop. I'm gonna show the pit time for the last pit stop, and they went 34 seconds instead of 1 minute and 2 seconds for the EEC Motorsports, where German Sim Racing Magenta 33 seconds. So yeah, there's few tire sticker. And the Full Send, the German Sim Racing and L1 Esports in 9th position did not take the tires this time.
Yeah, so Harley Horton, or Full Send Racing are double stinting the driver as well as the tyres. And if you can hear me, Bill, I'm sure I heard you there.
You hear me okay now?
We've got you loud and clear.
Okay, good afternoon. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries, Bill. Welcome.
Hello, Sam. How we all doing?
Well, so far we're having a very, very, very clean race. We've been going well over an hour now. We've only had one protest, and that one was pretty obvious. Start was very, very clean. We're a little bit lacking with P1 cars. We've only got 3 in the field. But the GPs, as usual, are putting on a show for us.
Excellent. Yeah, it looks like a colorful field out there, even though it may be a little less on the top group, but I'm sure it's going well.
Yeah, it's one of those tracks that lends itself to overtaking, so you know that's helped. We've had a few hairy moments, shall we say, but you know, on the whole, everybody's done what everybody needs to do. Oh, we're flying P1 car there, flying straight into the barrier.
Wow.
Yeah, that almost looked like the batter's jump.
Let's have a look at that again. Touch of the grass, too much speed. Oh, sorry, no, we're looking at it post damage. You can see the kink in the rear left wing there.
Oh yeah,
So,
he's pitting now.
Yeah, into the pits for some repairs.
Doesn't look like a tremendous amount of damage.
No, it was fairly hefty contact.
Might have been one of those soft walls or something, maybe.
I don't actually know from that how he got damage at the rear, because that was all front end.
It doesn't look crushed in the front though. With the view that I have, anyway.
No, same with me. The front looks fairly clean.
And this one for Pedro Romero was pretty hard this time in the wall.
Let's have a look at this one. Unfortunately, Pedro keeps disappearing on my screen. Yeah, apologies, I couldn't see that one, but he's obviously left the front of his car somewhere on the track.
Yeah, he lost it on Ascari and he hit the gravel on the outside at the end of the turn left and just went straight into the wall on the left and makes 360 turn.
Yeah, that's going to be a fairly hefty amount of repair time, I believe.
Well, I see our friends Full Send Racing and GTE are running up front again so far.
Yeah, we've just had, obviously on the hour mark, we had, so 10 minutes ago, we well, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. We had our pit stops just over 10 minutes ago. Now, we believe that Full Send are double stinting the tyres. The track is very, very hot, so we'll wait and see just how good or bad the car is at the end of this stint.
Oh, and Full Send just had flashy lights. Somebody just kind of cut them off. One of the P2 cars. Wasn't very happy about that. That's our friend Harley Houghton at the wheel of that, I see.
Yep.
I still think his last name should be Davidson, but who am I to judge, I guess. Well, it looks like a bright sunny day at Monza today.
It's a very, very warm one. We started off with a track temperature of 120 degrees Fahrenheit. We're currently down to 106. So it's still scorchio, but it is coming down. So this little battle here has been raging for a little while. Rafael Russo, who was penalised earlier, I believe, for that lunge.
I see that in P2, Pure Sims Racing and TCR having a pretty spirited battle there, first and second place in their division.
Yeah, well, we had Pedro Ramada was out there for a while in the lead, but he's had a couple of offs. Obviously, the last one was a bit of a biggie.
I was going to say, I see he's a lap down to these other fellas
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah, I think he might end up quite a few laps down with the front of that car missing. There's that awesome shot again from up on the banking of the oval.
Of course, if we had our friends Dominic Sori and Sam Buzan out there in their P2 today, they'd be way out front in their division.
You reckon? I reckon they'd be in the pits by now.
Yeah, should be dumb stint, so well, yeah, should be in the pits now.
Luckily, Pete hasn't had the inkling to get behind the wheel of one of these yet.
Ah, poor Pete. Good thing Pete's got big shoulders, that's all I can say.
So here is the P2 battle, just gone past. So Pete Harrod is double stinted.
Yeah.
He did the first stint. They don't seem to have the pace that they had last time out, which sounds pretty strange as they're winning. But
Well, pretty hard to say at this point. TCR last time may have had more problems. I mean, I believe last time he was kind of back a ways, so. But maybe he's stepped up his game or stayed out of trouble so far.
GT's desperately trying to keep out of the way of this battle.
Oh, TCR is making a move to the inside. Coming into Parabolica.
Yeah, he's got that move done. However, now that gives the long straight and the drag to Pure Sim Racing.
It could happen.
I'd expect this to be reversed at the end of this lap.
Could happen.
It doesn't quite seem close enough. Is he going to pull? No, I don't think he is. No. So it'll be interesting to see now whether TCR can pull away.
And I noticed back there behind Pure Sim also a German Sim Racing Green is not that far behind actually.
No, he's certainly not.
He's in the same screen right now to me.
Yeah, and I think he was hoping that these two up front were going to battle a bit longer to get up with them.
And of course they went through a boggle of GT cars, so that might have slowed them down a bit. If I'm not mistaken, I see Max Devil behind German Sim Racing Green also. Huh, very good. Very good.
Yeah, it's not, obviously there's more P2s than P1s, but the P2 class isn't overpopulated, but they certainly do put on a show.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
What's this P2 going to do? He's going to show some patience. No, he's not. Oh, bit of door banging there.
IES Sim Racing Schweiz LMP1 cleared those two fellas right there. Two P2 cars. I think German Sim Racing Green is closing in on Pete Harrod there in the Pure Sim Racing vehicle.
Yeah, and I don't know if the timing screen is playing up again, but I've just seen that Masked Devils Esports take the lead in the P2 class.
Don't think so.
No, it's sorted itself out now. Hang on. He was a long way back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's sorted itself out now. That's all right. Ignore me.
Yep.
People at
I
home
will.
are now saying we usually do.
Yep, exactly.
Just dodgy timing screen. That's what it is. That's what I blame it on. Let's
Well, all
get
those
me-
cars to keep
target
track
tower
of.
right. Yeah, no, that isn't any better. The timing tower. Yeah, I think our software here does struggle with this amount of cars on the track.
Yeah, I think it's more the multi-class racing that make it thrill. Because when we do the official V8, there's not, there's only 31 cars today, so there's not a lot of difference, and we don't really struggle to broadcast. So I think it's more the multi-class racing that was an issue on the software.
Oh, thought he was going to launch off that curb and take the leader out then.
Yeah, it was close. But I saw other broadcasters using the software having issues on the timing tower and so on, the same as we have. So that's not something we are doing wrong.
So Pete Harrod for Pure Sims Racing has now been caught by Daniel Crossley, who we see going round earlier. He'll be praying for a bit of clean track somewhere to see if he can get this move done. Pete Harrod, we know, is on his second stint. And the class leader is not that far in front of that battle. That Porsche looks very, very dirty.
Well, as you mentioned before, Clyde, it doesn't seem that Pure Sim Racing Pete Harrod's performance is up to what they were last time, but we don't really know for sure what's going on.
No, that's correct. We're assuming that Pete has double stinted the tyres as well. And we said earlier, you know, with this track temperature, these tyres could go off a cliff.
Yeah, for sure.
At which point you're just a sitting duck to anybody that's got fresher rubber than you've got.
For sure. Indeed.
All the P2s double tin the tires except Ramada Motorsport, I think, and then Racing Sports. So, yeah.
Yeah, it also depends on how easy you've been on your tyres. You know, we know from our V8 racing that even a fresh set of tyres, you can burn them out really, really quickly. So
Take long.
it could just be that you know, the Daniel Crossley is just smoother on his tyres.
And of course, Monza is a kind of a high-speed track, which builds up a lot of heat in the tires as well, very quickly.
Yeah, you've got obviously Curva Grande and Diabolica that's really putting a load into those left-hand tyres.
Definitely, yep.
But Pete Harrod there, so I expected him to lose that position quite quickly, but once they've cleared that GT traffic, he seems to have held his own a little bit, and probably going to get a little bit of a gap here, helped by the Ford GT.
We've still got some interesting racing then.
No, the whole thing has crashed, and we're just talking.
Hey, Pete.
Yeah,
Hey, Bill.
it's all going well at the moment. Still only one protest so far.
All right.
The one that we see earlier.
Ah, yes. Okay.
Right, so at this moment in time, I'm going to step away from the microphone and go and fill my face, and I shall catch everybody very shortly.
Certainly. See you in a bit.
Cheers, matey.
Yeah, feel right.
So, where are we at? Bill, have we lost one of the P1s down the field?
Well, I don't know. Did he depart? I guess nope. Yeah, he's 9 laps. He had a crash.
Yeah, he had a crash at Ascari King. He went on the curves and waiting to the airs and ended up in the wall.
Ah, right.
It was self-inflicted.
Yeah, the only other crap. Well, we've seen one coming together earlier on, but that one's been sorted out by way of a protest.
Yeah,
Okay.
the two GTs, yeah.
And then Rafael Russo getting a move put on him, by the look of it, by Remy David.
And in P2, Pete, TCR has gotten by Pure Sim Racing.
Right.
And
They'll
Pure-
take the lead then.
Yeah, and Pure Sim is being threatened by German Sim Racing Green right now. Trying to thread his way past the Ford GT and being held up a little bit.
Right, and what we were just watching was German Sim Racing Friends with Neil Lepers being passed by Marian Brabach. Obviously, Marian's in the Pro and Neil is in the AM.
Right.
But it was a good move. Remy David is still showing lots and lots of attention to Rafael Russo.
Yeah, we also had a crash from the Ramada Motorsport team at the end of Ascari this time. They clipped the outside and went straight into the left wheel. No front on the car and so on. Thing has been fixed, so they're still going wrong, but yeah, they are I think 2 laps down on the leader, almost 2 laps down on the leader in the P2. So
yeah, and I'd like to say that had never happened to me, but I can't say that.
Every time you go around Bathurst, no?
Yeah, that's right. Me and Bathurst, old friends-ish. So again, Remy David having a look, but not actually forcing the issue with Rafael Russo. This is Apex Aviation Racing versus L1 Esports. Doesn't seem to come out of Ascari too cleverly in the Ferrari. Let's see what he can do round this corner. Diabolica.
Diabolica, there you go. I was trying to remember what Clyde called that.
That's what I was doing. So the BMW tries to break the slipstream for as long as possible and has to get out of the way of Gold Team Racing's P1 car flying through. That'll show the viewers not used to watching these how much overspeed the P1 has over a GT car. Be very, very late onto the gas going out of that little chicane back there. This and that's a replay of Neil Lappers getting it wrong on his own. Some wheel spin coming out of the turn. Oh, he's making a 3,000 point turn out of that one, I think. He's had to go off track. He'll probably pick up another X for doing that. And back racing on the road. So that was out of Lesmo 2.
Unfortunately, some of the penalties, the X penalties on this course are very fine line, which I think are a little bit too tight, but I didn't do it, so you gotta, it's the same for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely, and we were discussing that a bit earlier, saying that you can pick up 1Xs around here really, really easily.
Yeah.
They have a 30X limit before they get a pit lane penalty. Then they get penalty every next 10 laps until they get to 60 when they get another pit lane penalty.
Wow. Could be a long day in the pits if you're not careful.
I just wouldn't bother starting if it was me. I'd spend all day in those pits.
Sit right there, have a little barbecue, and watch the action.
Yeah. So, Master Devils Esports P2 car passes Ralph Zeppelt. Hopefully I've said your name wrong, Ralph. Right, Ralph. In German Sim Racing Magenta.
You surely did. Spell it wrong.
I wasn't even there, was I?
But I'm sure I can't do it correctly myself, so yeah. I will forgive you that.
I get my pronunciations ever so slightly better than Clyde does.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So yes, Gold Sim Racing sets off again. His fastest lap's immense at the minute. He's holding a best lap of a 131.9. And this is Rick Verbeesen behind the wheel of this car now. Kevin Ott, trying to figure out how much of a gap he's got at the moment. It's not really showing me at the minute.
Full Send Racing 397 almost got into the back of TCR coming out of that last corner. That was really close. And before you came on the air, I was mentioning that Full Send Racing in GTE GT Pro seems to have taken command again. He did very well the last race as well.
Yeah, that's Harley Horton's car. Obviously, he's got teammates joining him in that vehicle.
Right.
There he is on screen now, chasing down what looks like a P2 car. He's got a bit of a gap behind him to Nuno Enriquez in the BMW behind him. There's a bit of distortion on the front of that Porsche, it has to be said.
Yeah, he's losing a lot of time the past few laps, just to keep you up to date, Pete.
Yeah.
Ali did not took tires on the last pit stop, where almost all of the other GTs took the tires on the pit stop. It's the same for the German Sim Racing Magenta, and they already lost 2 spots. So I'm pretty sure the ECA Motorsports will catch them pretty soon, and maybe we'll go by.
Yeah, it just shows you the value of tyres around here, doesn't it, Bill?
Oh, it certainly does. We were just talking about how I didn't realize, but it's very hot here today, and building up a lot of heat and a lot of very fast corners on this course, which can really chew them up if you're not careful.
Yeah, bizarrely, it started off at 120 degrees and has dropped a whopping 18 of those now, down to 102 degrees.
Wow.
So new tyres in these temperatures is a must. So I think Full Send Racing have made a big error there.
Yeah.
And German Sim Racing Magenta. And really, German Sim Racing Magenta want all the tyres they can get because they're behind most of the AM cars at the moment.
No, they are in P5. It's the others, German Sim Racing. Or you have your timing screen completely wrong. I don't know, but
right, okay.
Yeah, they are in P5.
Oh, so they are. If I look at the other screen, it's completely different. Okay. So we've got Remy David in the Apex Aviation Racing Ferrari, still chasing Rafael Russo. He's got a bigger gap in front of him now than he had before, so I think he's slowly losing time. He wants to stick with him though, because any time behind that car, any time behind a massive BMW, is going to cut a lovely hole in the air for you and improve your aero going down any of the straights. So sticking with him has got to be a must.
It's also an AM versus a pro too, isn't it? Yep.
It is, yeah. So it's even more beneficial for him to stick with that BMW as much as he can. We were saying that the AM and Pro were defined by the start of the season iRating, which we know can be a bit false at times.
For sure.
When you're racing against someone with a 1000 iRating and they go past you like you stood still, and it's because they used to have a 5000 iRating.
And here comes TCR P2 trying to get between them, going through Ascari. He did that pretty cleanly. I thought that might have created a problem, but he did well.
No, it was a good clean overtake, as was the next one on the BMW.
Clyde and I were mentioning, Pete, that it seems strange that the great performance that Pure Sim Racing did in the last race seems to be falling behind TCR a little bit. Well, he's kind of keeping the same distance, but we were kind of surprised that TCR passed him so easily. But he mentioned also, I guess they didn't. Pete Harrod's doing a double stint, so maybe their tires are off, and maybe he's a little bit winded. Who knows?
Yeah, possibly. This is tight into the Ascari. So that's IES Sim Racing's Fries White with Adrian Tommy, who's hassling Luc Bataille in the N-Race Esports car.
Oh, and he's currently in third place, I believe, too, or he was.
He's making his way back forward. Right from the very start, he got a slowdown on the first chicane. And of course, you get a slowdown at the start of the race and you get utterly mugged by half the field.
Yep.
So
for sure.
He's on a recovery drive at the moment and he's doing very well.
Yep.
Adrian Tommy is lining him up for a good old pass here. And they're both getting hunted down.
He's on the ideal line there right now.
He is.
Yeah, nice pass. Good one.
And that Ferrari is the Rainbow Ferrari. And that's a lap down, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a lap down, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, the
and that's a P2 coming through there, which is
Luc Batelli's trying to fight back a little bit.
Yeah, we've just had Apex Aviation Racing try and go around the outside of Diabolica of the L1 Esports car of Rafael Russo, and that did not work. He drifted out wide like we described at the very beginning of the race. Can happen. And
it's easy to happen at Diabolica. There's no camber there to help you at all.
No, not at all. And Full Send Racing have now been utterly captured by IES Sim Racing Strikes. They're getting passed together by the P1 of Gold team.
Yep, SK looking.
He's got him here.
Whoa!
Unless he can stick it on the inside
Wow!
here.
And he
BMW's
held him-
out on the marbles,
Oh!
and that's a disaster.
And he's spun. That's too bad.
He had to have a go, but he was all in the marbles at that point.
The right side must have got off the track there a little bit.
Yep.
Threw him up. Yep.
And happily for him, he did it live on the broadcast. So, yeah, he's done everything right up to this point. Tucks it in. We're watching the replay. Goes really wide, and he's out on the marbly stuff, and around he goes.
Well, full send lives with the angels. He got away with that one. I'll
He
tell you.
really, yeah, honestly. You don't know how true that is.
He sure held his line, though. That's for sure. Wow.
Yep. So,
Well
we're
done.
back following Apex Aviation Racing, who are giving all their attention to L1 Esports still. And they've managed to stick with them, which is great. Which means that they'll maintain their tow all around these straights. A much broader line into that parabolica than the BMW in front of them.
Almost like the Wayne Sanderson, Jamie Wilson conflict in another series, but
It certainly is.
I digress.
Right then, and at the front we still have Harley Horton in the full send racing car leading after SK Motorsports with Nuno Enriquez attempted to pass and failed.
Pure Sims is back in the lead in P2. Have they pitted TCR? No, I must have missed it or something.
It's all possible. So TCR, yep, circulating. Let's see when they were last pitted. They last pitted on, where am I? Lap 58, what are we on now?
Okay, 59, I think. Yeah,
So,
okay.
yes, you're
Yeah,
right.
they've all
Good
been
spot.
through the pits last time by or 1 or 2 laps.
Okay.
Yeah, so the car in front of them, Pure Sims Racing, hasn't. That was last pitted on lap 30.
Yeah, and Pure Sim I think is triple stinting. He's stinting the tires.
Oh my god.
No,
He's
they-
coming in the
they are
pits
coming
now.
to the pits. Okay, sorry. I looked at the third lane and not the second one. So they are coming a bit late. Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll see if they took tires this time, but I think, looking at all the other cars, they should take the tires. There's no point in doing
Absolutely.
3 stints if
Yep.
the cars
let's
can.
see if they pop and take the tyres here. The car's vanished, so they must be on a driver swap.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah,
Jamie Rushworth.
Yep,
I'm sorry, Pete. Yep.
no, that's fine. I'm not seeing the car pop up yet, but I'm pretty convinced that it will be tyres as soon as that driver swap's done. Chris Springer in the TCR is now on the back straight, heading towards Ascari. He tucks that into there, so he's going to exit Ascari now, following the rainbow Ferrari.
Rainbow Ferrari. There we go.
Approaching Parabolica now. So you would assume he's going to retake the lead of this. Although, out of the pits goes Jamie Rushworth. So I
Right.
would be thinking that Pure Sims Racing are going to take the lead of this.
It's going to be close.
It's going to be extremely close, I think. They're out. They're on cold tyres, so Jamie needs to be very careful about what he does with the car.
Yeah, he's walking right now.
Yeah, they've
He
been.
goes, oh boy, here he...
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm all set. Go ahead.
Okay. They've been 2 seconds faster in the pit lane than the TCR. TCR lost 2 seconds on all of the cars. But yeah, there's a gap of 3.5 shortly after this cool tires lap. Let's go.
Yeah, that is a good performance, isn't it? So, what did they not do that meant that they could get out 2 seconds faster?
I didn't see him take any tires, but of course it doesn't mean that they didn't.
You would think that it'd be silly if they didn't.
Awful
Given
long
Yeah.
time in these conditions.
Exactly, yeah. Super. Oh, there's a P1 car
Oh,
stationary on the inside there. Oh, and Pure
Oh,
Sim
wow.
Racing, cold tyres into a Ascari.
He just saved that too.
That
Wow.
was Code Brown.
No
As
doubt.
I expect, is this. So the car has drifted. Oh, and it snapped on him, weirdly. I don't know what's going on there. I can only assume that that's something to do with connection.
Could be.
That's just bizarre. Have
Yeah.
either of you ever seen that before?
I've never seen something like that before. That's pretty strange.
I mean, he's back running now.
Yeah.
Did he
That's
actually
a-
hit anything? I didn't see him hit anything.
That's the gent that had problems before. That's the guy that ran into the
Burgoyne.
wall. Yeah. Yep.
Right. So that's inexplicable. There was like someone sniped a tyre or something like that from the crowd, but be the most bizarre sim ever that included that. So he's back running anyway, and good to see him still running. He is a number of laps down, isn't he? 4 laps down. Oh, or is he 16 laps down?
Yeah, 16 laps down.
16,
Yeah.
sorry, I'm reading the wrong one. I'm reading the interval to the car in front.
Well, you know, it's amazing. IES Sim Racing Schweiss White has actually clawed his way back and got ahead of SK Motorsports.
Wow.
I'm sorry, no, N-Race Esports, sorry.
Yeah. There we go.
They're having a good battle, though, wow.
Certainly are. So yeah, Luc Bataille in 4th, still needs 2 positions to get back to where he started.
He's heading down the inside for
Yes.
Diabolica.
This could all end messily.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Wow, that was not nice. And he went wide.
Yeah, that P2 car went extremely wide there. I don't think you pick up a slowdown for that though, do you? So
No, you don't think so? Okay.
this looks like we're on P2 here and we're watching a TCR car getting done by, it's not Oriental Racing anymore with Steve McCaffrey, is it, Sam? It's forgotten what the name of the team is now. Yes. Right then, Luc Bataille sets off again after his target of
And
Adrian Tommy in the
they were
IES
about-
Sim Racing.
They were about glued together coming out of the chicane off the front straight.
Yep, and I think that's going to go on for a while. They seem very, very similarly matched.
And there goes the Roger Rabbit P1 car.
Yeah. And approaching Ascari again. It's a bit wild, that Ford, to be fair, going into that. It's
It
carrying
is.
far too much speed in.
It
he
is,
seems-
yep, for sure.
He's got a good shot out of it, though, and he must have tow coming down here. That Porsche looks filthy already.
Yeah, that Ford lost some time with overspeeding in there. Otherwise, he could have probably played games with him going through Diabolica here.
Yep. So we are approaching the 2-hour mark, so a third of the way through the race. And it's been quite a civilized affair so far compared to certain other of the endurance races that we've seen.
Well, so far, no demolition derby stuff, so that's good.
No, it's like I was saying, Suzuka was a bit of a crash fest, and some, well, questionable overtakes in that one.
Well,
but- What were you going to say, Bill?
I was going to say, sorry to interrupt, but that's a slick, very tight, tough track.
Oh yeah, definitely. It certainly showed what can go wrong. P1 car flashing his lights to go down the start-finish straight there. Just bear with me while I get reconnected. Here we go, I'm back now. Right now, the Apex Aviation Racing Ferrari has now put a move on the BMW of João Madeira and SK Motorsports Golden.
It appears he's finally gotten by him. Yep.
Yep. It was a good move. Well presented in the approach to the corner. Made his intentions very clear and made the corner faster than the other car. Might not be the end of this equation though.
No.
So some cars entering pit lane now. Is Full Send Racing in the pits at the moment, or is my screen gone bonkers again?
Yes, it is. He is.
And he's on jacks this time, so he's getting tyres.
And the fella he's battling is parked right behind him in
Yep. IES SimRacing Schweiz car.
Yep, and Full Send Racing is away. A good jump on IES SimRacing Schweiz White out of the pits.
Certainly has, yeah.
And we now have Stephen Ash at the controls of Full Send Racing.
Okay. We've got João Madeira boxing the car for SK Motorsports Golden. And swapping drivers by the look of it. Excuse me. Stephen McCaffrey in the Paceworks Esports Cobalt car. With TCR car right behind him. Less than half a second behind him now.
And I don't know what happened with IES SimRacing Schweiz White. They might have done some repairs or something because they're out third in their behind SK and Full Send.
Right.
And they have Fabio Lamartire at the controls.
Yeah, I can only think that they've spent some time repairing something.
Could be.
So, where have they gone on my screen? So they're down there. So they had a 56-second pit stop. Compared to, where am I looking on here now? Full Send Racing.
N-Race Esports is still running around there. He probably, and I didn't see him come in the pits. If I recall, last time they were playing a game here too, that the Ford was trying to go a little further than the fella that was ahead. What was that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Full Send Racing, right?
It was, yeah. So they last pitted on lap 32, which was 1 or 2 laps or more over everybody else.
If I recall, they played this game last time.
Right.
Shows him in second place though. SK Motorsports. Oh, okay.
Is that because he's not crossed the line?
Yeah, kind of got. I think SK was just in the pits, if I'm not mistaken. SK Motorsport. Yeah.
A bit crowded at the first chicane.
Boy, I guess.
Sorry, second chicane. There's a whole bunch of cars coming around there at the minute.
Yeah.
We're watching Apex Aviation Racing again, with the Cobalt car cutting underneath them. It was a clean overtake, actually. They've now got a P1 car that's going to go flashing past them. which is that still driven by Jubagoin, or is he? No, he's still in it. Is he still going? And here comes Gold Racing Team P1 with Rick Verbeesen. Just in the groove now and ticking off the laps.
Yeah, he's got a lot of fresh air in front of him. That I'm sure that feels good.
Yeah, and we're at 1/3 race distance now. And that still looks nice, clean, undamaged car.
Definitely. Yep.
He has got a minute lead over his closest rival, Kevin Ott, in the IS SimRacing Schweiz LMP1 car, which is a hefty old margin.
Yeah, it's pretty decent lead. And the distance between Pure Sims Racing in P2, who's the leader in that class, is about the same as it was before over Paceworks Esports Cobalt.
Yeah, about 3 seconds, or 2.5 seconds. So we're watching Heiko Lovak in the German SimRacing Magenta car, closing in on the back of Max Beer in the SimRacingAcademy car. He's pulled out for the overtake, but that's the long way around.
Wow.
He'll be on a good line once he gets around this corner, though, and he should be able to get on the gas a little earlier.
Yes, he will. Looks like he's going to get him.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Nope.
He's bailed on that one.
Actually,
No.
lost a little
Sorry.
footing on that one.
Yeah, neither of these cars have pitted. On that last round, anyway. Last time was lap 30 and lap 28, respectively.
Should be about due, huh? Pretty
Oh,
soon.
definitely. Yeah, it looks like you get about 29 laps on these ones.
Ah, okay.
And about 30 laps in P2.
And NRAC Esports is still soldiering along out there. I would think he'd be coming in real soon.
Yeah, definitely.
Not sure if they'll change drivers. Maybe Luke Bate will take a little break.
Yeah, possible. Is that L1 Esports in the pits at the minute?
Yes, he is.
And it looks like Louise Payne Jr. is now behind the wheel of that car. We're watching Chris Springer in TCR's car, chasing down the Cobalt car at the moment.
And NRAC Esports is in the pits.
Right, so that's interesting. So that's at lap 64, is that? Is that what we're on, or 60? Oh no, we're on laps, yeah, 64 for them. So he's managed to stretch his fuel out for a second time. There's a good parabolica by Chris Springer. He has
Okay,
dropped a bit of time.
L1 Esports is departing the pits at this point. He seemed to be in the pits quite a while. Driver change maybe and some repairs. I don't know. He was there quite a while.
What's that, N-Race?
L1 Esports.
Oh, L1, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, he's been in there for over a minute, so I think that must have been some damage as well as
Could be.
something else. Trying to find him. Louise Payne Jr. I got it on about the third attempt there, didn't I? The N-Race Esports car is leaving the pits at the moment. And he'll be leaving that third in class. Or maybe fourth.
Oh, yeah.
Or maybe
Yeah.
5th, because he's about to get done again.
He got caught down there a little bit.
Yeah, that's Max Pierre in the SimRacingAcademy car that's just passed him. But he'll have much newer tyres, so they'll be worth probably nothing for the first 2 laps. But then he should get a good run on the car in front of him. And the car in front of him, I think, has yet to pit. I'm pretty sure that Max Bier was last pitted about lap 30.
They've pitted on lap 58.
Ah, right, okay.
They have been one of the first to pit this one.
Right, so he will have an advantage then, even though it's not going to be a massive one. That'll come to him at the end of the stint, more than here. But he's onto the back of the car anyway. He'll get a lovely tow out of Ascari. And down the back straight towards Diabolica. Is he going to pop out before he does the turn, or not? No, he's played the sensible game. Stay behind the car in front until you get into the start-finish straight. He's got out of the way of the Gold Racing P1 car as well. He probably knew that that was on its way. Get into the tow. I don't think he's going to do it this time. I think that Gold P1 car upset that. Oh no, he's popped out. He's alongside. In fact, he's been granted that, I think.
Yeah, I think Max Bear backed out a little bit on that one.
Yeah, there's a long way to go.
Exactly.
Another 4 hours of racing.
And Max's car looks nice and clean. Probably didn't want to bend it up at all.
No, he might have to give money back to his sponsors.
Exactly. That hurts.
Yeah. Nothing hurts quite as hard as much as being hit in the wallet.
You got it.
So, Max Beer watches Guillaume Jabard set off on another 30-odd laps worth of Ford GT. If he's sensible, he'd obviously sit in his tow and get dragged around the track with him. It can only benefit him to do that. He's currently 5th in class. Watching Guillaume in 4th.
They're hanging with him pretty good there.
Yeah. He might be able to stick with him for quite a long time, to be honest. Although that Ford is very, very quick through Ascari. And a P2 car tracking them down. Ready to put another lap onto them. Bit of flashy lighty to let them know that he's passing. Everybody jumps into the tow behind the P2 car.
Wonder how much tow you get. I mean, that's pretty slippery through the air. I just really wonder.
Yeah, it'd be a bit like trying to get a tow off a skateboard, wouldn't it? There's not much there.
Exactly. I mean, I can't believe that makes as big a hole in the air as like that Ford GT. No way.
Not a chance. Or the big breeze block that's following it. That BMW that's 10 miles wide.
Exactly.
So, going at my screen, we've got the lead P1 car is now quite a distance ahead of the one behind it. 2 minutes and 15 seconds ahead.
I show over 2 minutes. I don't have as accurate as you, but that's quite a lead.
That is. And we said that the short field might not be as entertaining for the P1s. Nothing wrong with the P2 field though. So the Cobalt car with Stephen McCaffrey is in reasonably close proximity with the Pure Sims Racing Jamie Rushworth's car.
Good catch, Pete. It appears that he's closing in on him a little bit for sure.
Yeah, it wasn't my catch. It was our cameraman that got that one.
Ah, good one, Sam. Okay.
The Rainbow Ferrari gets out of the way, or sort of. Jumps into the toe of that car, and the Cobalt car sets off down the road. Yeah, his lap times aren't significantly faster than the car in front. He was like 1/10 faster on the last turn round. So we'll see what the difference is this time.
And Chris Springer in the TCR car P2 is attempting to close back in. He was in the lead for quite a while. That car was in the lead for quite a while, and I don't know where they lost their lead, but he's trying to claw his way back up into that fight.
Yeah, and the TCR car is actually faster than both the cars in front of it.
Yeah, he is.
Might be slowed by his chicane just there with the Ferrari.
The Rainbow Ferrari.
The Rainbow Ferrari on his outside. Just making that turn in more difficult. But the Cobalt car is now very, very close, within a second of Pure Sims Racing. And Max Bier has managed to stay with Guillaume Jabard. He's within about half a second, 7/10 of a second. So he'll be getting pulled around the track very nicely. And possibly even able to save some fuel.
At the moment in P2 in the GT Pro, Alfonso Chitano, is running faster laps than Full Send Racing, which is driven by Stephen Ash. So maybe he can close in on him a little more. He's still ways back, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean that one's going to be quite interesting in a bit, isn't it?
Yep, it could.
Because you'll have N-Race Esports coming up, dragging the Max Bier car of SimRacingAcademy up with it. So we might end up with a 3 or 4 car fight here.
That'd be fun.
I'm gonna leave you a few minutes on this GT battle, guys. I'm gonna grab some coffee,
Okay.
and I will be right back with you.
Okay. So, Bill, they're going to release a BMW GT4 next week. Did they announce anything for GT3 or GTE? I don't think they did they?
Not that I'm aware of. I'm trying to think of the new cars. We got a couple open wheel cars, some kind of Indy car, some a up the ladder type car for Indy cars. And what else did they come out? Oh, they came out with the another pickup in NASCAR, the pickup truck series. They came out with a Ford F-150.
Yep.
I just read it, but brain's like a sieve. I can't remember what else is coming. A lot of cars are getting the new Crash model. I read that, and nothing that really excites the heck out of me too much. But that doesn't mean anything. The diversity is nice. I mean, you can't please everybody, but it certainly helps to have a good choice of what kind of racing you want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just trying to see where the post was that put out all the cars, because there's a couple of Formula cars released as well.
Yeah, as I said, there's a
Pro Mazda sort of thing, isn't there?
Yeah, SR 2000, but I know it's a Road to Indy car type car.
Right.
Which the Pro Mazda used to be, but I guess this is like an Indy's Light, I think they call it, or something, I believe.
Yeah, so it's Pro 2000 and USF 2000.
Exactly, yep.
Yeah, Indy Light, that's called. BMW GT4, 1987 Cup cars. That's to go with that track. What was it? The one that released recently?
Oh, wow, yeah, North Wilkesboro, yeah.
Yeah. And possibly an oval car.
Yeah, I don't know. Not sure.
So Max Bier not able to stay with Guillaume Jabard too well. dropping off him a little bit. Although it is only half a second still, so not that much. In fact, he's clawed a lot of it back running into Ascari. He's got the two leaders of the... Are they the leaders of the P2? Yes. This could be interesting. It's a shame our cameraman's gone.
Yep.
I'll let you commentate this, because I'm going to lose it now.
Okay, they just went through Parabolica coming down the front straight. Nose to tail, Pure Sim still is in the lead. Paceworks Esports Cobalt has fallen back slightly. Let's see if he's going to make a dive for it. Yep, he's pulled to the inside. And he's pulled into the lead. He's past Pure Sim, coming out of the chicane. Pure Sim right on his tail. Charging hard for the second chicane. Wow, that was an excellent move. Excellent move. Jamie Rushworth didn't like that very much. He's right on his tail.
Yeah, they look very close. Interestingly, third place is just passing the two GT cars that we were watching before.
Yep. That's who? That's TCR, yep.
TCR, yeah. Had a bit of a moment coming out of the last chicane, actually.
Okay, I'm back with you guys.
Stephen McCaffrey is putting a little bit of distance on Jamie Rushworth, heading up toward Ascari.
Yeah,
but of course, it happened when he was trying to pass a GT car, so...
Yeah, we're watching the overtake that you described before, and you described it excellently well.
Well, thank you very much, sir.
It's perfect, actually. Doesn't look like they're staying together now, though, does it?
Boy,
Pulling away.
Stephen McCaffrey's put on the long legs. He is really trying to stretch it out. Into Parabolica.
Yep. He might get a toe off that GT.
Oh, definitely. Boom. He has to thread his way through a few more here.
He does, yeah. There's a Porsche coming up.
Going to be worse for Jamie Rushworth, though. He's kind of caught on the inside a little bit.
I don't know. That Porsche was right on the line that Stephen wanted to be on. Now they're going to have to go the long way around Porsche on the inside.
That's the fun of multi-class racing, though. You have to diversify.
Yeah, definitely. I used to enjoy racing in multi-class.
Well, I kind of like it too. I get my butt handed to me most of the time, but it's fun. I prefer being in the slower class though because I'm really used to getting past. So I'm good at that. I'm good at that.
I was going to say I'm an expert. Right, and here we go. Ooh, that was a bit of a strange move with Max Bier. It was almost like he was going to get out of the way of the P2 cars that were behind him, and then he pulled across the front of them. Very odd. I think that was in his attempt to stay with Guillaume Gibard in the N-Race Esports car. And he's right on the back of that car now. He doesn't seem to want to overtake it, though. He was sat behind on the start-finish straight and didn't step out to overtake.
Yeah.
So maybe he's fuel saving, maybe he's knowing that this car in front's giving him the lines to follow, so that they can catch the Porsche of IES Sim Racing Schweiz in front of them. 10 seconds to that car though. Big gap. So if I'm right, he won't make a move on this Ford GT. I'm about to be proven wrong, aren't I? Nope, he's staying behind him. So I think this is a tactical move on Max Bier's part. Stay behind a faster car and let him tow you around the track.
Yeah, they've been together for a while now, basically since the pit stop, haven't they?
Yes.
And of course, as we know, it's still early, and he basically knows his pace and the Ford GT, and probably is, you know, what's the sense of having an accident now, really?
Exactly. and they are half a second faster than the car in front at the moment.
And
So they
that's
are pulling that back slowly but surely.
oh, that's not. Oh, I see. That's not IES Simsport, is it? No.
Yeah, that's the
SimRacing.
next car in front of them. Yeah.
Oh, flashy lights. Oh goodness.
Oh, we don't like that.
Going into Ascari. Wow.
Yeah.
He hit
That
the
was-
sausage curves pretty hard.
That was forceful. The BMW of Max Beer doesn't like that Porsche being there, that's for sure.
Well, the
Even though
flashy lights on that BMW, man.
Yeah,
Like,
he's gonna give the lad a epileptic fit in the
I
Porsche.
was gonna say like laser beams. Holy mackerel.
To say he's displeased is probably an understatement. But the Porsche did nothing wrong in my eyes.
Yeah. Nothing. Those flashy lights. Nothing a set of wire cutters wouldn't cure.
No, absolutely, I'm with you on that. So a bit further back, we've got World of Sim Racing Team Junior tracking down the Porsche. Yep, he's done him. Of R3T Racing Pro. So that was an AM passing a Pro car.
He got him through the middle of Ascari. That's pretty impressive. Well, I'll tell you, Ascari with the sausage curves and stuff can send you for a ride.
Oh, proper airborne.
Oh yeah.
Is that a car off on the left there? I'm not sure. Maybe I made it up. Or did I? No, I wasn't making it up.
No, for
Troll-
once you were correct.
Yep, TT Motorsports BMW went off to do a bit of, well, just having a look at the scenery really, see if he saw any friends in the crowd. And then rejoined the track without hitting anything, so good effort. I'd love to be able to say your name. I'm going to go for it. Trolls Roulage. How's about that then?
I'm sorry, what car was that?
That was the TT Motorsport car, which is car number 492. My Swedish isn't very good.
Truel Roulage. Truel.
And,
Sorry, mate.
Yeah. And in sympathy, the German sim racing green car almost did exactly the same thing on exactly the same curve.
Wow.
With Florian Hoyn. Probably just insulted somebody in Germany with that one.
Yep, almost.
Sorry?
Yeah, almost. Yeah, I think yeah, the TT Motorsport were lucky not to touch the wall there, because
yeah, big time. They were way out there.
Yeah, we all know how slippery is the grass and gravel on iRacing, so yeah, pretty
Yeah,
lucky.
I thought, and silly me for thinking it, that gravel was supposed to slow you down, but it speeds you up in iRacing, which is helpful when you're heading towards the wall. And you can get out of it reasonably easily as well.
Yeah, where you should be stuck. In the real world, it's more like that.
So Max Beer closes back up again onto the back of Guillaume Jabard in the N-Race Esports Ford GT. This has been going on for quite a while.
Yes.
And I think it's all tactically driven.
I agree. I think they both, you know, running a nice pace together, and I think they kind of are waiting it out, basically.
Wow, that was a dramatic overtake by the P1 car that just flew past these two. This is Team Motorsport Dreams, and I think TT Motorsport. No, it's not. Must be R3T Racing AM.
Yep, correct.
So if they were in a daze, they got woke up, is what you're saying.
Big time. That was dramatic on the screen. P1 car was not waiting around. We're looking back from Guillaume Jabard's Ford GT now.
Yeah, I avoid to show.
Tracking him.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm avoid to show the back of the Ford GT, as you asked previously.
Yeah. The Angry Birds pig.
God, it does look like that, doesn't it? Holy
it really
mackerel.
does, yeah. There's another Ford GT approach. Well, I think they've just overtaken it. It must be a lapped car in the distance. There's not too many Fords in this field, is there? So that has to be Nelson Inacio in the SK Motorsports Golden car. Nope, it'd be Team Wolf Racing because I'm reading the wrong one. Loic Marchand. So, what GT or P cars have you driven, Bill?
As far as competitively, really none. I mean, I own them all. I've run practices and stuff with them. But let's see, I have one of the Porsches. I couldn't tell you which one it is. I have the Ford GT in all its versions. I mean, as you know, that's the way it comes.
Yeah.
And the newer one. And I have a Ferrari, the Ferrari GTE. I don't have a GT3 Ferrari, but I have the GTE car. I kind of like the Ferrari GTE. I'm not a big Ferrari fan, but that car drives very. Oh, somebody's off. Let's see, who was that?
R3T Racing Pro with Vladislav Matchevich.
Okay.
I don't know how bad the impact was, but his car doesn't look particularly bad.
He's moved out pretty well there. He seems to be driving along pretty well.
Yeah, I think that was just maybe an embarrassing moment. We're going to see a replay.
Yep.
Here it is. He goes under the bridge towards the Scari. Oh, is that live, is it?
Yeah, that's live. I don't know if you're synced with the...
He's in a Scari now.
With the thing.
Yeah.
Because, I just showed on the broadcast the L3 one just hit on the rear by the German SimRacing friends at the entry of Ascari one lap before.
Ah, right, okay, well, that explains all that then.
So we got a little nerf, huh? Okay.
Little love tap just to send him round. So at the sharp end of the field, we've got Gold Racing Team LMP1, well into a 2-minute and 15-second lead.
Boy, he is humming along, I'll tell you.
Yep, and in second at the minute is Simon Amosa in the IES SimRacing Schweiz LMP1 car. And then leading the P2 field is Stephen McCaffrey in Oriental, but it's not Oriental Racing, I keep making that mistake. This is the Cobalt car. Yeah,
Pace Works. Yeah, sorry, Pete.
Pace Works Esports Cobalt, there we go. In second is Jamie Rushworth in the Pure Sims Racing car. And in third is Chris Springer in the TCR car. And at the top end of GT, we've got Stephen Ash in the Full Send Racing car. Alfonso Satano is in the SK Motorsports car in second. There he is. And IES SimRacing Schweiz, Fabio Lamartier in the third position in GT Pro. And then we'll move to AM. So GT-AM is Dennis Pickbrenner in German SimRacing Friends, who give a friendly nudge to somebody else a minute ago, by all accounts. Second in line is Kiki Martin of Worlds of SimRacing Team Junior. And third is Johannes Newses in the WS Racing Esports car. He's got a bit of damage on the front of that one.
Yes, he does.
And that's your top three from all the fields.
I don't know what kind of Italian you are, but it's Alfonso Sciatani. Sciatano.
Interesting. Yeah, my Italian's not great, has to be said.
Yeah, mine isn't either, but mine had to be fairly good because I used to be married to a full-blooded Sicilian, so I had to get it right.
Yeah, I expect you're better heeled in Italian than I ever will be.
Do you like Italian food, though?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I like Italy as well. Been there a few times for holiday. Yeah, I've been out there for business a few times as well.
Oh, okay.
Been to Lake Garda and Lake Como.
Woo.
Milan. Been to Rome
Nice.
once.
Nice.
Lovely part of the world.
Well, I have. You got me there. I've never been over in that part of Europe at all. Only Deutschland, Austria, and of course England, which is not Europe.
Not anymore.
England is England.
Yeah. Much to our shame, in my opinion, but never mind.
Well, you know, there's a lot of things we have no control over, so.
True enough. And what Max Beer has got control over at the moment is staying right behind this N-Race Esports car of Guillaume Javard, who's towing him around the track. I'm trying to just work out if they're going faster than the car in front. I think they are. I think the IES SimRacing Schweiz car is slowly making its way towards them by like maybe 0.3 a lap or something like that.
Yep. The Angry Bird. That is too funny. That is too funny. That's all I see now when I look at the back of that GT.
Yeah. You can't get it out of your head, can you?
No, it's there forever. Scarred for life.
We do appear to have another protest.
Huh.
I don't know the details of it just yet, but I can pretty much guess where it's coming from. And this is coming from race control, so car 420 causing a collision. Who was car 420 built?
German sim racing friends EEC.
Yeah, so that's the nudge on the Porsche that we saw before.
Ah.
We'll see what happens with that one. As Max Beer continues to follow Guillaume Javard, he's going to have to pay him some of his fuel money, I think.
Either that or he's going to have to run without a rear wing. One or the other. Or no flashy headlights for you.
Yeah. Disconnect the switch.
That's right, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting. Pure Sims Racing P2 is leading, but now TCR is in second place. I must have taken a nap. I don't know what happened to Paceworks Esports Cobalt. Oh, he's in the pit. He's coming out of the pits. Okay, my apologies.
And on my screen, Guillaume Javard and the N-Race Esports cars just vanished.
Yeah, I have the same. I think he lost connection with the server. I have.
Oh, you?
Yeah, I have nobody when I try to focus on him. So yeah, I think that's bad news for the N-Race Esports.
Oh, wow.
That's devastating.
Oh, he was doing very well, too. That's too bad.
Yeah, his car's dropping down the rankings at the moment. So Max Beer's buddy, who was pulling him around the tracks, vanished in front of him.
He's probably going, what happened?
Yeah.
Snatched up by an alien.
Yeah, probably waiting for him to spawn back in right in front of him.
Yep, it says fell
just saw on the broadcast.
level.
Yeah, yep, just vanished.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, well, that's part of iRacing.
For sure. Yeah, it's
Something
one thing
for
to
all of us.
get. Oh, he's back. He's in the pit. I see him in the pits now.
I wonder what iRacing will do to him for that. I can't remember what it does.
They get a big spanking.
Yeah. It'll automatically service his car unless he's managed to switch everything off in the meantime. And it's Luc Bataille that's taking over that car now as well. So it looks like Guillaume Javard has lost connection and lost his internet, which is a very big shame. He was doing so well.
Okay, I have on the screen that Nils Leppers was black flag for causing a collision with car 420. The 30 car. Yep, there it is.
Yep, that's the protest that was coming through before. It's just German sim racing friends. Not being as friendly as they should have been.
Yeah, you got me. You beat me to it. Yeah.
So, Jamie Rushworth in Pure Sims Racing, leading the field. TCR is a couple of seconds back from him. And that Mass Devils eSports car that you can see behind is a lap down.
Yeah, and you can see how he's got a lot better tires. Boy, you climbed right up on him there.
Certainly did.
Up, and the overall leaders behind these fellas as well. Gold
Yeah.
Racing Team LMP.
And that's not going to help Gold Racing Team. Not that he needs any help, he's got a massive lead. And that's him going around the outside of everybody.
Yeah, that was a good place to get by him. He had the speed to do it. That was good. And I see Luke Vitale's back out there again.
He is, yeah.
Yeah.
He's replaced Guillaume Jabard, who lost his connection.
Showing him in, what, 20th overall.
Yeah, 9th in class at the moment. And second to last runner of the Pro.
You know, I know we live with those things with the internet, but, you know, it's one thing to spin out or get in an accident and, you know, get taken out or something, but when the internet gods take you out, it just doesn't seem fair sometimes.
No, it doesn't. And Luke Bataille is being caught now by Oliver Schlabs in the Team Motorsport Dreams AM car.
He is.
I think that'll be because Luke's on brand new, very, very slippy tyres, or just taking it easy while he gets into the flow of things with this car. On this track surface, track temperature, just for information, is 94 degrees, so it's dropped significantly since the start of the race. So I think these guys will see a performance improvement the next time they properly pit, which is probably going to benefit Luke Bataille at some point.
It should. That makes sense, yeah. And it looks like the shadows are getting long. Must be getting later in the day. I can't tell exactly what time it is. 17:44. That's what, 5 quarter 6.
Yeah. So sun will start to set about 7:30, 8 o'clock sim time. So we'll end up with some dark racing. Won't be night racing, I don't think, but it'll be dark.
Yeah. Luke Bataille may be treading a little easy too. He probably doesn't want to go into another black hole somewhere either.
Yeah, true. Fair amount of ground he needs to make up though now. It's a real shame that that's happened.
Well, Pete, you can appreciate internet problems.
Oh, I'm a king of internet problems at the minute.
It unnerves you, you know, it really does.
Yeah, and it mashes your confidence in your own driving, if you know what I mean, as well, because you're wondering when it's going to cut out and things like that.
Yeah,
So
you don't want to mess up anybody else either.
No, it's just not good, really.
No.
That's we're watching the Lithium Motorsports car BMW of Michal Matusek at the minute. It's got some lovely damage on the front bumper, kind of air intake. So he's obviously coming together with somebody at some point. He's about on the back of the R3T Racing Pro car of Vatislav Mashevek.
Yes, he is.
And even with that damage, he's quite a lot faster.
He's treading along pretty well, isn't he? Yep.
I think we've had some pit stops happen in P2 with German Sim Racing Green and Mass Devils Esports both boxing their cars. And as I'm speaking, I think Pure Sims Racing are in the pits. I'm not really that sure. But this is a real gaggle of traffic here around the R3T Racing Pro car. Bit of lights flashing going on. And that'll be the H2 Performance SRT 444 car that's gone past him there. Gone past Vlastislav.
He's chasing down Lithium Motorsports, Michael Matusik, who we were just watching previously.
Yeah, it's a real gaggle of cars all very close to one another here.
Sure are.
You got the Mass Devils Esports P2 car in the background about to upset everybody here as well.
And they're stretched out just far enough to make some tricky passing. Looks like he got one.
Yeah, he's going to have to be patient here. Behind Paul Breithaupt. Don't know that that's the right pronunciation. I doubt it very much. So apologies, Paul.
Paul Breithaupt.
We'll go with that. Sounds better than mine. Mass Devils Esports pulls out to overtake the Lithium Motorsports car. And the IES SimRacing Schweiz white car, driven by Fabio Lomartier, sorry, leads this little group of GT cars into Parabolica.
He's had good moments of speed today so far, really.
Yeah, definitely. Back with Full Send Racing with Stephen Ash behind the wheel, leading the GT field at the moment. Sure what his last pit stop lap was, but I expect that he's due soon.
And Alfonso Shatani in the SK Motorsports still holding on to second place in GT Pro.
Yep, he's got six seconds to the next car.
Which would be the leader, Full Send.
Yep.
Or are you talking about behind him?
No, ahead of him. It's quite a big gap behind him, I think. 25 seconds or something. No, 10 seconds, sorry. 18, can't read.
Wow.
Going mad.
That's pretty good lead there, or second place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that distance has been about the same since he's taken over second place, give or take a little bit of time. Yeah.
Just watching Oliver Schlabs in the Team Motorsport Dreams car doing practice slaloms at the first chicane when he went straight on. And I've had a lovely tasty slowdown for that, but she probably used up doing the slaloms, to be fair.
Yeah. By the way, anybody that's never raced here before that does that, it's not a shortcut, trust me, okay?
Oh, what was that? That looked nice and tasty. We're getting a replay of it now. Lewis Palm Jr. in the L1 Esports car enters into the first chicane, spins it on his own, and gets narrowly missed by 3 other GT cars. Goes over the big bumps, and then rejoins the track.
Yeah, he's driving a little guardedly at the moment, but trying to collect himself, I guess, or whatever. And
he'll be glad to know that his actions were caught live on camera, which is always good.
doesn't look like he's got any damage on his vehicle, though.
No, he might have taken a bit of damage on the underside of his car from going over the bumps, but that'll be about it.
Can't see the dirty side at this moment, so.
No. So Wilder Sim Racing Team Junior is getting tracked down by Apex Aviation Racing now, who is about to put a move on him, you would think, in that Ferrari. There's a P2 car about to get in the way of this little equation. So that Mass Devils Esports P2 car passes with no bother at all. And the Ferrari behind him has gone
very, very wide.
Yeah, he's in a different postcode.
That's a tough corner. That's a very deceptive corner.
It is, and once we've said this a couple of times actually. Once you start to drift, nothing stops here.
No,
you just keep going on a one-way ticket to the green.
Isn't that the truth? It's like you got on ice or something. All of a sudden you're gone.
Yeah, I think it's the series of marbles that is off the racing line, and they just get more and more numerous as you get further and further away. So it just feels like you're just out there forever.
Probably true. Didn't think of that. You're probably correct there.
I appear to have lost connection just for a minute. Getting my lovely scenic shots at the moment.
Oh, cool.
It'll trip back, no doubt, very shortly.
And at the moment, sorry.
Yeah, we're watching some trips in the gravel from Le Bataille and
right.
a spin
I'm
from,
back on it now.
Yeah, Ecolowak earlier on.
Yep, and Luke's back on the track. We're now with Lithium Motorsports. They drive a BMW, don't they? Yep. With Mikhail Matusek. Not too far back from Mikhail is Paul Braithwaite in the H2 Performance SRT car.
And in P2, Stephen McCaffrey presently is leading over Pure Sims Racing with Jamie Rushworth driving. He's got a fairly good lead at the moment. Took a lot of curves through Ascari there. He's very lucky not to get full vaulted into the universe. Wow.
Yeah,
Shit.
this German sim racing Magenta seems to struggle a lot. Once again, a big spin on the second chicane, sorry.
Yeah. Now the Rainbow Ferrari's gotten a lot of coverage today.
Yeah.
Paceworks Esports Cobalt just passed him on the front straight.
So this little contest between H2 Performance SRT. I'll just switch to a different one. Yeah, so this H2 Performance SRT is tracking down the Lithium Motorsports BMW in front of it. He's gaining a bit each time he goes round a lap. He's approaching half a second behind now.
Yeah, it looks like a dogfight's going to happen right there.
It's not too far away.
Oh, he isn't. Driving very smoothly, too.
He's got a good launch out of the Ascari.
Yes, he did.
And he's definitely in the tow now. He's just taken another 2/10 out of him on that little stretch.
Parabolica not pushing very hard. Very nice.
Yeah, you don't want to though, do you?
Nope.
And then he'll get a major tow down here now. He's just had 2/10 out of him. He's about to get 3/10 out of him. I don't know. Has he got the legs?
He's looking.
He is, and he's done it, even before the turn.
Wow, well done.
Good car positioning in front of the person he's overtaken as well, so that's excellent. And off he goes. Job done. If that was me, I'd be like, right, that's me, I'm done, I'm parking it.
Yep.
Can't do any better than that.
I'd be sideways over the curbs, everything else. I mean, he was just so nice and smooth. Wow.
Yeah. So, in P2, Jamie Rushworth and Chris Springer are reasonably close together. Chris Springer being the TCR car following Jamie Rushworth's car.
Yes, he is getting close. TCR has been very fast all day. Really
Yes.
done a great job. I know, the last race we did with him, he must have gotten behind, you know, in the beginning or something. He had a heck of a time catching up, but he's really showing his mettle today.
Yeah, definitely, and he's cutting down this the lead in front of him now. Very well, actually.
Yep, he sure is.
He's much better on the brakes than the Pure Sims racing car of Jamie Rushworth in front of him.
Of course, it's a good thing that they don't have Dom and Sam running today, or they'd be also Rands, you know, also Rands.
Yeah, that's quite a block that Pure Sims Racing got, and that TCR got then with the two GT cars.
I was going to say, that almost looked like it was planned that way. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was formation getting in the way of, wasn't it?
Yep. P2 GT, P2 GT. Yep.
Yep.
Or no, the other way around. Sorry. GT, P2.
So a little bit further back down the road, the Danu Sim Racing Rainbow Ferrari has now caught the TT Motorsport BMW. They are very close together. And he may stick his nose out here. He did a little bit, just to show his nose. Into Lesmo 1, and then you just want to coast through the first part of Lesmo 2 and then get on the gas as early as you can to get a shot out of there.
Tyus Eggert's pushing very hard to try to get by him in the Rainbow 1 car.
So there's a few cars dropping into the pits now and servicing their vehicles. And the Ferrari pulls out from the slipstream and tucks in and makes the pass. Very nicely done. He's got about 3 or 4 car lengths already. I don't think that BMW is necessarily going to have the draft enough to come back at him there. And this is your P2 leader, Stephen McCaffrey, who now has a, call it 6-second lead over second place, which would be Jamie Rushworth. It's quite an accomplished drive up to this point for the Cobalt team.
Certainly is, and it appears that TCR has fallen back just a little bit. Maybe Jamie Rushworth realized he better step on the go pedal.
Yeah, I mean that's just on this lap, because the previous lap TCR were faster, not by much, just by 1/10. So hard to pick the two apart at the moment. So I think you're right. I think Jamie Rushworth's got a wriggle on here. We'll have a look at the times as they cross the line now.
Got him that time, 1:39 something.
Yeah.
TCR about the same, roughly.
Yep. Not much in it.
Yeah.
And this is their 100th lap. As we approach 3 hours and the halfway mark. Ooh, the TCR car was sideways going into Ascari then. That's possibly why he's dropping off. Maybe he's cooked his rear tyres a bit.
Could be.
And they'll be like jello now. And this is Luke Bataille in the Ford GT, making his way back through the field yet again. And approaching Heiko Loak's BMW for German Sim Racing Magenta. On board with Luke now, as he starts to come back through the field after Guillaume unfortunately had internet issues. Good line through there from both of these cars. He'll want to get this done fairly quickly. He's got a fair amount of ground to catch up on the rest of the field now. He pulls out and is later on the brakes. Well, he was, and then he's had to tuck back again and give best to Heiko.
After pit stops, I believe that Alfonso Shitani in the SK Motorsport has gotten ahead of Full Send Racing on pit stops, I believe.
It would appear that way, yeah, definitely.
Wow.
I don't know what the timing gap is.
Let's see. SK Alfonso is now in Parabolica, and Full Send is just out of Ascari coming down to Parabolica. So
Yeah, no tires
good.
last time by for the SK Motorsports. Same for SimRacingAcademy in 3rd place. No tires, and tires for the Full Send Racing and all the other GTs.
Right. So differences in strategy, Bill. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't be leaving tyres off on a change at all.
No. I mean, he was trying to make up some time because, as we know, he was well back in 2nd place, but that's kind of a risky move. Well, it's getting cooler. Maybe he'll get away with it. I don't know. I don't think so.
I wouldn't have thought so either. I think it's too much to sacrifice.
Yeah, really. Thanks for that information, Sam. Didn't realize that.
So the N-Race Esports Ford hasn't dropped the BMW that it passed a minute ago, and we have the H2 Performance SRT car getting overtaken by a P2. Is that a bit of a replay there of Lithium Motorsports doing a pass?
Well, our good buddies Apex Aviation Racing and L1 Esports, who were pals during the race, are both in the pits together at this point.
Right. Inseparable even in the pit stops.
Yeah, L1E is on his way out. Really nice paint schemes on a lot of these vehicles out here.
Yeah, a lot of time and effort spent on a lot of them.
For sure. For sure.
So it looks like, where am I? Apex Aviation Racing might have swapped their drivers.
We have Julien? Oh, God.
Julien Jean.
Thank you.
You do the Italian ones, I'll try and do the French ones, and then Sam can correct you both.
My full-blooded French grandmother's got to be rolling over in her grave right now.
So Apex Aviation Racing back on track and chasing down World of Sim Racing Team Junior for first place in the AM class.
He is. He's in first place. Wow, that's well. I don't know. It hasn't recycled yet. Not sure.
It's Kike Martin that's in the lead there. It's World of Sim Racing Team Junior,
Okay.
but they are less than half a second apart now. No, just over now.
Okay.
As we bubble about, and the N-Race Esports car still in close proximity in the pro class. But this Apex Aviation car's got brand new tyres on, so I expect it to have plenty of overspeed once it catches the BMW. Helped by a bit of a tow, or a double tow actually, as a P1 and a P2 file past. A replay of R3T Racing AM. Ooh, not braking anywhere near where they should have done, and doing the shimmy through the slalom. Won't be the last people doing that today, that's for sure.
No.
And now, Apex Aviation have definitely caught World of Sim Racing Team Junior. This one's on.
Well, he's really pushing them too.
He
Wow.
is. He stepped out. Probably not the best place to step out when you got a P2,
Oh,
a P1
baby.
coming through.
Wow.
That was
Talk
a code
about
brown for everybody.
I was gonna say, talking about threading a needle. Wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Apex Aviation hadn't been looking at their relative. They didn't. I don't think they knew that that car was there.
Yeah.
He wouldn't have pulled out if he did.
He's looking at one thing: the back of World of Sim Racing Team Junior.
Absolutely. I mean, this is for #1 spot in AM, so
Right.
it's absolutely worth fighting for. And then more cars passing them just to annoy them.
Sorry. No. Wow. Okay.
So all shuffled through quite nicely there. And you would think that Apex would get right up on his bumper here, but not pull out. No, he's pulling out.
Look,
Stayed
to the
there.
inside.
Yeah.
He's
gonna
gonna
be a
get
good
him, I
move.
believe.
Well, the BMW's out on the marbles there, so there's no grip there.
No.
He could come
Good
back
move.
at him. Could come back at him with slipstream, which is why I was saying I'd have
True.
waited probably.
True.
No, the Ferrari stretches its legs and pulls away from the BMW. So that's Julien Jean heading the AM field for GT now for Apex Aviation Racing even. Decided to reorganise those three words into a new sentence.
He appears to be pulling away too. He's definitely faster at this point.
Yep, absolutely. Using those reasonably new tyres to good effect. This is their lap 96 at the moment.
Well, SK Motorsport that took SK Motorsport in GT Pro, who's currently in first position, who didn't take tires on the pit stop, still got a pretty good lead over Full Send Racing.
Yeah, that lead is coming down, but it is a healthy lead. Full Send Racing are absolutely going for it at the minute.
Oh yeah.
Still Stephen Ash behind the wheel of this car.
Chitano turned a 148, and Ash turned a 147 too, so he's definitely running fast.
Yeah, more than a second a lap, so you would expect that to be exponentially increase as you go on.
Gonna come down, yep.
Although with this tyre model, if you drive the car reasonably correctly, which I don't, so I have to put the prefix in front of the next sentence of I have been told that you get a lot of grip on the first lap, no grip for a couple of laps, and then it kind of plateaus out after that.
Heard that too, Pete. I'm not aware of that either, but I've heard that, yes.
So from that point on, you could stick with the same tyres, but there's obviously a benefit to changing because we've seen some real overspeeds in the field after getting tyres on.
Yeah, and I gotta believe they talk about plateauing, but I don't think it's going to plateau forever.
No.
After a while, it's going to go away. Especially, you have to make one evasive move or something. That situation will be over.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the speed of that Gold Racing Team LMP1 car. It's just
that thing is
obscene.
sailing. That is absolutely sailing. He's going so fast, I think he wants this to get over in a hurry or something. Well, or get the most laps he can, I guess I should say. Because 7 hours is 7 hours, period.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the distance between Jamie Rushworth and Pure Sim Racing and Chris Springer in the DCR is kind of stabilized, still about the same. Second and third place in P2.
Yep. And Apex Aviation Racing can't seem to drop World of Sim Racing Team Junior.
Huh.
So there's half a second in it, and it's been like that for a little while now.
Yeah, you seem to pass them handily, but now you're right there.
Well, it's always easier to follow, isn't it? Because you can spot their braking points, you can follow them through well, not follow them through, but take better lines than them.
That's true. And you don't have to drive in the mirror so much either.
Mm.
Now, is that a player behind them? Let's see. No, it's not. Okay. Yes, it is. World of Sim Racing Team Junior is up on him too, isn't he? Nope, sorry. No. Looking at the wrong guy. I beg your pardon.
Watching TT Motorsports passing, I think it must have been Vladislav Machev. Yeah, it was the R3T Racing Pro car of Vladislav Machev. Nice clean overtake. Meanwhile, World of Sim Racing Team Junior get back after Apex Aviation Racing again. And the gap is still about half a second.
I'll tell you, TT Motorsports car, you never have trouble finding it in the car park, that's for sure. That's a bright automobile. Wow.
It certainly is.
And speaking of TT Motorsports, he got awakened by Gold Racing Team LMP1 flashing by at the speed of sound.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, isn't it, where your relative screen is not always your best friend.
Yeah, I've never been in that situation, but I can imagine that your relative screen ticks down in a hurry when he's coming up behind you. Wow.
Yeah, and you get these situations where you're being followed by two of your own class or three of your own class, and then one of those guys steams up and overtakes all four of you at once, and it can be quite a shock to you because he's not been on your relative screen until the very last second.
Yeah, and if you're in that kind of battle, you might take a glance at the relative screen, but you're not glued to it, that's for sure.
Well, no, you're staring at the front, really, aren't you?
Exactly.
So yeah, Kicker Martin hasn't really been able to keep that half a second gap too well now. He's approaching being 1 second behind, and that looked like the Master Devils Esports P2 car flashing through. Here we are with Simon Amosa in the IES SimRacing Schweiz car, which is in second place. You'd think he was on the track on his own. There's no cars anywhere near him at the moment. Now there's some in the distance for him to have a go at.
It's almost like one of those moments. Where'd everybody go?
Yeah, I've been in situations like that and wondered if I'd disconnected.
Yep. Yeah, usually running toward the back, that happens to me when the field spreads out, you know, all of a sudden you're back there and go, what the heck? I know I'm going slow, but this is ridiculous.
So Stephen McCaffrey in the Paceworks Esport Cobalt car goes sailing through in the lead of the P2s. He's got a 7-second gap between him and Pure Sims Racing now. And a further 5 seconds to TCR. TCR were a bit lively on the track last time I watched them, a bit of wheel spin. There's Jamie Rushworth in second for Pure Sims Racing. Got a bit of effort to do in order to catch the Cobalt car. In third... Oh, sorry, go on.
No, that's okay. I interrupted you. Go ahead, man.
And in third, Chris Springer in the TCR car, nearly 6 seconds back down the road.
I was just gonna comment. It seemed that the P2 cars have spread out a little bit just recently.
This happened last time out as well. They concertina away, and then all of a sudden, in about 5 laps, you get them all back on the same bit of tarmac again. So
yeah,
it just seems to work like that. And then the leader of the GT Pro is Alfonso Chitano. Taking my cues there from the way that Bill said it.
that was very good.
Cheers. In the SK Motorsports BMW. In second place is Stephen Ash in the Full Send Racing Porsche, who's been highly competitive and very, very fast. And a surprise that they've got 14 seconds to make up on the SK Motorsports car. In third is Max Bier in the SimRacingAcademy BMW. He's got 20 seconds to make up till he catches the Full Send Racing car, and he's unfortunate enough to have his next nearest competitor less than a second behind him in the IES SimRacing Schweiz car of Fabio Lamartier.
Yeah, that car, speaking of IES SimRacing Schweiz White with Fabio at the wheel, that car has been very fast all day long, but I don't know whether he's got long pit stops or what, but I'm surprised he's not up closer. He is gaining on SimRacing Academy Black, though, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And it won't be long until he's right on him.
Look at that.
Yeah, SimRacing Academy trying to break the toe.
Yeah, they're snaking up and down the front straightaway, trying to...
Saw someone doing that once in a Star Mazda and he just binned it. It was hilarious.
Well, if you get too carried away, it's easy to lose it, spin the car, for sure.
Yeah, that Porsche absolutely reeled him in just then.
Yeah, Fabio is very, very smooth through the corners. Keeps up good momentum, too.
Yeah.
He is definitely gaining on him.
I think this will be something to watch for the next maybe lap and a half.
Might get a little testy when we get down to Ascari.
Yeah, definitely. So Lesmo 1, don't go too wide, take a bit of curb, and then Lesmo 2, roll it through the corner, take a bit of curb there, and then back on the gas, and he's right on him now, less than 0.2 of a second. This will be done exactly where you predicted, Bill.
He might make a move. There he goes. He's looking. Yeah. Sim Racing Academy Black wisely backed out. That's a bad place to try to defend really hard.
Yeah, absolutely. Sensible racing there. It's not the first time that they've chosen the right option tonight.
No, that was very good. He picked up a little toe. Who's riding Sim Racing Black? Oh, Fabio. Nope, not Fabio.
No. Max Pierre.
Max Pierre, right?
So these guys have got like nearly a minute over the next guy in line.
Oh, here we go, snaking.
Yeah. It's just hilarious,
funny.
isn't it?
That's funny.
Now, I wonder if Max can keep with Fabio through these tighter turns. Fabio was very, very slick through them last time.
He got Fabio got a very good exit out of there.
He did, he launched right away.
Well, I'll tell you, Max hasn't given up. Whoa! Uh-oh.
You gotta watch those sausage curbs in that dead zone there.
Well, I'm glad to see that he let him get back ahead of him.
Yeah, he'll have the world's biggest slowdown now, though.
Yeah, sad.
He's trying to shed it there on the inside.
Yeah, that's too bad.
Yeah. But it happens to all of us, doesn't it? We want to keep with the car in front when our tyres are not as good as theirs, etc.
I don't know why you gotta slow down there. That's a great shortcut.
But those sausage curbs can really punt your car in the air. Oh, we're watching a replay of Johannes News's in the WS Racing Esports yellow car taking a trip through the kitty litter. And we are back watching Julien Jean in the Apex Aviation Racing car, but he has unfortunately not lost Kiko Martin with the World of Sim Racing Team Junior car. So they're going to be occupying the same bit of tarmac very shortly, I think.
And Marias Danhausen driving the Gold Racing Team LMP1. Just wanted to say hi. You're not getting a lot of time today because you're too darn fast, but you're doing a great job.
He recently put in the fastest lap of the race again, which was a 1:31.731, so we should shout that one out.
Definitely.
So, folks, we're now going to take a short break to give mine and Bill's vocal cords a rest. We'll be back very shortly. Hopefully, Clyde will join us at that point in time, and then around about 6 o'clock, we've got a guest from SRA joining us. So don't leave us for too long, and be sure to watch our little interval, as I'm sure you'll be very entertained.
has been made.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Backfire Simsport TV. And we're off, guys. We are going.
Ooh, got a lock up from Mr. Holman there. He was chasing the car that I was just staring at. Jeremy Rogers, not a name that I know, but I'm sure other people do.
So far, he is wrong. I'm telling you, I can't believe how well he did.
Welcome back, everybody. So, while we've been gone, you've seen on your screen there's been at least one close call for our leader. So, a little recap on what's going on. So, we're a little over halfway at the moment, coming up to the 3 hour 30 mark. We've got Gold Racing Team way out in front in the P1 class, and then IES Sim Racing Schweiz are currently in second. Don't think the third place car is still running. In P2 we did have Pure Sims Racing. I think they have just pitted. So we've got Paceworks Esports have taken over the lead in that. TCR are now second, and German Sim Racing are third. In the GT Pro class, we have got SK Motorsport currently leading. We have Full Send Racing 397 in second, and IES Sim Racing Schweiz White currently in third spot. In the GT AM class, we currently have World of Sim Racing Team Junior occupying first place, Apex Aviation Racing in second, and WS Racing Esports Yellow in third. So sim time, we are getting on in the evening now. Sim time is currently 22.7. The track temperature, if you remember at the start of the race, was a whopping 120 degrees Fahrenheit. We are now down to 88 Fahrenheit, and the shadows are getting longer. So, I don't think we're going to have a lot of action in the P1 class, apart from the guys trying to get past all the slower classes. And everybody has spaced out a little bit on this 3.6 mile track. But we've got pit stops and everything will come back together, and I'm sure we'll have an exciting finish.
I see our colleague Clyde is back. Welcome back, Clyde.
I'm back. I have a full belly. We're just watching the German Sim Racing Magenta car having a slight issue.
Really? Okay.
No harm, no foul.
Flashy lights.
Yeah, I don't quite see what he did. Let's have a look. Yeah.
This is a replay, isn't it, of him going sideways?
Yeah, I don't think he hit anything, and well, apart from nearly the car that tried to come past him, but
I think he hit the limits of his talent.
Yeah, and probably yeah, he might be a little bit embarrassed with that one.
He's been in the thick of the action though. Not him in terms of Heiko, but the Magenta car certainly has been in a lot of action.
Pink.
Yeah, it's true.
We've had this discussion.
We have, yeah.
So what have we got here?
So this is Luka Lajovic, who is leading, or he was leading. Yeah, he's still leading in the Cobalt car for P2s. It's a new driver to that car. I don't think he's been in it yet today.
My screen just flicked to a replay then.
Oh, yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. But that's current, I think.
Again, no harm, no foul. He'll get a 1x for that.
You gents might have mentioned it already, but the one thing I noticed first coming back is that Full Send Racing 397 has almost caught SK Motorsport, first and second place in GT Pro.
Yep, and more, well, just as importantly, TCR is now clearly on the back of the Cobalt car for first place in P2. It's a strange line from them.
Up the accordion effect.
Yeah, it was a very shallow line by the Cobalt car.
Yeah, we see the Pure Sim racing car pit as we was at break. I'm not at the moment not quite sure whether that was an early pit stop or a late pit stop, or where they should be.
Late pit stop. Yeah.
A late pit stop from Sam. I believe Jamie Rushworth was in the car.
Yeah, 1 minute
Pete Harrod
35.
has taken back over now.
1 minute 35 pit stop. It's way longer than all the other cars. With tires at 50 seconds. So
Yeah, so perhaps they had a little bit of damage somewhere
Yeah,
that they
probably.
wanted to fix.
Maybe a combination of things. Might have been swapping drivers as well.
Yeah, there was definitely a driver swap because I think Jamie Rushworth was in the car and Pete Harrod's back in it now.
Yeah. And Nathaniel Schramm is all over the back of Luka Legshevich.
He certainly is.
And he's looking very, very fighty now. He's on the wrong side of that car, though. This is trying to egg him back to one side so he can go on the inside of him into Parabolica.
He made a nice move there.
He did, and that's a very shallow line he's taken in and a very deep line out. That GT car is going to offer him a little bit of extra speed.
Get a little dicey.
yeah, a bit of contact between the Pure Sim and the Full Sun Racing.
Yeah, and is that what caused it? Obviously, the Pure Sim car's got to be on coldish tyres.
That's just happened now. So
Oh, no, that wasn't anything to do with cold tyres. That was just a hello, I'm touching your bottom.
I think that'll end up in a protest, don't you?
Yeah.
Because Pure Sims was right up there at one time. And they are quite far down the league table now. Oh, sorry, the positions. That's a very bent up left-hand side of that WS Racing Esports yellow car.
Yeah, and that's the shortcut.
Yeah, those bumps you don't want to be hitting. Whoa, big wobble. Trying to heat up his tyres there, or what?
Yeah, or just ruin them before they're ready.
Yeah. Oddest tactic ever.
Whoa! Bronislav Robinek, R3T Racing AM. Only see the back end of that.
Yeah,
Oh, we're going to see it now.
He's lost it. No, he hasn't. Not yet. Oh, it's gone off my screen.
Yeah, it's gone off of mine as well. Yeah, we just see the back of that, but
Seems to be happening to me a lot when we go into replays at the minute. I'm seeing scenic view.
and there's nothing wrong with scenic view.
That's a very nice track.
Very scenic.
Yeah. So R3T Racing AM getting overtaken here by one of the pro cars. That's the IES Racing Schweiz car.
He was chasing him across the track there.
Yeah. Here we are with Stephen Ash in the Full Send Racing car. Heading into Lasmo 1. He is catching the SK Motorsport car, as Bill was mentioning before.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beginning to reel him in. I guess maybe the difference of tire replacement is beginning to show its head now.
Yeah, we've already seen a number of times that tyres are worth an enormous amount around here, and not to change your rubber is not the best option.
That sounded like a sex education lesson.
Maybe it was.
In all fairness to SK Motorsport for not taking tires, at the time that they did that, they were pretty far behind in second place, and it was probably a decent chance to take to try to get up near the front. So
Yeah, absolutely.
it might have been worth a gamble. Have to wait and
Yes.
see.
If you haven't got it on pace, it's worth doing something different for your pit stop.
Exactly.
So we're on board with Ludovic Juret in the N-Race Esports Platinum car, chasing down the German sim racing green car of Julian Ogen, and he is gaining on him very, very quickly.
Yeah, he was giving those speed bumps on the chicane a very wide berth.
Yeah. Oh, he's absolutely reeled him in under braking there into Parabolica. Tries to get back into the slipstream. Should have an enormous amount of overspeed here.
There he goes.
Certainly made that work. I'm not sure why he's not pulled over to block pass. So he doesn't need to, clearly. He's already pulled away by about 2 or 3 car lengths. And that's that done.
And the battle's going to heat up very shortly between SK Motorsport and Full Send Racing. Very close now.
Yep, Full Send have just overtaken the Magenta car, German sim racing Magenta, and are now getting the tractor beam out, ready for pulling Alfonso Chitano back into their realm.
For sure.
Seemed like he went down about 15 gears there. How many gears has he got?
Perhaps that's why he's doing so well.
Yeah. Look at this, the pace of that P1
Good
car.
Lord. Like a rocket ship. Wow.
Feather in the throttle, bouncing over those curbs.
I was more worried about the BMW in front. He took that much curb, he nearly rolled it.
Yeah. Then taking a lot of curb on that one to get as much drive out of here as you can.
Gonna get dicey now.
Yeah. It's another Ascari overtake, is it?
Whoa.
Yes, that was a proper Full Send.
Wow.
Never has a team's been so aptly
What a-
named.
What a gutsy move that was. Wow.
Yeah, to be fair, the BMW didn't really defend, did he? He
No.
went to the outside of the track and basically said, have it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he knew he was coming for sure.
And again, a lot of it is about picking your battles.
Yeah.
Sure. There's the whoa.
That
The overall
was-
leader had a close call right there.
Yeah. And oddly, the full send racing car, after doing that overtake, has pitted.
Yep. Yeah, he did.
I suppose every second counts, so I shouldn't be that surprised.
And almost collided with Golden Racing Team LMP. Pretty close call.
It was. So L1 Esports is with Louis Payne Jr. Has Roger Schmucki in the SimRacingAcademy car right in his sights. And he is gaining on him. Into the chicane.
The Sim Racing Academy Black, wasn't that the gent that was riding along with what's the name of that team? NS the N-Race Esports?
A little while ago, yeah.
Before, yeah, they were riding a in line.
Big gaggle of GTs there.
So while you were away, Clyde, N-Race Esports, who were right at the pointy end of the GT Pro, their driver Guillaume Javard had an internet failure.
Oh.
So that's why Luc Bataille is in the car and so far down from where they were.
Yeah, that's never a good thing.
Nope.
Something that's totally out of your control, usually.
Yeah, we were talking about that. You know, we all face that, but you know, it's feels gut wrenching versus doing something stupid yourself or getting in an accident. It's totally different.
Yeah, things that are out of your control.
Exactly.
On go on. I was going to say on another note, what time are you leaving this to go to your other appointment tonight?
Another hour.
Another hour. Well, I'm going to have about 20 minutes to clean up the mess that I've made outside. And I'll be back shortly.
Have you been pooping in the garden again?
Might have been. What's it got to do with you?
Just wondered.
See you soon.
So there's a lot of light flashing going on in this GT battle.
I was saying to Pete before, Clyde, that the flashy lights on the BMW seem awful bright compared to everybody else's. Holy mackerel. Like laser beams.
Yeah, perhaps they're just wider, like the BMW is.
Yeah, and also I think those lower lights in the valence are turning on also. I don't know. Kind of weird.
So where are we now? Time. So yeah, we've still got a good 2 hours, 15, 20 minutes left to go. It's coming up to 7 o'clock sim time.
Yes, it is.
Oh dear. That was the magenta car going round again. Not sure how he managed that. It's...
Sure.
That was... It was like, I don't know whether the car in front was braking early or whether they just broke really late. Straight into the back of the car in front and round they go.
We have a gaggle of GT cars in the pits at this moment too.
Yeah, it must be that time again.
Yep.
There's our P1 leader who's had a fairly easy time. Right, so we've got the Pure Sim Racing team have just got a 30-second stop and go for causing a collision.
Oh. It seems Stephen McCaffrey's had a internet problem too. What car was he driving?
Let's see if he was driving. He may have just been a
Oh, that's
spectator.
true. He was driving something. I forget if he's changed or not. All right, SK Motorsport, the current GT leader, is in the pits. Well, he took over the lead when Full Send pitted. Let's see how that shakes out. Full Send's heading up to Lesbo 2. Through it now.
That was classic. That was a GT being overtaken by a P2 being overtaken by a P1. Good catch, that one, Sam. I like that.
Speed differential's amazing. God, you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Fabio Lamartire is still driving the IES SimRacing Schweiz.
Yeah, so we're currently on board with our leader, Marius Danhausen, Gold Racing Team. Trying to make his way past a GT car.
Look at that, boom.
Yeah, no messing about.
Boy, most cars, if you came up behind them and swerved behind them like that, you'd be off the road. Not that car, not that vehicle.
They've certainly got a hell of a lot of grip to play with, haven't
Oh
they?
boy, they sure do. You went by N-Race Esports like it was parked on the side of the track. God, unbelievable. Yeah, Luke Vitale's trying to climb back from his internet failures, having a tough time getting back up with the rest of those guys.
Yeah.
Especially since he lost a lap too, that's tough.
Yeah, sometimes it's just really, really difficult to get that back.
Yes, it is.
Especially in a, it's not a big field a really big field for those cars, but
No.
It's big enough and the lap times are close enough that he's still got over 2 hours left, so you never know what's going to happen.
That's very true. Our GT AM leader is in the pit, Apex Aviation Racing. That's driven by Remy David, and he's departed. He's on his way out. He's done very well today. He's ahead of quite a few of the pro guys.
And the P2 there thankfully just slips through.
Speaking of P2, TCR is motoring along fine with a pretty decent lead. Piloted by Nathaniel Schramm.
We're just watching Nelson Ignacio from SK Motorsports Golden have a bit of a moment in the chicane.
And he's trying real hard to catch up with Full Send.
I have messages coming in left, right and centre at the moment. Sorry for my lack of talking. Just trying to answer some questions.
Well, that's what happens when you're the answer man. People want to know answers. And you provided for them.
Yeah. Usually the wrong answer.
Well, hey, at least you're giving them an answer. Better than
That's
nothing.
right, yes.
Okay, guys, we have Max from the SimRacingAcademy that will join us to present the giveaway SimRacingAcademy is organizing. So,
Okay.
Clyde, if you want to grab him in, I know you like it.
I am Chief Flusher.
Ah, yeah, right.
Max, welcome to the booth.
Welcome, guys.
We hear a little rumour that you're having a giveaway.
What? Who has
Yeah.
spoiled it?
Oh no, yeah, it's funny that.
Yeah, we have a little giveaway from our team, the SimRacing Academy, and in cooperation with the Z1 dashboard software. And the guys out there, you can win 2 codes for the Z1 dashboard license. That's a telemetry program where you can read out everything with iRacing, and you can build a dashboard or something like that. And you only have to post your Code Brown moment in SimRacing. So a moment where you just how can I explain that? You were nearly crashed, but you came away from it, and that you have to post on Instagram with the hashtag 24H Esia Z1, and just mark the SimRacing Academy in this post, and follow the SimRacing Academy channel on Instagram, and the Esia channel too, please. And the third license that you can win, you have to view the live stream of the 24-hour Daytona race in the next month, and in the June, 27th June, I think. And then you can win it in the chat, but there we will talk about later how you can have the chance to win this.
Well, that sounds absolutely fantastic. Great prize there, guys. As Max said, they want to see your Code Brown moments. So, you know, I got away with it. One of those moments. Unfortunately, that'll rule Pete out because Pete never nearly crashes. He just crashes. So. So yeah, but no, that's a fantastic prize, you know, and I think everybody out here on track at some point today will have a Code Brown. So yeah, let's see them, whether they're funny or not, or you know, we do like to see them. We do catch a lot of them on the broadcast. Does it have to be from this race, Max, or can it be from any race that they enter?
It can be from any race, and you can also post it if you don't race in the Esia. So if you race on the public races or a fun race or something like that, the class is also not responsible for this, and you can post everything you want.
Excellent. That sounds absolutely brilliant. Thank you for that.
Sounds very
Thank
nice,
you.
Mac.
Thank you too, and thank you for the awesome stream today.
It's our pleasure, as always.
So I will drive the next stint, and hopefully we see some nice overtakes.
Yeah,
Well,
we'll watch you closely for any code browns.
Okay.
Now that we've talked to you, Max, we'll try not to say anything bad about you, okay?
Okay. Bye
Have a
bye.
good one.
Thanks, Max.
Bye.
Thanks, thank you.
Our leader. Did our leader just have a moment, or did you catch that, Sam?
Yeah, correct. The leader ran straight into the first chicane. So,
Yeah.
into the GT. Yeah. Oh, they
Which
hit the
one?
GT. They have hit the lithium motorsport GTE.
Yeah, unfortunately, I am not seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah, that's.
The LMP1 had a moment? Really?
I'm doing a Pete and going into scenic mode.
Any better now? Yeah, I don't know, the lithium motorsport seems to be a bit slow on the entry, but yeah, the P1 went straight into the back. Not sure how that's gonna end.
Yeah, so I couldn't really see what was going on, if I'm honest. Yeah, we've got the same bug that Pete had earlier. But what was your best guess from that then, Sam? Was it the GT at fault for slowing down too much, or the P1 for going too quick?
Not really sure. That's gonna be a tough one. And race control will be able to see it from straight angles and so on. I'm not able to play with the cameras and so on the broadcast. So I really don't know for this one. That was close.
Jesus! Every time I go to take a drink, somebody tries to kill themselves.
Yeah. But yeah, to come back to the incident, even if the GT is too slow, it's the job of the P1 to get it safely done.
Exactly. I love to hear that as well. In my eyes, as I've explained to multiple people, and they some people say I'm wrong, but I'm adamant that I'm right. It is up to the car behind to make the pass, and 99.9 times out of 100, the car behind is the one at fault.
Yep, totally agree with that.
Yeah. Some people disagree with that statement, but overall, it's the best thing.
There are exceptional circumstances. I'll give you that, but the majority of the time, the car behind could have done something different.
Yeah, and they have a better view on what's going on in front of them. This one is a tricky one because the GT has been overtaken by another P1 and so on, and it was pretty slow, but still, for me, it's still on the P1. To make the move safely, at least. Judging from the RC point of view, I will leave that to the RC team.
Can we get a view of the front of that P1 car? See if we can spot any damage?
Yeah, let's try.
Yeah,
Try to find.
Doesn't look too bad from that angle. I think he may have got away with it. Whether he gets away with it with the stewards, we'll have to wait and see. There's a good angle, and I can't see anything major there.
I'm looking head on my screen, pretty close, and I see nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, we've got him in super slow-mo, and yeah, I don't think there's any damage at all there.
Yeah, you know I like this slow motion.
Yeah, I know you do, yeah, because you live your life in slow motion, that's what it is. So something I haven't done for a while is I haven't popped onto the YouTube chat, see if anything's going on. Guys on the chat, guys and girls, you know, if you think we're doing a good job, let us know. If you think we're rubbish, let us know. Anything we could do better, any names or all names that we mispronounce, please let us know, and we'll try and get it right. Well, me and Bill will. I'm not so sure about Pete, but you know, give us your views on the race so far. What do you think is going to happen at the end? Who do you think is going to win all the classes? You know, let us know your views. If you got any questions for us, give us a shout. We'll give them straight to Sam and he can answer.
Yeah, thank you, Clyde. And if some of the drivers are watching and want to do some interviews, they are also welcome on the Esia Endurance Championship Discord. We have an interview room. Just pop in, we'll drag you in the live channel and we'll ask you some question about your race.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, as Sam's saying, you don't have to wait till the end of the race. If you finished your stint, you want to come in for a chat, we can find some really awkward questions for you. So this P2 battle, Mars Devils Esports. And who is that? Is that
German SimRacing?
German Sim Racing.
Yep, it is.
So this is for position. So, you know, 20 minutes ago we were saying, you know, everybody spread out on the track.
They're both in
all
the
coming
pit.
together again. Yeah, both pitting at the same time. Lock up there from Marcos on the way in.
Maybe Pete Herod can make up some ground here. Hopefully.
I think this is usually where Pure Sims now take the lead, but another 15 minutes or so, and they need to steady there with that forward.
Well, they also have TCR and Paceworks Esports ahead of them as well.
Yeah, they seem to be pitting last out of that bunch. So, you know, we were saying earlier that they didn't seem to have the pace that they had last time out. Perhaps they've worked out a fuel strategy, and perhaps they can miss a stop at the end, or have a, you know, just a splash and dash, and they're going to get their positions that way.
Well, somebody off the road there at Lesbo too. I missed who it was. They're in the gravel pit outside.
Is it Pete? Well, no, we're looking. No, it's Remy David from Apex Aviation. Just carried a little bit too much speed in there.
Oh, that's a shame. He was leading the GT Amps section of GT.
Yeah, managed to get back on track safely. No damage to the car because he didn't hit anything. So here's a question for you guys that you may or may not know the answer, and if you don't know the answer, we'll throw it open to the chat. On the back of the Ferrari, on the right-hand side, there is a luminous green circle. Any idea what it is?
Absolutely not.
Excellent. So come on, people on the chat. So it's on the back of the Ferrari. I'm sure Sam will be able to give us a shot at some point. There it is, look, near the right rear brake light.
Yeah, it's more yellow on my screen, but...
is that correct, Mr. Ash? A rear camera. I shall take your word for it because I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch on a all-full camera, but just to... Yeah,
There it
it
is.
almost looks like a rear camera. Okay, enough shit camera for today.
Yeah, you know, if there is a rear camera, and it's off to the right of the car, would that not give the driver a weird angle looking at the...
Yeah, you would think so.
We've got?
That's a good question.
Yeah, not
But
sure.
thank you, Stephen.
If you look at the screen, at least in the virtual car, it looks like it's centered on the car and so on. So I don't know how it is in the real world, but at least while racing, it's centered.
And do all these GT cars have rear-facing cameras? And if
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
where
I
are the
think
other
so.
ones?
Yeah, I think so. They all have the rear view cameras in the car.
Is it because they can't use mirrors?
Yeah, I think it's more in the real life, at least in IMSA, they have loads of indicators that pops up on the rear screen show them where are the car and so on around them. And so cameras have also the trajectory from the other car and so on to try to get ahead of some move and so on.
I would say the Ford GT, looking at the back of that, even though it looks like Angry Birds.
Shush. No, it doesn't. It's the most beautiful car ever made.
That looks like it's got. That looks like it's got rear cameras.
We need iRacing. If you're listening, we need the Bentley Continental GT3, please.
Yeah, that would be nice.
So let's play Spot the Rear Camera.
Boy.
So the rear end of the BMW is that big. It's probably got a 150-inch screen in the back of it.
Very likely.
But why do Ferrari put the coloured circle around the camera? Is it like, you know, if you're going to hit me here?
That is interesting. I was gonna say if they do air refueling like they do with airplanes, it almost looks like a slot where you plug something in there, but I'm not quite sure what that could be. I thought maybe it was a vent tube, you know, when you refuel or something, but I don't think so.
So there's our P1 leader.
Yeah,
Passing this gaggle of GT cars.
about this P1 leader, just got the information from race control that they will serve a 30-second penalty for the...
Yes, they did. Yeah, they...
Yep. Black
race
flag for a
control-
collision.
Race control has spoken. What sort of gap have they got? I think they're a long way ahead. They're
4 minutes?
Laps ahead.
4 minutes or so? I don't know.
Yeah,
No.
not gonna be a big deal for them. 6 minutes
no.
ahead of the
There they
next
are,
car, so-
serving their penalty.
Yes, they are. They're in the pits now.
Just got to make sure they don't do any work on the car.
And don't speed.
So that's Mac Miller in the full send racing car and Lewis Quintella for SK Motorsport. going to try a late pass, maybe. Oh, then he's
Oh,
going
boy.
to beat two going round the outside. It's that you could see that one coming.
Oh boy.
Race control picked the bones out of that one.
Nah, I'm afraid Louis is going to be in trouble.
This is a good angle to see it from. Yeah. To be fair, the Porsche did turn in, but
Yes, he did. Yeah, he did. But he's the behind guy.
Exactly. I think the move itself was going to be pretty well done and dusted until the P2 showed up on the scene.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, and look who's getting in the action. It's the IAS Sim Racing guys took the lead in the GT.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have taken the lead. Sasha kindly pointed out to us on the chat they were closing anyway. Full Send having a bit of an off there, or was that part of the last?
Yeah, it was still the incident between the three GTs and the P2, just to show where IAS passed all of them.
So this GT battle, let's say we've been going over 4 hours, and this GT battle, the top three are pretty much on the same piece of track.
Here comes another gaggle.
To be fair to Ralph there, he locked his brakes up. He was going to cause an accident and let off the brakes and took the escape road.
Yep.
Yeah, you see the back end wiggle there. Bit too much rearward brake bias, I think.
How many GT cars can you cram into the first chicane at Monza?
Well, is there another track on the world that these wide BMWs can go 3 wide?
Yeah, really.
So this GT battle, I think, is going to go to the end. There's Otmar Pinner for WS Racing Esports Yellow. He's currently, I believe, 4th in the GT AM class.
Yeah, he's gaining on Apex Aviation Racing. Remy David driving.
Yes. He's certainly got a target lock on him.
Looking at the yellow circle.
Oh, that's a big hit for the R3T Racing Pro team. Didn't quite see the start of the accident.
The car looked completely smashed. I don't know what happened previously, but the car cannot stay straight.
Yeah, you just see him spear across the track.
Left front is damaged. He's in the pits.
Yeah, he's got rear wing is damaged. There's no
Oh, yeah,
bonnet on it. The front is bent up. I think that could be a retirement. It's certainly not very pretty. Although
Well,
I've driven worse.
Their AM car is still circulating out there. Driven by Daniel Daniel Setzman, I think it is.
So we've got the oh, he's got a hold on to it. Well done, Sam. That was just the code brown that Max was looking for. Get that one in on Instagram, guys. Win yourself a prize.
Darn nice gift from Sim Racing Academy. Not too bad. We're not driving. We could be the winner of that stuff. Ah.
Oh, I have a code brown every corner.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's not even a code brown; it's a full brown.
Yeah.
So let's just see where we are at the moment. So we are just over 4¼ hours in. We have, let's see what the track temperature is now. It's at 85 degrees. We are at 7:30 in the evening sim time. So the track is getting towards that stage where it's going to be at its best. Probably just as the light starts to fade.
It has cooled considerably from the beginning, for sure.
So we've gone down 32 Fahrenheit from when we started the race. There's that horrible, horrible position to be in again. Gaggle of GT cars that you want to get past. They're all fighting for position.
Fabio Lamartier in the IES Sim Racing Schweiss White is certainly trying to pull away from all those guys.
Yeah, and I think, as usual, the more they battle each other, then the further he's going to get away. I'm currently seeing a 6-second gap anyway. I don't know if that's true with my dodgy timing screen. But unfortunately, the iRacing timing is pretty rubbish in multi-class racing because it just says that your lap's down.
You know, Kevin Vu in the Lithium Motorsports is dogging Fabio pretty well, but he's fallen off. Fabio's pulled out a little bit.
So here's a move. Don't think that was for position.
So, what have I missed?
Oh, everything.
Really?
P1 leader had a very close look at the bottom of a GT car. Got a penalty for it.
Right. Seems to be still up there, though.
The GT Pro is raging at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely looks it. Some close racing going on.
Clyde, that pass you mentioned was not for position. It was.
Yeah, I didn't think it was.
No, it was the first car a lap down. German Sim Racing Magenta was the
Yeah.
one.
So we're currently looking at our leader in GT Pro.
Got quite a handy lead at the minute.
Yeah, and he's stretching it as well, quite considerably. He's over a second a lap quicker than the two cars behind him.
Hmm.
Although
The
they've just matched him on the last lap, I think. No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong numbers.
the minute that it started tussling, Pete, Fabio put the pedal to the metal and pulled out a pretty substantial lead.
Right. I'm sure the front of that car used to be white.
Yeah.
Yeah, got a little debris on the front of it, or Durbis, or however you want to pronounce it. I'll tell you, those Porsches, you could turn your back to the track and you could tell what kind of car it is.
Yeah.
They just make that distinctive sound, I'll tell you.
Yeah, does that sound like a wasp, innit?
Yes, it does. It's incredible.
On an hour and a half to go, is that right? Yeah?
Yeah, about an hour and 39 minutes.
It's incredible how many years Porsche has kept that basic 911 style body. I mean, it's totally different today, but it's still, they kind of resemble each other. It's been a lot of years.
Yeah, it's turned into an ageless design, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Yep.
It's a Beetle, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's our leader. What was his penalty?
30 seconds stop and go.
He could have a 3-minute stop and go. Wouldn't have hurt him any.
And I'm surprised to see Pure Sims racing as far down as they are at the minute, sixth in their class.
Literally, yeah, they have just pitted a few laps ago.
Ah, right, okay. That makes
But they seem
sense.
to be off sequence with the rest of them. So we was speculating earlier as to are they doing something different towards the end?
Possible.
Are they trying to fuel save? You know, have they done the numbers and they think they can still go at a pace and miss a pit stop at the end, maybe?
Hmm. That Porsche just went straight on at the Scari there, and then got a flashing at for it as well.
You know, I'm looking at pit stops for these guys around between 40 and 50 seconds.
Oh, baby. We just had a just had a side-to-side contact between IES Sim Racing Schweiz and there's a red. I'm not sure which P2 car that is.
But the one ahead of him now.
Yeah, Stephen Henry.
Yeah. Stefan Enrique from
I'll tell you,
Racing Sports.
Yeah, he was mad when they went into the second chicane. He feels that evidently that Fabio made him go straight through, and he came back, did the flashy light thing, and then when they're going down the straightaway, they did a side to side. So I guess they're not happy with each other at the moment.
No, it'd be interesting if Sam can find that.
They might have been exchanging phone numbers.
Yeah.
Well, that's not social distancing, is it, really?
No. Now, imprinting your fender on the side of his car, I tell you.
Yeah.
Wow.
But just going back to Pure Sims, like I say, I think if they are trying to cut out a pit stop, at the moment they are within striking distance of the lead if they don't have to pit at the end.
They could be doing that.
Trying to remember if they were ever fuel saving, but I don't think they ever were. there's been quite a few GT cars that have been fuel saving over the course of the race.
Well, they certainly haven't shown the pace here that they did last time out. But,
No.
you know, I know some of these teams, I'm not saying this team has done it, but some of these teams look at, you know, let's run to a lap time.
Yeah.
And we use X amount of fuel in the race, and bingo, that's one less pit stop than people that are going flat out. You know, we've tried the fuel savers, haven't we, Pete? Went horribly wrong.
It did. I remember saying the sentence, when are we supposed to get any of this time back? Oh dear, that was a funny day, that one. And it happened more than once.
But yeah, you know, they might just be off pace today. But I'm not so sure. Not so sure yet.
They were the ones that won last time, weren't they? Oh no, they weren't, were they?
Do you know what? They. Oh, I'm on the standing. Sorry.
I'm really surprised that nothing's been done about the side-to-side contact, because it was definitely deliberate.
Yeah, it might come yet.
That's true. Me and my big mouth, I should probably shut up.
No, this is the sort of stuff that we need to find.
So yes, they did win last time out at Spa.
Yeah, thought so. So it is a surprise at the minute to see them there.
Pete and I were talking before, I believe, Clyde, when you were on break, that the GT Ford N-Race Esports tried to do one less stop, if you remember last time, trying to catch full send racing, but it didn't work out for them.
No, that's right. But hang on.
SK Motorsport. Weren't they in third? Hang on.
He was third in class.
Yeah. Louis Quintella. Oh, you don't want to get... Oh, he did hit the wall.
He did, yeah. I don't think it was
See
that
that?
significant.
See that BMW in the background leaping over the curb at the chicane as well? Like some ungainly gazelle. Oop, 3 wide. It's an overtake for Apex Aviation on SK Motorsport Golden. SK Motorsport Golden are in a little bit of a bubble in between laps. There's Fabio Lamartia in the IES SimRacing Schweiz white. Replay of full send here. What are we witnessing here? Oh, and a great recovery.
Yeah, he did well there. That could have been a lot worse.
Hats off.
And the magenta car goes past again. He must be sick of the sight of that one.
It's a bit bent up the front of that BM, isn't it?
He's doing his darndest to get that lap back, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I don't think that little accident from SK Motorsport has actually cost them anything apart from some time.
Right.
A lot of cars bunching up in the Diabolica.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow.
All 3 classes. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. Wow.
We've actually found a P1 car.
Yep.
I knew they were out there. Full send back on the rear bumper of Magenta.
Yeah, so Stephen will be well, not desperate, but he'll want to get past this car again. You know, we've seen it before. It wasn't for position.
That's right.
It was for position, in fact, guys, because the Full Sun Racing went to the pit, so the German Sim Racing Magenta is in front of Full Sun Racing now.
Yeah, this is for position.
So it is.
It is. Huh.
And unless my eyes deceive me, that Magenta car's doing one.
I think that Magenta car is due a pit stop.
Aha, it's low on fuel then.
Stephen Ash there taking full advantage of the curbs.
Yeah, the German Sim Racing Magenta car has a really complicated paint job on it. It's unbelievable. Oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the full send car went then. I think he really did send it, and he went a bit straight on in the Parabolica.
Yeah, he's right behind him. I see him coming down the front straightaway. Well, not right behind. He's got a little bit of lag behind.
He is catching him back up now, though. He's good under braking there.
Yes.
He's got some good drive out of this corner.
See what happens in the second apex. Still about the same.
Yeah, I think the Porsche is better under brakes.
Yeah,
Seems to be, yeah.
but the BMW seems to be better launching out of the corner.
Yeah.
Wide track, maybe, huh?
Mm.
P2 coming through there, I believe.
Yeah, Cobalt car. Surprising that they're not on top anymore. Or are they still?
No, they're in third place, I believe.
Yeah.
Funny how the P2 has changed all day long between leaders and.
Yeah, I know, yeah. And the TCR team have been up there all the way through, but Mass Devils Esports haven't, and they're currently holding the second spot. In
Yep, exactly.
Q2. Surprising turn of events.
Somebody just ducked into the pits there, a BMW, I'm not sure which one it was.
L1
L1
Esports.
Esports, yeah.
Okay.
Philippe Chiaramello.
She was 6th in class.
So we've got an hour and 20 minutes left. How many pit stops does that make? 2.
It's definitely 2 for the P1s, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's even more, I think. They have 40 minutes on the tank, so depends where they were into the pits. Last time by was on lap 157, so that was gonna be into the pit very shortly. So it's gonna be 2 pit stop, I think. 3 pit stop, sorry. Maybe not a full one at the end, but I think 3 pit stop.
What's happened here? Sim Racing Black, very close behind IES Sim Racing Schweiz White.
Yeah, and this is for position.
No, they are.
Oh, no,
the
it's
Sim
not, no.
Racing just went to the pit and they are now 1 lap down onto the.
Okay, alright.
This is why you need to install the software, Bill.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Gotcha. Got it. Believe me, it'll happen. Now, see, I'm showing them on the same map. Huh. Wonder why that is.
So that's Max in the SimRacingAcademy black car, who we just had in the booth, talking about the fantastic competition that they've got on. Code name, show us your code, Browns.
Yeah, Pete giving away some pretty neat prizes.
Is that a fight for position in the background? It's Cobalt, which is down as Oriental Racing because it's Kieran Chung's car at the minute.
Yeah, I think the other one is the Ramada.
Yes, it is. And
who
it's
have
not
been
more
at the
position.
top and they've been at the bottom.
They're at least
Yeah.
a lap apart.
Ooh.
Oh, was there
Contact.
contact there?
Yes,
I
there was.
don't know, but Cobalt's not going to be at all happy with that, I don't think.
He was kind of fortunate. He bounced off
Yes,
the
there
tire
was,
wall,
most definitely.
and I don't think
Oh,
he's
and
got,
contact with the wall.
Yeah, I think that one's a slam dunk.
oh, the car looks
There's it's not just the car that's blue at the minute, is it? It's the air inside it.
Yeah, so I would have thought so.
Is he going to box that straight away and get that fixed, or?
So, I suppose if he's got a meatball, then yes. If he hasn't, it's worth doing a lap.
Hmm. He's not in the best of places there passing them to, is he?
Well, no, but again, superficially, there doesn't seem to be a great deal of damage on that car.
No, he seemed to hit it square in the side off that tire wall.
Oh, it was tight
Well,
through
no,
there as well.
But that had little nudge written all over it.
It did.
All right, guys, at this time, I'm going to have to dip out for a prior engagement, but I'm hoping to be back for the interviews, so enjoy the rest of the race.
Okay, take care, Clyde.
And I will also be dipping out for the same pre-arranged appointment.
Yeah, good race. Pete, we'll see you in 3 minutes when you will hit the wall at Bathurst.
Yep, see you in 5. I'm planning on getting an extra 2 minutes in.
Okay, nice. Have fun, guys.
Cheers.
All right. In P2, we still got TCR motoring along. We got to see what happens with the collision we just had, whether they're gonna pit or not. They don't seem to be pitting. Wait a minute. Okay, Paceworks, eSports Cobalt is pitting. Would this be a scheduled pit stop, Sam?
That's a
Maybe.
good question. I see some other P2 in the pits, but yeah, I don't think so. That might be
Okay.
the damage to the car.
Could be damage. Okay. They just changed drivers. Daniel Crosley is now at the wheel. Crossley, sorry, it's not Crosley. Crossley.
And race control just give a 30-second stop and hold penalty for car 319 for causing collision a bit earlier on in the race with the 389.
Ah. Okay. Nice German sim racing magenta. Okay.
Yeah, that's a long pit stop for the
Yep.
Pacework eSports, so they definitely have
It is,
damage.
yes. Yeah, it's going to take them out of that position for sure. It's really kind of funny how in GT Pro that the first place position and third place position are nose to tail here. Okay, I know why. P1 just pitted. IES Simsport Schweiss is in the pits. So, let's see, SK Motorsport inherits the lead at this point, followed by SimRacingAcademy Black. And after that should be full send racing. So we'll see how this pit stop goes. And when they come back out. They've changed drivers as Tom May is back at the wheel. He drove earlier, I believe.
Not so sure. And SK Motorsport is diving to the pits as well. So...
Oh yeah, here he comes. That's right. Yep, okay.
Let's see. I think that's gonna be between the SimRacingAcademy and the IES SimRacing Schweiss again.
Could be. Could be, yep.
I think they are a bit too far away. It's not a 2-minute pit lane, so it's more 1.5 minutes. They should go away with it. The IES SimRacing Schweiss.
Yeah, the IES SimRacing Schweiss White is changing tires. SimRacingAcademy is basically into a scurry right now.
Yeah, and I guess SimRacing Schweiss just go out of the pits, so...
okay, he should stay in the lead then.
Yeah, and they will fairly stay in the lead. With a healthy margin.
Up, and SK is right behind him. SK Motorsports.
Yeah, no tires for SK Motorsports, so short pit stop.
Yeah, SimRacingAcademy Black just came by and he shows third place. As Golden Racing Team LMP puts him another lap down. It's a good GT battle today. I'll tell you, a lot going on out there.
Yeah, as always, there's battle everywhere in GTs. It's very entertaining. And we have all the different strategies that play into the game. Some people take tires, other not. And you have the fuel savers and the full sender. And yeah, that's a nice thing to see.
And also, yeah, go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, that was finished for me. Let's go.
Okay, I was going to say also, just raw numbers alone makes it, you know, a better possibility to have more action, really.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. And N-Race Esports, Guillaume Jobard driving. They're still struggling along, trying to get back up there. I don't know, there's still a lap down. I don't know. Well, almost a lap down, I guess. But
yeah, they are now 47 seconds behind all the other GTs, but they lost a lot of ground. They will have to pit early than all the other cars when they were the last one to pit.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's too bad. I mean, we've told that tale before, but they were really in the thick of it for a while there. But that's the way things go in an endurance race. You never know.
Yeah, but still, you know, they're still in 5th place, so that's still a good result regarding they have been disconnected from the session and lost almost a lap.
Indeed, for sure. So what's going on in let's see, P2? TCR still trotting along. They pretty much have things in hand right now. Mass Devil Sports, who shows 2nd place, is just coming down the front straightaway. TCR, I believe, is... Where did he go? Oh, he's going through Lesbo, okay.
Yeah, he's in Lesbo, and he will have to pit as well as the Mass Devil Esports. But they have a fair amount of time in front of the German Sim Racing and the Pure Sim.
Yeah. Funny how those things have changed since earlier in the day, except for TCR. TCR run pretty hard all day. He's done a great job. And still Nathaniel Schramm driving that vehicle. Let's see what else we got here to look at. World of Sim Racing Team Junior. The leader of the AM section of GT. Doing a really good job today. He's just got passed by Pure Sim, the P2 car.
And not a lot of sun at this point in time in the sim. It's 8 in the evening, locally at Monza. So 29 degrees Celsius track temperature. Track is going to be pretty cool for the end of the race. I'm sure the driver will be happy with them.
Oh yeah, for sure. It seems that you're right. I didn't even notice that the shadows of the sun are gone now, so it's getting down to the time where it's the tires will feel like Mr. Happy. So it should be give some guys a chance to turn up the wick a little bit, maybe go a little bit faster, and possibly reel in their combatants ahead of them. We'll have to see.
Yeah, weirdly enough, especially in the V8, I find myself faster when the track is out compared to all of the other drivers around me. And I'm slower when the tracks get cooler in the session. So I see this, especially in the V8, when we have all the race in morning, afternoon and late afternoon. I tend to be a bit faster on the afternoon session. But,
yeah.
In general, people like cooler temps. So.
Somebody just took a shortcut through. I believe it was Paul Breithopt in the H2 Performance SRT.
Yeah, just showing the replay of this incident. Oh, yeah, lost it on a break and just went straight to the chicane.
Now see, if I had the software loaded, I could have watched that. Oh well, it's all right. I saw him go through live though. Anyway, and he's right behind him now is Apex Racing, Aviation Racing, who's driven very well today. He's been in the action all day long, done a great job.
Yeah,
he was leading the AM series for a while, but now he's down in 4th place, trying to get one back from H2 Performance SRT's mistake. So, and he slid off. Yep, he slid off the track there into the wall. I don't think he did a lot of damage, but he's facing the wrong way right now. Not good.
Yeah, it should be okay. Damage for damage on this one. It was not so hard to the wall. Just a bit.
Yeah, it was a nice slow.
Yeah,
it was a nice slow. It was nice slow, lazy spin.
Yeah, the front looks okay, so that should be okay for them for the end of the race. Just keep it on track now.
Yep. Car looks fine. Yep. I wonder if he got in the marbles there, Sam, or something. He just kind of all of a sudden just spun right around.
Yeah, that's strange. And now he's battling for 5th with the German sim racing friends and the TT Motorsport just behind.
Yep. Yeah.
Defending on the front straight.
Yep. Whoop. Little tight quarters there. But he got through fine. Good job.
Yeah, well defended this one.
Nice little 3-car battle with TT Motorsport a little bit further behind, but doesn't want him to get away. Whoa. Tight quarters coming in there. Whoa. Took a little shortcut. He's going to get a slowdown on that one, I think.
Yeah, and he's got loads of damage at the front of the car now.
I was going to... He hit that rumble strip pretty hard. Yeah, he dented in the front front valence, didn't he? Pretty hard. Yep. Looks like he ran into a pole, but it was definitely that big rumble strip at the second chicane. And the GT Pro IES Sim Racing Schweiss White is still in control over SK Motorsport. In second, Sim Racing Academy Black in third, Full Send Racing in fourth. And in P2, we got TCR, followed by Mass Devil Esports, German Sim Racing Green, and Pure Sim Racing.
I just watched some of the old results, and I don't see any win from a team that's come from Switzerland. So that will be the first one. I hope no commentator course on this one. Really hope that's not gonna affect the race for this team, but that would be great to have another country on the first place of the podium.
Looks like we have a penalty handed out. Carlos C. Besto is black flag, 30, car 251, causing a collision. Which one was that? I don't know. Okay. Okay.
Where they hit I can't remember which car it was. Just looking at the protest,
Yeah.
the 209 car. Yeah. That was the base walks he spoke about.
Okay.
Which is out of the pit, by the way. If you can see the broadcast, they are 5th position now. 24 seconds ahead of the N-Race Esports Platinum. So they've lost a bit of time, but not that much. 1 minute 10 in the pit lane last time by.
Okay.
In the pits, not in the pit lane. So they've made more or less 20 seconds of repairs on the car, and they are back.
Okay, good. Good, all right. SK Motorsport GT driven by Luis Quintela. That car has kind of been in contention all day. They've run a really good race today. They're doing a good job.
Yeah, there are a few incidents that cost them the lead at the moment, but yeah, they're still in the fight for the first place.
For sure. I see they have a sister car here. Which one is that? That's the same paint job.
Yeah, they are
Just
in the
behind-
GTM category, and they are, let's find them, yes, Ricardo Olayo in 11th position in the GTM category.
I see it, okay. I see it. SK Motorsport Golden, got it. Okay. And it looks like Sim Racing Academy Black is closing the gap a little bit on SK Motorsport.
Yeah, that might be the tires, and they have pit a bit
could be.
early. Yeah, the SK Motorsport
Could be.
didn't took tires, and the Sim Racing Academy car pit 5 laps early, so less fuel, more speed, especially at Monza.
Yep. And who's in the midst of it again? He always seems to be around. German Sim Racing Magenta. Right in the middle of the two of them.
Yeah, whereas they are one lap down.
Yep. Yeah, but they certainly have the speed because he always seems to be up with these guys.
Yeah, that's true.
And I'm sure that Sim Racing Academy Black wishes he would get out of the way. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll pass. Look at that, he's looking. Maybe he's just moving over. I can't tell. Nope, he's definitely running us. Look at this going into Scary. This could be a little tricky.
Yeah, I think PSK Motorsport is make it easier for both of the other car.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Well,
smart. They don't have tires to fight, so they will lose
right.
less time by doing this.
Yep. So he's dropped back to third. Sim Racing Academy will be in second once they go across the line. Well, he's in second, but he's showing third right now. Was a little bit of a boy, this chicane has been crowded today, this first one. Wow.
Watching battle for third position in the GTM, Team Motorsport doing chasing down the Apex Aviation Racing. They didn't make a lot of noise today, these Team Motorsport Dreams, but they are well in the fight.
Oh, he sure is. That's a nice battle. Good catch. Yep. Hats off to Apex Aviation Racing. They've been in the thick of it all day. Looks like he's going to get... Yep. Uh-oh. Coming back after him.
Yeah, looks
very wide and parabolica.
Yeah, true. I wonder if the damage they have on the front left are impacting the behavior of the car or the speed straight. If someone from Apex Aviation Racing is watching the stream now, maybe you can shoot us some information on what's all the cars going and so on.
Yeah, could be. That's a possibility.
Yeah, I'm just watching the SimRacing Schweiz LMP1 going up on the gravel, and there's another off track, the Lithium Motorsports. Oh, again with the P1 at the end of Ascari. That was another Code Brown.
Boy. Pure Sim P2 just went past our GT leader, GT Pro leader. He's still, I don't know what he's planning, but he's still back in fourth position in P2. And right now, Pete Harrod is driving that vehicle. I mean, German Sim Racing Green has quite a lead over Pure Sim. He's way up the road.
Yeah, half minutes ahead of the Pure Sim.
And the P2 field is stretched right out. I mean, it seems like we got a car placed on every part of the track. None of them really close together right now.
Yeah, the TCR is still due to the pits, but they have a fair man from Mass-DV Sport that just went to the pits. His ball tire change, 20-second pit stop last time by. So with
Who was that? I'm sorry.
the Mass-DV Sports went to the pits
Oh,
2
okay.
laps ago. No, and the TCR is jumping into the pits, and the Mass-DV Sport is yeah, Curvagrande, I think it is. No, Curvagrande is at Imola. I'm just struggling with this name. But well, he's coming to the second chicane, so the TCR should be easily still in first position.
Okay. The GT Pro battle is stretched out a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, that was Curvagrande, was correct, I think. For once.
And the leader of GTAM, World Sim Racing Team Junior Diego Donay, has a pretty good lead in his division over WS Racing Esports Yellow, driven by Otmar Pinner. A nice looking car, yellow and black, pretty car. And behind him is Team Motorsport Dreams. We've talked about him today a few times. Who's now getting passed again by the Golden Racing Team LMP1. Well, I have to say, Gold Racing Team 1 LMP has picked him up and put him down today. He is really very fast.
Yeah, they're really fast. There's not a lot of cars in this category this time, but yeah, they're still very fast compared to the other one.
Oh yeah, no kidding. He's got a sizable lead too. I show him 4 laps ahead of his second place IES Sim Racing Schweiz LMP1.
Yeah, going to the P2 battle. The Mass-DV Sport is 8.5 seconds behind the TCR. But the TCR took the tires last time by, so they have disadvantage for the next stint. And Bill, we have less than an hour to go.
Okay.
Oh, and just catch the Gold Racing Team off track. What happened? Yeah, first chicane just missed the corner and just went a bit into the gravel. No harm.
Okay, let me just give you a quick rundown. In the GT's Pro is IES Sim Racing Schweiz White is leading. Sim Racing Academy Black is in second. SK Motorsports third. Full Send Racing fourth. N-Race Esports fifth. L1 Esports sixth. Dentsu Sim Racing Rainbow in seventh. German Sim Racing Magenta in 8th. And in the AM series, we got World of Sim Racing Team Junior 1st, WS Racing Esports Yellow 2nd, Team Motorsport Dreams 3rd, Apex Aviation Racing 4th, and German Sim Racing Friends in 5th, H2 Performance SRT in 6th, TT Motorsport in 7th. Pretty lively battles up and down all day long in the GT sections.
Yeah, true. I'm going through the order in the P2. The TCR is leading, followed by Mazda Esports 8 seconds behind, German Sim Racing green, Pure Sim Racing 4th. Pacework is close out after the big incident. Not that much damage, but big loss in 5th. And Race Esports Platinum in 6th, and Ramada Motorsports LMP2 7th and last in the category. And finally in the P1, the Gold Racing team is leading with 4 laps. I think that's just awesome. On IRS Sim Racing 5 and P1, and the Esports Performance Racing OPC is out of the race due to some hardware and something. We catch it earlier on and he went straight to the wall in a weird manner, so they had to retry the car. So only 2 cars racing in the P1 without any major incident for the Gold Racing team. That should be an easy win for this one, I think.
Yeah, IES Sim Racing Schweiss LMP1 driving hard, but has a heck of a battle against the Golden Racing Team LMP1. They've done everything right today. Had a couple little mistakes, but had a far enough lead that it didn't hurt them at all. So, but we still have what, a little less than an hour to go. Anything can still happen, but they pretty much have it in control, no doubt.
Yeah, as long as they keep it on track and stay safe, they should go and race it.
Exactly. And you mentioned Paceworks Esports Cobalt. Sadly, he was really running very well until he had his mishap, and of course that was kind of 2 cars coming together, and he got the worst end of it. So, but he's still plugging along. He's not giving up. So, going along in 5th place in his division.
Yeah, Guillaume Jobard closing down on Stephen Hash from Full Sun Racing. He's going to make the move on the front straight, down to turn 1. Yeah, no defensive move from the Full Sun Racing car. Oh, and Guillaume took a wide line to chicane, but yeah, still good pass down.
I was just kind of watching between position 2 and 3 in GT Pro, and it's still not very close. SimRacing Academy's got a pretty substantial lead against SK Motorsport, and of course we know there's a tire differential, and he may be just hanging on, so hopefully nothing happens to him. Well, they have one more stop, right, Sam?
Yeah, they think they all have to go to the pit once again.
Yeah.
They are on lap 167, 168 for the leader just now, and they've all pitted in lap 150, 148, 153.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, the N Race Esports is the 142, lap 142, and I don't know if it's correct, but the Full Sun Racing was on lap 120. I think that something must be wrong in there, because that's too many laps for the tank, I think.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know how they kind of got out of sequence there somehow. I don't know what they did or what happened. They're plugging along at 4th, and unusual for them, really. Let's see here. Oh yeah. It's funny. Sim Racing Academy Black still has what's a German Sim Racing Magenta hanging around behind him, even though he's a lap down. Boy, I'll tell you, I don't know how he lost a lap, but he would be in the thick of it because he's staying up with these guys.
Yeah, the car is a bit damaged, so they have a few issues within the race that cost them a lap. So But yeah, they are still good behind the SimRacingAcademy. That's second place. Yeah, that's a shame they are so far back, but they are 8th in class. Yeah.
Yep, still not too bad. Not too bad. He, I noticed, I can't get a clear view of that, but it almost looks like his front. We're talking about German sim racing. Magenta appears to still have a problem with his front valence. Looks a little bent up still. But.
Yeah, the car is a bit. I know there are some protest against them, so
yeah.
They have good contacts with all the cars.
See, he seems to fall back a little bit on the straightaway, so it could be something aerodynamically wrong.
Yeah, if you've been the front of the car, basically in the long straight like this one,
yeah,
you lose a lot of time. And the Force and Racing is coming to the pits, so that should be their last pit stop now. If they manage to save enough fuel to the end, I think they should be okay.
Okay.
So
yeah, things could change.
Yeah, when all of the other cars went to the pits, we should see the final result. But yeah, they're still they were behind all of the other people also. I assume they will stay 4th or 5th.
Yeah. Also, Harley Houghton is back into the full sim racing drive as a driver. They've changed over to him again.
Yeah, goes into the jacks, changing tires for the last in.
Yep. And Simsport Spice White is coming down the front straight at this time. Full send still in the pits. He's going to go by. All right, he's down. He's away. So he's a lap down to him right now.
Yeah, the full pit lane time is 1 minute and a half. So plus the slow at the entry and the time you get up to speed in the straight down to the first turn.
Right.
It's almost 140. So yeah, and the best times for these GTs are around 146. So it's almost a lap. The pit stop cost you almost a lap. But looking at this, you will have, I guess, Simsport well ahead of the full sun racing car, because less than a lap, and the margin he has now, so should be well ahead of them.
He certainly has things in hand at the moment. SimRacingAcademy Black is still hanging in there. Max Bear, who visited us in the booth earlier, is at the wheel at this time. I promised I wouldn't talk badly about him, so I won't. Doing a heck of a job, Max. Way to go. And SK Motorsport hanging on by their nails, still in 3rd place. Matter of fact, their sister car, the AM one, is following right behind them there. The SK Motorsport Golden. That's driven by Ricardo Oleo. I hope that's right, Ricardo. If I mispronounce it, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Guillaume Jobard is closing down a lot on the ASK Motorsport. I'm gonna show the time delta on the screen. As we can see on the last 5 laps, they've gained.
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
He has them in view. They're both on the same straightaway now.
Yeah, 7 seconds and now 6 on the last few laps. So they are gaining a lot on the SK Motorsports, but they should come into the pit maybe shortly in the SK Motorsports and the end race as well, as the SimRacingAcademy is in the pit. No, oh no, that was just an issue with the connection. I lost the car. That's okay.
Hats off to the N-Race Esports guy. They've had an interesting race today with all kinds of little issues, but they're still plugging along and catching up. Hats off to them. They're doing a great job.
Yeah, we'll see where they're going off the pits. Let's see if they took tires or not, and so on. They are battling with the Full Sun Racing and probably the SK Motorsports for the end. That's gonna be a fight for the third place. And then we'll see where SimRacingAcademy exit the pit lane next time, sorry.
You think IES Sim Racing Schweiss White is going to pit next time? Is that what you said?
It's rebuild.
Sam, do you think IES Sim Racing Schweiss White is going to pit next time? Is that what you said before?
No, the next time they will come to the pits. I was talking about the next pit stop for the SimRacingAcademy, the ASK Motorsports and the in-race. And we'll have a fight for the third place, maybe second place, depending on tires and so on.
Okay. Beg your pardon, I misunderstood you. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, as Clyde loved to say, my English is not the best in the world, so
yeah,
that's not an issue.
Well, your French is a hell of a lot better than his, trust me.
Yeah, that's I'm sure about that.
I think Clyde's French is 0. Okay, I don't think he knows any. In all fairness, neither do I, but shame on me. Anyway, and we got L1 Esports. He's racing in 5th in GT. Ran pretty wide and wow, ran pretty wide in Parabolica to let Pure Sim go by and gave him plenty of room. Almost went off the road, but he's doing fine.
Yep, and
just turned
as we are 8:20 and 23 minutes. I can say that Pete didn't crash into a wall after 5 minutes of racing, so well done, Pete.
We can expect Pete back any minute, yeah.
Yeah, he has done his 5-minute race, so should be okay.
Oh yeah, what they're going in, they pretty much stay out of trouble now.
Yeah, and we have the N-Race Esports with the SK Motorsports, and they dive into the pit lane. So, pit stop for Guillaume Jobard. We shall see if he took tires and changed drivers.
Okay. We're getting close to crunch time here, Sam.
Yeah, it was a great thing from the Lithium Motorsports. After Ascari, he went into the right, I think, maybe, and into the wall. That was yeah, a bit.
Oh boy.
A bit weird, yeah.
Oh boy. And Louis Quintilla in the SK Motorsport Pro car is still hanging on in 3rd place. Coming down the front straightaway.
Yeah, I can tell you no tires for Guillaume Jobard in this pit stop, so we expect the SK Motorsport car to put tires because they haven't last time. So Guillaume should be well ahead the SK Motorsport, but the SK Motorsport may come to the Full Sun Racing. Or something somewhere around the Full Sun Racing that's 30 seconds behind Guillaume. That's more or less the time it takes to iRacing to change your tires. So we may have a good battle for fifth position between ESK Motorsports and Full Sun Racing at the end.
My eyes may be deceiving me, but it appears to be getting a little dimmer out here at Monza.
Yeah, not a lot of sun at this point in time. It's starting to be dark, but we're not going to the full darkness.
Yeah, well, it's what, 8? Their time 20:34. That's like 8:30 at night. Still pretty bright out for 8:30, but yeah.
Yeah, we have sun almost to 10 in the evening, so yeah, at least in Europe, and I'm a bit on the north of Monza, so they should have a bit more sun than I have at this point in time. But yeah, it's still a bit sunny on the outside. That's something great with the summer. You have sun till 10, 11 on the evening. You can have still have the sunlight coming through your windows at the end of the day. That's something I like in the summer. I don't like the hot weather, but I do like the sun.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The SimRacing Rainbow still chasing the first place of GTM with the GT Pro cars, the World Racing Team. And World Racing Team just went straight into the first chicane. Another one that takes this shortcut, and the Rainbow car will go by this time. So.
Oh boy.
I don't know how many cars took the shortcut of the first chicane, but that was a lot to take, a lot.
Not to change the subject, but I read your comment about the V8 race yesterday, and not to get off track, just really quickly, I want to say that I got bounced around a lot in that last race too. I wasn't real happy.
Yeah, that's another subject.
It was a free for all. I'm telling you, it was a push and shove. You know, it was terrible. Anyway, let's get back to the.
Yeah,
okay.
It almost looked like the Suzuka race from this championship.
Yep,
and
exactly.
It's not a good comment on a race.
Oh. I mean, generally I don't, I mean, I found myself, people were banging into me and I was banging them back till I finally just said the hell with it and I quit, but anyway, I'm showing Pace Works Esports Cobalt in second place. Now, how did they get back up to second place? Not pit stop yet? Is that the reason?
Yeah, pit stop for the MassDB Esports and the German SimRacing.
Okay, that's
so
fine.
they both pit on lap 185 and Y6. I'm not sure when the Pace Works Esports will come by next time. I'm pretty sure that we have to do one more pit stop, as well as the TCR car. But when?
Yeah,
maybe?
Probably. Well, we're almost up to a half an hour to go. A little 33 minutes or so to go, I guess it is. 34 maybe.
Yeah, something like 36, I would say.
36, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Because we'll have to wait till the leader can can do one
Yep.
more lap to get the real checker flag. So that's
Gotcha. Yep.
that's almost 1 or 2 minutes depending when they are crossing the line. They
Yep.
are doing
Gotcha.
1:31 time in the P1, so that might be a 6 hour and 1 second race, or 6 hour and 1 minute and 30 second race. Depends when the leader crosses the line.
Okay, Sim Racing Academy Black is in the pits. He's leaving now. He's already been in there. Sorry, he's on his way out. He's the second place. Well, he was second place in GT Pro. And he's back out away.
Yeah, back out and well ahead of Guillaume Jobard. That's Guillaume is in the Parabolica now, and it's one long straight and a bit more advantage for the SimRacingAcademy car. So that's a good point for them. They should be finishing third position and probably second, because the EEC Motorsport in front have to do to the pits and probably take tires.
And as we were talking, Paceworks Esports Cobalt P2, the P2 car is in the pits. So he will probably drop back behind Mass Devils.
Yeah, he already
Esport.
did. He's back, and German Sim Racing Green also.
Oh, okay.
passed them.
Okay, they went by already. Okay.
The person is in Ascari now, but they should stay ahead of Pure Sim Racing.
Up. Okay, Paceworks Esports is back on the way again.
Yeah. they
No
will
driver
stay.
change.
So fourth
Okay.
place for Paceworks.
Yeah, he's back out. And the TCR car is still killing it. He's way out there, doing a great job. Nathaniel Schramm's been behind the wheel for a long time. Beginning to see a little bit of rotor glow. It's getting dark enough we can see that now.
Yeah, iRacing did a great job on the sunshine and the sunset.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that's-
yeah, they do.
It's pretty amazing to see the sun goes down and up early in the morning, early in the afternoon, and in the evening. That's pretty amazing now.
Yeah, years ago, you know, when they tried to do that, it was like the curtain came down. You went from light to dark, like instantaneously, you know. But they've really come up with a great solution.
The only thing they have to improve is the far terrain and the trees around the track. I say this every endurance
yeah.
race, but yeah, that's something they have to work and get some cool trees. They did it to Le Mans as I'm practicing for the 24 hours. I saw some trees on the side of the track are modeled in 3D, so that's something they can do, but that will probably cost us a lot of resources to make iRacing run.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's the best idea in the world, but that will probably improve how things looks.
I guess everybody's priority, you know, how the sim looks and how it works is different. Me, I'm more wanting the drivability and the, you know, reaction of the vehicle. I think is top priority over anything else. I mean, that's just my personal opinion.
We just saw a big crash. Sorry, Bill, to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's okay.
German Sim Racing
Where was
friends just lost the car into the second chicane, and it was on the racing line, and the Ramadan Motorsports P2 couldn't avoid him, so they went a bit, I think, into the wall. Just trying to get this back on the camera angle on the broadcast, if the software will let me do it, please. Okay, that was frozen. Okay, now, yeah, it just just brush the walls. That's damage on the right and on the left side of the Ramada Motorsport. So it's gonna be a hard end of the race for them.
That's too bad this late in the race. Shame.
Well, going back to the graphic capability of iRacing, I was more thinking on a commentator and broadcasting side of it. As driver, you don't really see the outside of the track, so I think what iRacing did, good cars and good track, that's the most important thing when you race. Some good graphics for the cars and the track. That's enough for racing for me, but for broadcasts, they should improve some things.
Yeah. Well, talking about broadcasting and the realism, what you're looking at when you produce a broadcast, I totally agree with you. There's a lot of things they could improve on, for sure. The one that drives me crazy, and I know to me looks more realistic, I guess, or to most people, but this tree swaying thing, my God, it's like, I forget what track I was at, but I almost got seasick when I was sitting there watching a still and the trees rocking back and forth. I mean, it looked like there was a 50 mile an hour, or if you want to call it kilometer wind. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I'm thinking, God, it just was way too much. Some trees were moving and some were standing perfectly still. And I know those kind of graphics are very difficult to reproduce, but just crazy.
Yeah, especially for a game that has 12 years now, because they released it in 2008. So they did well to improve all the graphism and so on from 2008 to now. I'm on iRacing since only a few years, but I'm pretty sure the people that raced in the early stages might not recognize the game now.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, something that's really incredible is the reproduction of the marbles on the side of the corners. I think that's incredible. Wow, that is really, talk about realistic. Wow.
Yeah, that's the most impressive thing that came to my mind when I started iRacing. The dynamic track and all the marbles and so on. When I did my first endurance race, I was just amazed by all things evolved and so on. I went from not real sim, no name and so on. But that's just amazing. All the tracks evolve and so on. Some people complain about how the cars behave and all the track evolves and so on. But I think it's the best we have at the moment available, at least.
Oh, absolutely. I totally agree with you. And another thing, if you notice, I think another thing that's fabulous is in the corners to see that black groove just gets darker and darker during the race, from tire. I mean, that just blows me away to see that. You can, as you can see, when they go in the corner now, after several hours of racing, there's a big black strip where most of the outside tires are, I think that's really cool. That is really neat.
Yeah, if we go into this shot of view, we just saw on the chicane all the marbles on the outside and all the black lines. That's just amazing.
Exactly, and you take the front of the white cars too. You see all those spots on them from getting hit from, rubber and debris and stuff. It's just, I mean, it takes a lot to reproduce something like that. It really does. And the scanning of the vehicles is really tremendous, absolutely tremendous. But anyway, where are we going here? Okay. Not much has changed in the standings that I can see. Let's see. Yep, of course in LMP1, Gold Racing Team is just killing it. IES SimRacing Schweiss LMP1 is in second place. And hats off to him. He's driven all day very hard. He clearly got beat today, but he did a great job hanging in there. Good for you. In P2, TCR first. He's picking him up, putting him down. Mass Devils Esports second. German Sim Racing Green is in third. Paceworks Esports Cobalt fourth after his innocence. And we have IES Sim Racing Schweiss in the pits, white. Let me do that again. IES Sim Racing Schweiss, white, is in the pits for a pit stop.
It would be great if they could clean up the front of the car to have a bright new
Yeah,
white.
yeah. Exactly. Okay, the second position, SK Motorsports, is coming out of, he's heading down toward Parabolica. He should be able to pull ahead of him. And, well, I don't know. It depends how much of a stop we got here. Nope, he's pulling away. IES Simsport pulling away. Must have been a splash and go, huh?
Yeah, and the SK Motorsports should go into the pits pretty soon.
Oh, okay.
They are going to the pits, I think, this time. Yeah, they are going. They are diving to the pit lane.
Okay, that's a splash and go then. Okay. I don't even think they changed tires that time.
Yeah, they did not last time already, so that's gonna be a hard 25 left minutes for them if they don't do tires this time. Yeah, SimRacingAcademy is going by.
I was talking about IES Sim Racing Schweiss White. Is that who you're talking about?
No, I was on SK Motorsports that just went to the pit lane.
Yeah,
you're
they
correct,
definitely should take tires. Yeah.
And no, they didn't. So they are still on the same tires. So that's 2.5 stint. And Guillaume is ahead. Just went by. So they will have to keep it. Oh, and Guillaume got the chicane here. That's gonna be a bit slow down. The SK Motorsports will have to be careful on the last bit of the race because more than 2 stints, even if the track is pretty cold now. I don't think that's gonna be an easy one.
No, not for sure. You're gonna be skating by the time he gets finished. Sim Racing Academy Black still in third place in GT Pro. And down in GTM World of Sim Racing Team Junior, still in the lead there. And second place in GTAM is WS Racing Esports Yellow.
Yeah, as we have another penalty coming down from race control, the German sim racing friends got a 30-second stop and help for unsafe region and causing collision, as we saw earlier with the Ramada Motorsports at the second chicane.
Okay. Yep. Okay, Sim Racing Academy Black is in second. He hasn't stopped yet though, has he? No.
has been a lovely day for the global racing team today, as well as the sim racing trials LMP1. First and second in P2. We have a battle for 9th position in the GTM. I don't see a lot of incident. I don't know if you can see it, Bill, as you are not an admin of the session. I'm not sure I grant you this rule, but don't think a lot of people get the pit lane penalty this time, so it's good point for them.
Yeah.
Less than 30 incident. That's cool. And we really start to see the lights on the ground. Oh, a bit deep for the golden motorsports. Yeah, it's getting dark. Yeah, you can see.
Getting darker in a hurry. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
You can see the comparison from earlier on and now in the golden racing team LMP1. It's a bit darker, even less visibility.
Yeah, if this race ran another hour, you'd be in the pitch black.
Yeah. Or if we would run it earlier in the season, it would have been really dark by now, I think.
Yep. Have very many close battles at this point. A little bit spread out right now.
Yeah, everything is spread out and the position out more or less locked. One of the closest one is the German Sim Racing Magenta, and the L1 is for 6th position in the GT Pro. They are 4 seconds from each other.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the LTE1 esports is just going into the chicane. Ooh, went a little wide that time, and German Sim Magenta's just entering now.
And now the lights from the BMW looks really like laser beams. It's in the dark.
They are.
Yeah. The bottom ones are just so bright. That's
I know. I know. When they put on those flashy lights, oh my God, those things are bright.
message in the chat. The H2 performance is 9 seconds away from the podium, so still a bit of gap to close, but yeah, that might be something they will be able to do. They were 11 seconds behind 4 laps ago, so maybe something we'll have to see before the end.
Well, I might be mistaken, but I think TCR just put Mass Devils Esports, which is second place, a lap down. Wow. Hard to believe.
In fact, no, there are 1 second one to another, so the TCR just went. Wait, that's weird. 1 minute 39. Yeah, it's 1 lap. You're correct. Sorry, Bill.
Yeah, no, don't apologize. I just find it. Talk about really running great. I mean, when you put the whole field behind you by a lap, that's pretty decent. That is pretty decent.
Yeah, you're right. That's very impressive. A few of the other cars had some issue, like the Cobalt and the Pure Sim, but yeah, overall it's still a great job from them today.
Absolutely amazing. Yep. Now is N-Race Esports have to stop again? We have about, what, 15 minutes to go or so, roughly. He's in 3rd place. SK Motorsports in 4th. I think he's okay on fuel. He stopped. I remember him stopping. Huh.
A bit of check-up on the closest battle. The German Sim Racing Magenta is losing time on L1 Esports. They are now almost 6 seconds. So I think the L1 Esports will keep the 6th place and the German Sim Racing 7th. Remy David is closing on Otmar Pinner from the WRS Racing Esports Yellow. This is a battle for 2nd position. 9 to 4 seconds in 5 laps. So that's closing pretty fast at the moment.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No tire for both cars last time in the pits, so they are really the same tires on the car. I don't remember if the time before the WS Racing Esports took tires or not. That's too many cars for me to remember, but there's 3 seconds now. The time is really good.
Sure is. Well, Gold Racing Team LMP1 is on his 220th lap. Wow. That's a lot of times around Monza. I don't care who you are. Okay. Yep, folks, we're still here. Just kind of in a grog right now. I'm trying to figure out what's what here.
yeah, we're gonna have this close battle soon, I think. The Apex Aviation Racing just closed down by almost 6 tenths in the Sector 2. So that's clearly gonna be a battle for the end of the race.
Oh yeah, he's catching him all right.
And 3 tenths the next sector again. Yeah, I'm just
And
in
he's
front,
using-
yeah.
He's using all the track too. Yep, he's really closing on him now.
Yeah, and just before at the back of the shot, could see the H2 performance, and the Team Motorsport Dream is just 2 seconds behind the H2 performance. That's gonna be another fight for the end of the race for P4, I think,
wow.
in the GTM.
Yep.
And so we have almost nothing for half an hour, and now we'll have 2 battles at the same time. Thanks, guys. And less than 10 minutes to go in this race.
Okay, 10 minutes. I'm currently watching German sim racing Magenta, and this is the first time I've seen him by himself on the track all day without cars around him. So he must feel good about that for a change.
Yeah, 2 battles in the same time, 5 tenths each. Gonna see, yeah, the Team Motorsport is reclosing in the Parabolica. Let's go to the breaking point of the first chicane. Yeah, they're going on the outside, trying the outside. It's not gonna work this time.
Apex Aviation Racing pushing really hard.
Yeah,
W-
Team Motorsport is going on the outside of the Cova Grande. They just done the H2 performance on the outside of the corners. That shows
Wow.
the difference of grip between the 2 cars. The Team Motorsport took tires last time, where the H2 performance didn't. So that shows you how important the tires are. And now the Apex Aviation is going on the outside, going to Ascari. Yeah, and they've done it. So that's 2nd place for the Apex Aviation Racing, 3rd place for WS Racing Esports.
That was a gutsy move. Good for him. That was a nice pass.
Yeah, and both on the outside for P2 and P4. So that's very impressive. You don't see that very often.
Yep. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And right behind them is the GT Pro and 3rd place N-Race Esports.
Yeah, and Race Sport just did the fastest lap of the race for the GT Pro category.
Wow. Wow, good for him.
Yeah, 146, 175.
Wow.
Guillaume is only 8 seconds behind the SimRacingAcademy car, so I don't think they're gonna be able to catch 8 seconds in only 5 minutes, but
Yeah, I don't think so either.
with the slowdown at the start and the issue Guillaume had earlier on, third place is already a massive improvement. Catching second, don't think it's gonna happen, but yeah, they are pretty close to second place. That's good job.
Yep. IES Sim Racing Schweiz White commanding lead in GT Pro right now.
Yeah, 30-second gap to SimRacingAcademy in second place. That's good margin. That's good. That's the one Gold Sim Racing have on the second place in P1. 8.5 minutes on second place, 5 laps. That's another impressive job. And
Sure is.
Nathaniel Schramm.
Full send rate. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah,
Full send rate.
Nathaniel Schramm.
Full
1
sending
minute.
rate.
Yes, rebuild. Yeah.
Nah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying that Nathaniel Schramm this year has 1 minute lead, so all the leaders are pretty good in the lead for now. 50 seconds for the Diego Vasquez Duenas for World Sim Racing in GTM, so all of the leaders should stay in the lead for the few 3-4 minutes of racing we have.
See, we have a couple warnings from race control to the GTE drivers as well. They're asking all GTE drivers to pay attention to your mirrors and relative. And also we saw a very dangerous line change before Escari chicane. Well, a lot of that is probably the tension to try to get caught up. I mean, it's not an excuse, but...
Yeah, that's the end of the race, and things are a bit sketchy at some point. Yeah, people want to defend their position. Some of them did really well, and then Race Esports with another best time in the session. They're only 7 seconds behind the SimRacingAcademy. 1:46.07 for the last time.
Oh. Now I noticed Full Send Racing in 5th has SK Motorsport in sight ahead of him a little bit. He's on the front stretch. In between him, he's got that. I forgot the name of that vehicle. That team, Lithium Motorsports, is it? No.
How are we doing, guys?
I think it's GT Motorsports. Hello Pete, you're just going back for the 2 last minutes. We should have pretty exciting battle for 4th place between the Full Send Racing and the SK Motorsports. We have a few shakes up in the GTM. The Apex Aviation Racing just passed the WS Racing Esports a few laps ago, and the Team Motorsport Dreams passed the H2 Performance for 4th position in the GTM, and they are now closing pretty well on the WS Racing. Only 3 seconds between these cars.
Wow.
But yeah, 1 minute left, so that not sure that's gonna happen, but yeah, things are getting pretty close at the moment. And we have a crash from the leader.
Oh boy!
What's going on?
That looked bad. That looked bad.
Yeah, on the first chicane. Yeah, they dived to the inside of the P2 and just went caught into an accident. So yeah, they're still running. But
Goal Racing and
the it was massive
he almost lost it.
Yeah, just caught that on live.
Goal Racing darn near lost it there at the end. Second chicane, he hit the berm really hard and almost went off the track on the opposite side, but he caught it.
Yeah, and that's the last lap of the race, so should do what you have to do to stay clean and keep it safe to reach the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
One lap left, and the Full Sun Racing is 1.5 seconds behind SK Motorsport. 1 second now after the chicane.
Wow, it's close.
And as we call the
Just
leaders
slowed
on
in
the
a minute.
Parabolica now, crossing the line, flashing the lights. Well done, Rick and his teammates. Great job today. And sorry for all of the other leaders. We'll go back to you right after this battle for the 4th place in GT Pro between the Full Sun Racing and the SK Motorsport.
He's going to get him too. He's closing on him really quickly.
Yeah, tires are too old for
look at
the too old tires for SK Motorsports. Full Sun Racing.
Now this
has
is the
new
last
tires.
lap, you said?
Yeah, it's the last lap. Check flight out.
Wow. Talk about close. Look at that. Oh my. Whoa, baby. Nice.
Yeah, he's done it on the outside again.
Oh my goodness. Harley Houghton. We're going to call you Harley Davidson, man. That was terrific.
Yeah, that's not the end. That's not the end. They are fighting side by side on the Parabolica.
They sure are. Look at that.
Yeah, that's gonna be on this one. Full Sun ahead. Yeah,
He likes,
great job,
he
Harley,
likes
for
it
the end.
flashy, flashy.
Let's go back the winner of the
What a-
P2 categories, the TCR Racing. I think, yeah, almost 1 minute in front of second place. Miles Daily Sports. Adrian Tommy for IRS Sim Racing Schweiz. Sorry guys. First, 47 seconds ahead of the Sim Racing Academy car in the GT Pro. And World of Sim Racing Diego Vasquez Duenas first in the GTM category with a 55 seconds lead over the second place from Apex Aviation Racing.
Yeah, and Apex Aviation were looking racy for the whole lot, weren't they?
Yep. Yeah, they were. Yeah.
So I got some donuts from Rick Verbeesen. Congratulations to Rick and his teammates. Don't need those cones.
And Pete, our friend in the GT Ford, the N-Race Esports, after his disconnect and all that stuff, he came back and finished 3rd place. I think that's pretty incredible.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing.
And IES Sim Racing Schweiz White was absolutely what a phenomenal performance. He was unbeatable. Unbeatable.
Yeah, that's some kind of result, that like.
Oh, and TCR and P2, I believe, lapped the whole field in his division. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's Nathaniel Schramm and co, isn't it?
Yep.
In the TCR.
Yep.
Yeah, good results. Jamie
Oh.
Rushworth and Pure Sims, I'm surprised to see them in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5th, sorry.
Yeah, well...
They were fighting for the top spot at one point.
Yeah, that was kind of a funny division today. Like we mentioned, it was like an accordion, up and down, you know, we had a leader, and then the leader would drop back, and we had a different one, but made it entertaining, not one guy just running away with the field, so it made it kind of interesting. And good battles in GT. My God, impressive stuff. A lot of good drivers in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. And a few little penalties doled out today. Nothing really horrid, I don't think. But and an absolute magnificent performance from Gold Racing Team LMP1. They were just phenomenal. I mean, how fast
Yeah,
that
we have
car is.
the three the 3 GT Pro cars all together, trying to get a better angle from the back of the cars now. 2 Switzerland team with the IS Schweiz, Sim Racing Schweiz and the Sim Racing Academy, and the French the French eSports brand Race Esports. Yeah, that was a good race for 3 cars, and after SimRacingAcademy goes into the wall, doing the donuts.
Yeah, that's good to see.
Yeah. Yep, and the driver of the German Sim Racing Academy Black, who came in second place, Max Baer, who was the one that came on air with us for a bit to announce the prizes that possibly to win. Did a great job, came in second place. I promised not to talk bad about him when he was here, so.
Yep.
But he did a wonderful job, really did a good job.
Okay guys, let's go through the results for the P1. And yeah, okay, the points are not correct, so don't take the points into account, guys. So the Gold Racing Team LMP1 finished first, and the Air Sim Racing 5 second, and not finished the race in the P1 was the Esports Performance Racing OPC in third place. Only 3 cars in this category. Going through the P2 result now. Again, don't take the points into account. That's not correct. That's for a 10-hour race. The TCR went first. 1 lap down, Master Esports, German Sim Racing, Pacework Esports Cobalt, and Race Esports 5th. Pure Sim Racing, 6th, and Ramadan Motorsport 7th in the last position of the P2.
Okay. I'll take GT Pro. IES Sim Racing Schweiz White was first. Sim Racing Academy Black second, and Race Esports third. Full Send Racing fourth. SK Motorsport fifth. L1 Esports sixth. German Sim Racing Magenta seventh. Denzu Sim Racing Rainbow 1 8th. And we should gotta go down a little further, sorry.
Yeah, the R3D Racing Pro did not finish the race, I think, and the Overdrive Performance stopped at the start of the race.
Shall I do the AMs?
Yeah, go ahead, Pete.
So congratulations to World of Sim Racing Team. Which colour is that?
Junior,
there we go. Who won the AM class? Apex Aviation Racing in second, WS Racing Esports in third, H2 Performance SRT in fourth, TT Motorsport in fifth, German Sim Racing Friends is that sixth? Yep. Team Wolf Racing in seventh, R3T Racing AM in eighth, SK Motorsport Golden in ninth, and Team Motorsport Dreams in 10th.
well, it was an action-packed performance today on a fast, tough track, and everybody did a great job. It was fun to be here.
Yeah. So, any standout moments for you, Bill?
Yeah, I have to give a shout out to a couple of people. N-Race Esports, after getting the disconnect, come back. I think he came back, was running like 11th position. Ended up at the end of the race in third, a podium position. Excellent performance. In first place, IES Sim Racing Schweiz White. Absolutely a dominant performance by those guys. In the beginning of the race, they were kind of hanging around, and when things shook out, he was the class of the field. And also got to give a hand out to TCR in P2. He was the class of field there. After the last race we did, he had all kinds of troubles and stuff. But this race, he really stood out and was very, very fast. So, and of course, hats off to all the drivers for, the ones that at least completed the 6 hours. Hats off to all the excellent performance.
Yeah, and for me, the N-Race esports car disconnected and then coming back through the field, that was an excellent performance. Full Send Racing, they had some excellent overtakes as they went through. The Paceworks Esports Cobalt P2 car was very exciting to watch, and obviously World of Sim Racing Team Junior, who've been up there in the middle of all the pro cars as well, and it's filtered out so that they've ended up the first of the AM cars. So some good overtaking, some really sensible racing, and some great track position held. We do have a number of people queuing to be interviewed. So, are you wanting to do any interviews, Bill?
They're all yours, baby.
I thought you might say that. Right, I've got to figure out which teams these guys were with now, because there's so many of them. Let's have a look. Number 333. Who are you? That's your individual number, isn't it? So I'm going to head back into here.
That's the SimRacingAcademy car.
Right, okay. SimRacingAcademy Black. So, why don't we start with Roger Schmucky? Do you want to drag him in, Sam?
Yep.
Roger, welcome to the interview room. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm really great. We're really happy about the results. P2, really good. Was a really good race. We are really excited about this.
Yeah, you and Max had a very event. You came through the field, dropped back a little bit, and then made another surge for the front again. It was certainly an exciting race. What were your key moments in there, do you think?
Yeah, so we had a good pace. So I fucked up in the quali, just P14. But in the first stint, I was really good on the road, so I can go to P8. And yeah, Max made a very good job with his pace, so we don't have any trouble through the race. So yeah, in the end, P2 was great. And also excited for my Swiss mates for P1. So that's great stuff today.
Yeah, good effort. So is Max not about still? We were talking to him earlier. He beamed into our mid-race session and told us about some prizes.
Yeah.
Is he as chuffed as you are for the position?
I'm sorry?
Is he as happy with the result as you?
Yeah, of course. We are really happy about this position.
Excellent stuff. So anybody you'd like to thank?
Yeah, of course, the whole team. I thank very much to Patrick. So he done our setup. It was really good, this setup. And also for the rest of the team. Thanks you for the support, guys. And yeah, keep racing. And so we excited to see what's happening at the 24 hours at Daytona. So now we have to do a lot of training.
Yeah.
Yeah, to make the same results.
Should be an exciting race at Daytona, yeah.
Yeah, or maybe make the victory next race.
So well done, and we'll see you there. Thank you very much, Roger.
Yeah, thank you too.
Should we have Nathaniel in next, mate?
Or was Nathaniel driving?
He was a TCR driver, unless I'm mistaken. Nathaniel Schramm, welcome to the interview room. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thanks for hosting this race. It's great for us, as you can tell.
Yeah. So you slowly made your way forward and had some excellent races there with Team Cobalt, the Paceworks Esports team, and with N-Race Esports Platinum, and with Pure Sims. There was quite a lot of overtaking in the P2 field today. What were the standout moments for your team?
Probably, I think
winning.
I think it was winning is quite good. I'm pretty sure this is our first win in this series, so that's something nice to take home. But it all started pretty much lap 20 for us. We were fighting with German sim racing from the get-go, and we were having a really good race right at the start, and it ended up just being slicing and dicing through the field and trying to use strategy and traffic and all of the racecraft we have to actually make passes and make them stick.
Yeah, and your team was very, very consistent. There's some brilliant overtaking, some very sensible roadcraft as well. We saw that all through the field. To be honest, there was no ridiculousness that we have on occasion seen before. Go on.
Yeah, the traffic was great. Everybody was given respect, and obviously, there's times where you think you're going to be able to make a move, but then the gap starts closing, and you just got to back off and just be patient, let it come for the next lap. We got sick. These are endurance races. You can't be making sprint race decisions.
No, absolutely not. Although some people think you can win it on lap 1.
Yeah.
Anybody you'd like to shout out to at the minute?
Definitely like to shout out my team, Terry and Chris. Terry wasn't racing today, but he was watching on. Chris did a fantastic job driving. Like to thank our sponsor, fit2gowithreg.com. He does great personal training. And finally, I'd like to thank you guys at Esia for putting this all on, and the race stewards for keeping everybody in check, and broadcast team for putting on a great broadcast for everyone. So thank you.
Not a problem. Nathaniel Schramm from Team Challenge Racing, congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
Right then, shall we have Neil?
Nils.
Neil. How do you say your name before I get it wrong the third time? Niels, right, okay. Niels Ernie with IES SimRacing Schweiz LMP1 team. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, we're happy with that. It was a big effort to get on the podium with 3 cars. Yeah. No, we're happy because we have seen early in the race that Team Gold had a really strong pace, and we couldn't really match this pace. So we were happy to get to the end after the last race in Spa, which really was a bad ending after 2 hours with big suspension damage.
Yeah,
so
I remember
we're
that
happy
one.
to get on 2nd place and to bring the car home.
Yeah, Gold Team Racing were kind of not a class apart as such, but they certainly had the run of things. They finished quite far ahead in the end. Very dominating performance by them.
Yeah,
really. Yours was equally as celebratory. It was very calm, very considered. And there was no ridiculous overtaking or defending from all the other racers in the field, so that was good. It was a shame that eSport Performance Racing couldn't finish, but that's just the way that things work. How do your other teammates feel about the 2nd place that you've earned?
They feel quite the same as me. For us all, Simon was the only one who could drive the last race, so now we all could have raced our stints, so we're happy with that. We get to the finish. We did have some incidents in front of Ascari, so we made a couple of reports, but big thanks to the race direction, which is really watching after this and judging as we thought would be the right thing. Also speak out some warnings, and for sure also a penalty for the car who pushed us into the wall, which damaged also our steering. That's why we had to drive the last 4 stints with the steering wheel, which wasn't straight. It was kind of annoying because the car is always moving, not really straight, but
crabbing down the road.
It worked. Yeah. So we're happy with that, and again, big thanks to the race direction. This is very cool stuff. Also to Esia, it's a lot of fun to drive here. I think overall the races are really fair. It's our 2nd race, and last time it was a little bit unfortunate how it came out. Also, it wasn't the will of the other car to hit us. So for me, it's fair racing here, and it's only a little bit sad that there are only 3 LMPs driving today. And
it'd been good
so
if it
many
was a heavier
LMP2s,
field.
so.
Yeah.
But watching after forward to the next race, hope that there will be some more cars in our class, so we can have maybe some fights with cars which are matching our pace. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a good weekend for the sim racing team, isn't it? Because your sister team won their
absolutely.
GT Pro race, which is great. And we'll be speaking to Fabio shortly. So, anybody else you'd like to thank right at the end here? You've already done some.
For sure, my teammates and all the others of the team who support us, and the guys who help us with the setups and liveries and stuff like that, and the sponsors. Yeah, it's I don't know how to say in English, so it's like a gift, you know what I want to say, that everyone helps you, because it's in Switzerland, it's not really supported the sim racing scene, so there is not a big support like this. The support we have from our sponsors is it's really lucky for us, so yeah, thanks to all of them.
Yeah, hopefully they'll pay more attention to it in the future. So,
Yeah.
Niels Ernie with IS Sim Racing Schweiz LMP1, congratulations on your second place.
Thank you very much. Bye, guys.
Bye. And hopefully we've still got Fabio in the room. When I find out where my Discord's gone. There we go. So, Fabio, IS Sim Racing Schweiz White Car. Tell me how you pronounce your surname, won't you?
Hello together. The pronouncing is Fabio Lomartire.
I was
It's an
close then.
Italian
I was
name.
close. I wasn't that far off when I was broadcasting. I wasn't going to say it to your face.
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing good.
So congratulations, you won the pro class. So round of applause there. That's excellent. What were the standout moments for you and your team in that race?
Well, for sure, it was really hard, the whole race. At the beginning, we started. We didn't want to take any risk at the beginning. As maybe you have seen the last race, we had a really good pace, but at the beginning, like 7-8 lap, we had an accident, and we tried just to come through this time without any problems. It went okay. From P5 we went back to P8, then P7, P6. The pace was really good, and at some point it was still better, getting better and better, and some guys in front of us had few problems through some fights, and we take the opportunity there for sure.
Yeah, I think N-Race Esports team would have given you a better run for your money if they hadn't had the disconnect in the middle of the race.
Yes, the guys with the Ford GT, I think.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Very
Ford
sad.
GT is really fast. Yeah.
They came back to third place, so they were certainly giving it to the field. You won by quite a margin in the end. It wasn't leisurely by any means, but your gap to the second place SK Motorsports team was quite significant. You must be quite proud of that as a team.
Yeah, for sure. It's like we are really good friends with SimRacingAcademy, Swiss teams, and we support each other, training sometimes together and do some things. And I hear Roger Schmucki barely every week, like on the phone, and we see each other. So it's like rivalry. I don't know how it says in English.
A rivalry.
But in a good kind of way, like a friendship. But we are trying to push each other, to close a little bit the gap to the really, really, really big teams. So that's something that we want to achieve, and in the future,
That's excellent. So. Is there anybody you'd like to thank at this point for your first place in the pro division?
Yes, for sure. My teammate that drive with me, Adrian Tomi. Thank you very much. It was really, really nice with him again. And all my teammates, whole IS Sim Racing Schweiz, IS Virtual Gaming for sure too, my friends, and our partners and sponsors I would like to thank too, and for sure our big friends from SimRacing Academy that take P2. We are really proud of them too. Really nice evening, nice day.
Yeah, it was a brilliant race. So, Sim Racing Schweiz, White, and Fabio Lamartire. Hopefully that's closer than I was saying.
Perfect.
Congratulations, and we'll see you again next time round.
Perfect. Thank you very much. See you then.
Bye.
Bye.
I think he's happy.
Yeah, he should be as well. They performed brilliantly.
They did. You know what he said really stuck. You know, like last time they pushed hard in the beginning. This time they kind of hung back and stayed in the fight. And boy, at the end they really showed their muscle. Let me tell you, they got out there and nobody even got close to them.
No, and it was a polished performance. Really, the car came back. I don't think it had much damage, if any damage, which remarkable after 6 hours of racing around Monza. Yeah, they must be absolutely proud as punch. So. No, that's excellent. Sam, we're at Daytona next. Is that right? Daytona Road?
Yeah, correct. Daytona Road for 24 hours.
So Bill's doing that one on his own, is he?
Yeah, that's the contract. Yes.
You're funny, Pete.
So,
what's the date on that? What's the date on that, Sam? Excuse me, Pete.
Yeah.
Sam.
Yeah.
What is the date on the 24?
Let me check the calendar because
I can look if you don't know.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I will tell for all the people on the broadcast, but it's on June 27. So it's the Saturday, June 27, starting at 1 p.m. GMT.
Okay. Well, it's good you have somebody in America now to announce because I'm 5 hours behind you, so that kind of works out pretty good, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. We'll be sleeping all the way through that one.
Why? Yeah, while you're napping, the race will almost be over, and you guys will get up and you can get all the glory. Imagine that, huh?
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, fantastic race tonight or today. It's a shame that there weren't more LMP1 cars in there. That would make it a bit more exciting for sure. So, for those teams not present, sort your act out and get in for the Daytona one. It would have been a great race for that class of car as well. Long straights, quick stops, lots of downforce. It lends itself to that. So hopefully next time out we'll get a bigger field, and for the P2s as well. I think. Have you got any other comments for this race, Bill?
Well, I agree with you. It's a shame a few more LMP ones didn't show up. It'd be nice to see a few more P2s as well, but the GT field was a lot of fun. I mean, it was really neat to watch those guys. And I think Daytona, the hope P1s and P2s shows up because that's the track for it, no doubt about it. But
absolutely.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. But it was fun to do. Glad I was here, and I'll have the software in by next time for sure. Did you hear me, Sam?
Yeah.
I'm glad you, Bill.
Yeah. You might take from that, viewers, that Bill's under some scrutiny as to whether he's going to take on the tech that we use in the background for the broadcast. So, is there a podcast tomorrow, Sam?
Yeah, there's a podcast tomorrow from the V8 ESC. Yeah, the last one for this season.
Yeah, I know, it's going to be a tearful one. So, Backfire Simsport TV will return tomorrow evening with the podcast for V8 ESC. There's no V8 Strength of Field race this Friday because the end of the season is upon us, and we're into week 13 when we get some new cars to play with on the iRacing service, which we spoke about earlier. So, from Monza, from Esia Endurance Championship, from Backfire Simsport TV, from Sam.
Oh,
And from
I'm
Bill.
supposed to talk. Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Good night, all. Thanks to Esia and SimRacingAcademy to support the league. All the drivers that put a good show today. That was very enjoyable to watch. That's change from Suzuka. And if all race could be as good as this one, with more P1 and maybe a bit more P2, that would be awesome. Thank you, guys. Don't forget the giveaway from SimRacingAcademy. If you want to participate, go to Instagram, follow SimRacingAcademy, post your code brown of your SimRacing career using the hashtag 24HEsiaZ1, and you will be in the draft for the winning prize that will be announced during the Daytona 24 broadcast.
And from me, it's a great big good night. And from Bill.
Yeah, you guys have covered it all. It was a lot of fun. It was a pleasure working with you guys, and hope to see you next time around.
Good night, everybody. Thanks for watching.